Welcome everyone to the HoN Awakening Tournament number 3. Obviously organized by the wonderful Paradise from Paradise League. I am going to be your solo caster today for this first series. Thickles, I'm sure as most of you know. Right now we are having a great game for the quarterfinals. It's going to be Muhatua versus Not So Pikachu. Obviously, like usual for the quarterfinals, this is going to be a best of 3. So I want to see 3 games. I want to see 3 fun games so that me and you right now, the audience, can have a fun time. That's what we're trying to have. I'm trying to wake up right now. It's in the morning for me, obviously, and I'm trying to wake up. I'm trying to have fun games, and I hope that's what we see. Right now, we see Forsaken Archer being banned. Pretty standard pick, and Kane. From the last tournament, Kane is very good at shutting down, obviously, the single core carries. Very good ban. Tundra, very strong, also banned. Obviously, he's going to be banned. None of these bans right now I'm seeing that are very out of the ordinary right now. I've seen both teams play. As I can see, they're both pretty strong teams. I really, like I said, I really hope we see something interesting. I really hope we see this go all the way up to 3 games. I want to see a bunch of action. I want to see a bunch of interesting plays, and I do think these 2 teams are going to be able to do this. Again, we also see Calamity banned right now. Again, a very, very good ban. Calamity, we've seen, is a very strong early game carry that can very easily snowball into the late game. That makes sense. We see Keeper being banned. This is where my limited knowledge of FOC is going to have to limit me, but I do see how he can be strong. He has good CC. He has a good gank potential. Obviously, kind of makes sense he's going to be banned here. All right. So, what I want to see right now, okay, is I want to see things I haven't seen before. I want to see maybe, you know, actually I was about to say Icar. I've seen Icar being played before. You know what? Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna be laughed at here, maybe by a bit of the chatters, but maybe see a Solstice. I'm just kidding. I don't know. But we see Icar, as I just said. Icar has been picked. Very, very good support. Well, not just support. Tanky. He's support. Does a lot of things very well. And I can also see a bit of a Deadwood being shadowed right here. All right. I'm trying to think right now what's going to be these team strategy. It's kind of hard to say right now. We can see Andromeda. Oh, okay. Bit of Andromeda pick. Andromeda. Again, I'm curious to see how it's gonna be, but Andromeda pretty decent hero. I mean, just with the stun, the swap. Obviously, I don't think the extra range is gonna play into account here with the staff, because that is a pretty heavy investment of an item for. Honestly, something that's not, I don't think, worth it for that. It's corrupted. We see Magmus. Again, very corrupted, very strong core. You know, just overall, just very, very good at dealing damage, which is what we want. It's all we want to see. Magmus, incredibly good initiator, and just overall, a very, very good pick. Just, you know, for the stun, and obviously the ult is just, we all know how good a Magmus. So we've all been hit by a Magmus ult while one of our teammates has been body blocking us. We've seen that happen. Well, you know, I don't think I'm the only one that has that happen. Okay, and if I am, well, goddamn, blame, you know, blame me. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Again, and now we see more bans happening. South Force, Kinesis, again, fairly standard bans right here. We're waiting on Hellborn here, and we're gonna see who they plan to ban. I am actually pretty curious to see what Hellborn's gonna pick as their core, as their carry. Now they haven't seemed to have picked them yet, and I am curious to see. Legion obviously has already picked. Corrupted, they could pick more. Obviously, I'm not saying that they can't. Moon Queen ban, Moon Queen, which I know can be very, very strong as soon as you get in a farm with her. Obviously, that's multi-hit. You know, being any hero like Forsaken or Moon Queen, they can hit multiple people. Is just really, really, really good. I mean, I think anyone who's played this game knows just how good that is. And again, we see right after that more Axis being banned. And a pretty interesting ban I've seen is Bubbles. Obviously, that has been done by the Hellborn side, and I think that is because the Legion side actually does play Bubbles. I think I've already seen one of them maybe play Bubbles. So, I mean, an interesting ban. I'm not sure how strong Bubbles really, if it's such a good pick to ban, but obviously, if the enemy team, if Hellborn knows that Legion is playing them, I mean, why not? Why not ban one of the heroes they're comfortable with? Force them into a less comfortable option. And then we see also Oogie. I mean, it's Oogie. He just does a lot of magic damage. That's his thing. It's that's his main thing. It's what he likes to do. Yeah. What is? Oh, and we see a Tempest. Actually, pretty interesting pick, I think. Tempest, I think, as everyone who played this game knows. I mean, you're not a real HoN player unless you've been 5-man ulted by a Tempest in your HoN playing career. And I mean, that's why people who played knows. He's just a really, really strong CC'er. Obviously, he's hard to play because you really, really need to have ult a good amount. Like, you need to know who to ult. You need to make sure you ult the right people, just to make sure you get the most out of your ult. It doesn't get canceled. And if you are able to do that, he's very, very strong. And I do think they have the players to make that happen. So very interesting pick. Very, very fun pick, I think, to include. And I really hope that we see a lot of good plays out of that. All right. And then afterwards, we see, finally, as I was saying, the core of the Legion, which is the Clanks. Clanks, I mean, does a pretty decent amount of damage, a lot of mobility. Pretty good pick, I think. I mean, and obviously, Hellborn needed that. They needed that. They needed a core. So he fulfills that. I'm gonna see what Legion's gonna go with. I am curious. I think Icar is probably gonna go with the Corrupted. So I'm trying to see who's gonna be their mid pick. Okay, maybe Vindicator. Okay, Vindicator, pretty decent pick. Especially against a Tempest. If he doesn't get caught by the Tempest, he can just press one little button, just counter with his little R, and you know what? Tempest, now he's kind of a useless hero. I mean, hey, what could I say? If Tempest doesn't land a good ult, I mean, is he really better than any other hero? I mean, I don't know. I'd rather have maybe like a Glacius or something, more of an AOE hero than a Tempest that it just gets Vindicator ulted every time. So that's a really good pick, I think, from Legion. I'm not sure if that was the original plan they were going for, or they kind of pivoted from that and just saw that they had a Tempest, and they were like, maybe we're just going to pick that guy instead. But either way, very, very good pick. Which means that Hellborn, I mean, it's not over for Hellborn, because Hellborn, as long as they ult the Vindy with the Tempest, I mean, Vindy can't use his ult there. So it's just they're going to have to think a lot more about who they catch with that ult. All right, and we're seeing the last pick from Hellborn here, and we see the full roster of Legion here. We have Kraken, which we've seen many times. I'm sure people in their games have seen many times. He does pretty good. He's a pretty strong frontliner. He is a core. He does enough damage, and he is able to carry fairly well the game. He has a lot of damage. He just has a very good kit to deal with other heroes and shut them down. So that's pretty good. And finally, the last pick, Behemoth, that we see for those stuns and setup that I think Hellborn is going to need right now. Right, so let's get into this. All right, let's see the lanes that are going to that both teams are going to choose. Early TP from Andromeda, probably just to be able to ward, get wards up quickly, just so that the enemy team doesn't know where they are. Pretty simple stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary. We're going to see the Deadwood mid. I think that was fairly obvious. We're going to see probably what I'm seeing, probably duo mid. With the Icar and the Kraken probably going there, which is, again, it's not something you always see. It's, if you go... most of the time you play, you get told it's one person mid, but again, I've seen it happen many times, and I think it's a very it's a strat I've seen work a lot of times too. So hey, I'm all for it. And we're gonna see the Vindicator with the Corrupted. I thought the Icar was gonna be with the Corrupted, but I guess I mean, hey, I'm a mid wars player, so that means I'm 1400 in FOC, so I think these guys know a bit more how to play than me, and I do trust that they're going to do that. And if we look at Hellborn, we're going to see that they have a triple lane top, which is, again, I've seen it happen. I've seen it work, triple lane. So I really enjoy. They're already doing what I wanted, which is I want an interesting game. And they can see that Magnus is going to be alone, so I'm not sure if they're going to stay a triple top. One of them is probably going to rotate either middle, probably middle, and just to help out the Deadwood, because he's going to have some trouble here in the mid lane, obviously. But then we see top. Magnus having some issues. He's getting harassed. He might actually die here. No, he's completely fine. Just 45 health. One or two more basic attacks, he would have died, but either way, it doesn't matter. As long as Clanks is able to get his farm up, I mean, it doesn't matter if they kill the Magnus. Yeah. Dead was having a bit of trouble farm, but he's still able to do his what he wants. We can see bot lane. Bot lane is alone. They don't have anyone to counter to go after the bot lane. I don't know if Legion's going to realize this and try to help to rotate the Vindicator out and just let the Corrupted alone. I guess we're gonna see the more the game progresses, but obviously having a free farming Corrupted might not be the best thing. But you know what? Like I said, if they think that's the strat to go and it does pull up, it does work. Who am I who am I to say that this is how you should play the game? All right. Middle lane, as I said, we did have a rotation. We see Andromeda helping the Deadwood middle lane. Just to help, because really the Deadwood is not going to be able to handle a Icar Kraken dual lane alone. Obviously, it's very hard lane to deal with. So this is to be expected that this would happen. Tempest, obviously, farming, he's doing his thing. It's pretty normal. If we look at Legion, and then we see Magnus. I mean, Magnus still alive, hasn't died yet, which is pretty good. I mean, it's Magnus. What he does, he's able to survive a decent amount in a solo lane against pretty unfavorable matchups. Still, oh yeah, he's able to get pretty good. He's playing very, very well. We can still see bottom lane. Corrupted, again, he's still farming. He's doing his job. We're going to see what Hellborn's plan is. Because I do see the Clanks isn't farming quite as well. If we look at the gold per minute, he's not farming quite as well as the Corrupted right now. That can obviously change. Just like a few kills right now could change the gold per minute to be way, way, way different than what it is right now. This early in the game, gold per minute doesn't mean that much. All right, and if we're looking at top lane, Magnus again, he's getting harassed. He's playing fairly well. He's looking at the amount of mana the enemy team has. He's keeping his abilities. Playing a fairly, I would say, good Magnus. See, stuns, cancels the mana potion. He really doesn't want Behemoth to get his stun. He knows that if he gets his stun, that's a good way to just make him... That's how he's going to die, is if Behemoth manages to land a very nasty stun on him. And then, looking back to bottom lane, we're going to see Deadwind Andromeda. They might be looking at that Vindicator. I'm not sure if they see him. I don't think they necessarily do. They do see him now, obviously. They just put down the tome. Corrupted still free farming here. He has pushed the tower a bit. I think his goal here is going to be to push that tower as much as possible, as fast as possible, get a bit of gold to his team. Andromeda with the invis. Killed by neutral creeps. I mean, that's just a free TP back to base, I see. That's probably what he's going for. Right, Andromeda going bottom, again, trying to protect that tower, trying to stop the Corrupted, hopefully from just free farming as much as he is right now. He's at 460 GPM, which this early in the game is pretty good. But he does want to get that tower down as fast as possible. This is what he's aiming for right now. He needs to do that. I think he notices that he is alone. Basically on this lane. He has the control, and he really, really wants to do that. Oh, middle lane, you can see Kraken's been immobilized, stunned by that, but he manages to escape. Icar's there, taking the debuffs, you know. That's the problem with fighting an Icar, with an Icar. It's just, the Icar's always going to save the guy you're trying to focus. And if you try to focus him, well, he just doesn't take that much damage. He also has an escape with his W. He is still able to jump out of the way if his teammate is aware of his abilities. And obviously, these guys, they know what they're doing. They know how to play. They're not gonna. There's not gonna be the situation where the one of their teammates is, you know, staying out of the way so that the Icar can't leap away. They're gonna be close enough. It's very, very hard for Legion to really deal with that Kraken right now. I mean, Hellborn, excuse me, to deal with that Kraken. And top, I mean, I think to note is that Magnus is doing a very, very good job. Even if he is low on XP, this is it's a hard lane for him to do. Clanks is slowly, though, picking up more and more GPM. We can see that Magnus is going to need something to happen to this Clanks at some point. Same thing with Corrupted. They both need those carries to be stopped right now. Oh, and I missed that, but middle lane, we can see that the Icar got jumped, but again, he didn't have his teammate. He wasn't able to leap away. That's the only way they're going to kill the Icar is if he doesn't have anyone to leap away with, which is exactly what happened right there. Deadwood with his ult, he's able to. It's not just a stun; it's just basically a. It's just so much damage that he pulls out with that ult. If he's able to get close, which he was. Tempest going in. I think we're gonna see an ult going off by the Tempest. There it is. We're seeing the ult. Obviously, Kraken puts the ult in, trying to save the Icar. The Icar still goes down by the Tempest, but the TPs are going in. They're trying to kill rid of the Tempest. Tempest is down. They managed to trade 1-for-1. That is pretty good. Hey. Oh, but then the Andromeda puts in her stun, and then Behe locks him out with the stun. And there it is. Kraken alone. you know, just can't do anything. It's not just the Andromeda stun, it's the Behemoth stun. There's nothing the Kraken can do. It's just a wall. Magnus, he gets stuck, and again, same thing happens. This Deadwood just keeps putting his grasp the right places, and again, the grasp is really, really good for a lot of these enemy heroes. It's applies root for 3 seconds. This is a 3-second root, which means that Magnus can't use his stun for 3 seconds while it's happening. Kraken can't use his charge for 3 seconds while it's happening. And Iker can't use his leap for 3 seconds while it's happening. What does that mean? Well, it means usually they just die, obviously. If these heroes have a basically 3-second stun, they can't do anything. And Andromeda, timing her stun properly, either to set up or afterwards, is able to really, extend that duration of just not being able to do anything for the enemy heroes. And Deadwood does enough damage just by himself to kind of carry this. Really doing well. I'm really impressed by the Deadwood's ability and the coordination he has with his Andromeda. But then, if we go back to bottom lane, we can still see Corrupted's still farming. He's doing his job. That's what we want to see from a Corrupted disciple. We want him to farm, and it's the same thing with Clanks. And Clanks is slowly, getting the same amount of GPM. He's getting the same amount of farm as the Corrupted. So Legion probably wants to do a play here. Managed to get the tower right now. That's what we want. If we go look at top lane, Behemoth tries to get the stun, but he doesn't manage to lock him in quite well. Still, though, just harassing him a bit is already pretty decent. They don't want the Magnus to be able to to do what he wants, which is what they're doing. So, again, pretty normal plays, but again, it's what you want to see from this lane. All right. And you can see the Deadwood, the Andromeda, and the Tempest are making sure to grab the rune. I think at this point of the game, Legion they really want to do a play, and I think they also realize this because we're seeing Corrupted is slowly cycling all the way to mid. They want to shut down that Deadwood. They want to shut down that Clanks also. Clanks, while not being a problem right now, and it's going to take a bit of time for him to become a real problem. He is still going to be, he's going to be an issue unless Legion does anything. And we can see top lane Corrupted popped the Veiled Rot. He's really trying to see if he can get a pick. But I think Hellborn kind of knows that there's something's wrong here because Corrupted's gone and he's been free farming bottom quite a bit. So if he's gone, that means he's looking for a kill. It's probably. And they're not sure if it's mid, they're not sure if it's top, but they're still being careful regardless. And there goes the Behemoth stun, but again, it's just kind of a warning to what they're saying. So unsuccessful gank. I think Corrupted was looking to really shut down the Clanks, but I think good comms on the Hellborn team really made it so that was just too hard for Corrupted to do anything. What can he do if like the enemy team's too far away? He can't go in by himself. Deadwood rotating top, sees the Iker, not able to really jump in on him. Tempest, we can see bottom. He's pushing. He's doing his job. He does have his ult. And a TP. So what I'm guessing he's going to do is that as soon as he can, he's going to TP to try to, help his team, which, again, it's what he should be doing. And, we can see top lane, the Magnus gets grasped by the Deadwood and the Andromeda. This Andromeda-Deadwood combo is pretty nasty for this Magnus to deal with. He just can't do anything. He just gets smacked over and over, and he can't do anything. He's just getting, it's just too much damage for him to deal with. He can't invis out of it. He can't, use a stun to get out of it. So he's really gonna have to be more careful. Deadwood also is hitting a lot of his grasp. He's just constantly hitting them. It's like he can see like a few seconds in the future at this point. He's just like, oh, that's where this guy's gonna be. Bam, you're stunned. You can't do anything. Andromeda pop the Realva. She's gonna try to get the corrupted. There goes the swap. There goes the stun. Tempest with his stun. He's trying to stop it. There goes the corrupted. He's down. Vindicator, unfortunately, did not have his ult or his silence there to stop the Tempest. Not able to save his corrupted. So what I said earlier about Vindicator being a good counter, well, it's not really a good counter if you don't have the ult. You need the ult to do the counter, or just at least the silence. He didn't have any of it, which meant Tempest got a free stun. And here we go middle. We can see Behemoth getting caught by the Magnus Icar combo. And then Andromeda might also get caught, but no. Deadwood gets the grasp. One of his very, very, I would say, characteristic grasps that he has been doing all game. The player, ha 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 ha, which, very funny. He's been doing very, very well. I'm not sure he's missed a single grasp. I haven't seen him miss a single grasp in this game, which is better than most of my teammates that I usually get. So he's doing his job. He's getting grasp. He was able to save that Andromeda there with his abilities. He didn't go in. Obviously, he was just trying to make sure they back off. And they only got one kill out of it. So I would say a very good play out of him. We go top, and then looking at the gold per minute, Clanks has overtaken the Corrupted in gold per minute. Obviously, with GPM being this close, I'm not sure up to what point it actually, it actually means something. It actually gonna do that much of a difference, but it is important to note that Clanks is slowly doing better and better than the Corrupted. So. Again, Legion, obviously it's not over. It's not that it's not that much of a difference that they're having. And the difference is mostly in XP. But they're gonna have to do something here, because if this keeps going this way, they're gonna end up losing out of just not having the items to compete with all of these players. And Tempest is gonna help win the team fights a lot of the time. They just have, I think, a stronger team fighting potential. Even if it is, it's not like Legion doesn't have one. It's just I think Hellborn does have a slightly better one right now. But Kraken goes in, he catches the Tempest, uses release the Kraken on the Tempest. Obviously, very good catch. There's nothing the Tempest could do there. If he wanted to not get caught, he would have had to back up. You would have to notice the Kraken is gone and back up. He didn't do that. A bit of a misplay, but, it happens. Kraken did a very good job with the Veiled Rot and making sure to catch the Tempest. And what we're seeing here bottom lane is that Corrupted and his squad, as I like to say, is really they just trying to push that lane, that tower, which they probably want to push as much as possible. They want to make sure that Hellborn has to keep TPing back to try to maybe help the other lanes a bit. Obviously they back up. They don't want to deal with what's happening. A small, we just got to pause for the Hellborn team, a bit of a bathroom break, maybe of a team, maybe a team's got to talk to each other, see what they want to do. But that's also going to give the chance for Legion. They gotta figure out what they have to do, because they don't want this. This Clanks has been free farming for a while, and they need to do something about that. And either that's going to be, we don't care about the Clanks free farming, and we're just going to keep pushing and keep getting picks to, make up that difference, or Do we hunt to the Clanks? They're probably not going to hunt the Clanks. Clanks seems to have, he just has too much mobility, and he's playing fairly back. He's not wanting to go in. Like, he doesn't want to go in. He doesn't want to do anything. Too risky. Fair, pretty, again, it's none of what's happening is necessarily out of the ordinary from what at least Clank's what he's doing. And yeah, and I mean, either way, he doesn't have enough. I don't think he has the damage yet to really help his team. As soon as he does, he's definitely going to help them, and that's when Legion's really going to have to deal with that. Even though I do think they have the capacity to deal with the Kraken and the Magnus to jump on him. All right, I think we're going to see an unpause very soon. I think as soon as Legion is ready to unpause. Let's get it on. Right. Here I'm gonna have to see what I think the plan is here for both teams. Obviously, the loss of the second tier tower for bottom lane on Hellborn's side, it's not very good. I wonder. I really want to see what Hellborn's going to do about that, especially because that is a fairly big loss for them. Again, Tempest is alone bottom lane. I do hope he's going to be a bit more careful about where this Kraken and Magnus are going to be, so he doesn't get caught like last time. Clank's doing his normal job. He's just farming away. He's having a grand old time here. Tempest bottom lane. He's getting his damage sucked. Vindicator slow with that Tome of Silence, but he still manages to walk away. And that's the problem with Corrupted and Vindicator, is that they have slows, but they don't have any stuns. They don't have any way to lock the guy down. And now the Hellborn is running up. They want to get those two players that are right now kind of alone. Corrupted tries to TP out. Vindy is also TPing out. I think they're going to get away. They got away. And Deadwood also TPing away right back to middle lane. Probably trying to push. Managed to help the Tempest here. They tried to get the pick. Didn't happen. Not every play has to be a success. Now, some Corrupted doing his very classic. I think he's trying to push top, which is push top. That's fine. Getting towers is a lot of money for your team. If you look at the GPM, Legion isn't that far away, even though they're three kills down. And honestly, I haven't seen them farming nearly as much as, especially the Clanks has been doing. This Clanks is level 15. It's almost level 15. He's about to, get his, I think his Frostburn here. Once he gets that, I don't know how they're gonna actually stop him. And top tower does go down, which is good. That's what Legion wants to do, but also at the same time, bottom tower does fall. All right, we can see that Legion's is the teammates are pretty much all together here. And they just popped Veil Rot on all of them, so they're definitely looking for a pick here. And I'm trying to see. Ooh, okay, yeah, they want to get, but I think Hellborn realizes that they're all grouped together. They're staying grouped up also. Tempest is gonna want to stay back. He wants to be able to go in. And but there goes the initiation from Kraken and Magnus, and they get 2 picks out of that. Pretty good. They might also get the Behemoth. Vindicator with a Tome of Silence, slowing him down. Magnus with that stun, and then Corrupted goes in for the finishing blow with his Electric Power. So there goes 3 picks. They managed to, equalize a bit the the kills, even though, again, that's not the most important thing. We're not playing mid-ors here. The most important part is how much the cores are farming. That's the most important part. And Clanks does have a pretty noticeable advantage compared to the enemy Corrupted, but Kraken also is doing pretty good himself. So that's probably going to equalize a bit. You know, just not to say that Hellborn is necessarily stomping. Yes, I don't think they are right now. There's still a very good chance Legion wins, especially if they manage to, you know, play very well together. This is not a over game. This is not a game where one team is stomping the other. This is a game where you can see that every team has a strat, and we haven't seen that strat come to fruition yet. We haven't seen the Clanks really in a team fight yet. So I'm waiting to see until they have both their main players in fights and see how that ends up. But Clanks does have his Shrunken Head, and this is going to be really hard for Legion to deal with. So a lot of their damage, a lot of their stun, actually all of their stuns basically are those magic stuns. So Clanks having this is pretty, it's pretty good, especially if you manage to use it. They're trying to get Convoy here. Especially the Legion Convoy. If they get this Legion Convoy, I'm not sure how they're gonna. I don't know how Legion's gonna deal with that. Especially, are they gonna try to get Hellborn Convoy before they do? We're gonna see. But I can see Legion is trying to go in, but they're just too slow. Oh, but then they keep trying to. Hellborn keeps trying to go in. There goes the swap with the Andromeda. They focus the Kraken down. Tempest uses his ult, managed to get the Icar, but he's just not able to stay there. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. Because there goes the PKs, there goes the Clanks. He's just dealing so much damage. He just keeps shooting, and it's just doing more damage than Legion can deal with. It doesn't matter that Tempest didn't get the perfect ult, because Clanks is right there and he's just sweeping them. Oh, and I think what we're going to see here is that, yep, as predicted, the Hellborn are trying to get the Hellborn Kongor. Obviously, it's their home turf. It's going to be way easier for them to get that. And as soon as they get that, they're going to get this massive buff, which, I mean, is, you know, what they want. They're going to get this massive buff, and they're going to want to push with that. Legion's going to want to defend with that while they have that. And Clanks having that token of life. Clanks is slowly becoming really, really hard to deal with. And unless the Legion is really able to catch him off guard and focus him down before he can pop that Shrunken, it's going to be... I don't know how Legion's going to deal with this, honestly. All right, and then we can see Legion right now. Yeah, they're sticking together. That makes sense. They don't want one of their teammates to get caught off guard and then be down a player for the next fight. Makes sense. But they're going to need to find a way to deal with this. It's getting harder and harder for Legion to do a comeback here. I still believe in them. My hope isn't, you know, I'm not all out of hope for Legion here. It's just looking more and more rough for them. But playing as a team here is the way to go. Vindicator probably wants to hold his ult as much as possible for that Tempest. Just to make sure that, you know, when Tempest does eventually hold the Corrupted with his ult, you know, there's a way to counter it. But bottom tower is being, you know, it's being pushed. They're definitely going to get that tower, but are they going to get the barracks? That's another question. And no, they're going to get a tower, but they're not going to get the barracks, which is a decent save. But again, it's not looking great. Legion, which had a very decent push, like they had way more towers earlier, now are down a lot more. Again, it's not looking good. They need to find a way to deal with this Clanks. They might also wait just for that token of life to expire, but I'm not sure that's a good idea. They're going to want to go in soon. Again, middle tower here, gonna go down. they're probably not going to care about those outer towers here. They want to defend their base as much as possible. They really don't want those barracks to go down, because as soon as those barracks goes down, I think they realize it's going to be very, very hard to come back, and probably even impossible to come back once that happens. All right. Sorry, I just had to swallow my saliva a bit. I've been talking quite a bit. Yep. And Clank's token is about to go out, but again, that's doesn't really matter with it. They still managed to do some pretty decent pushes. Pretty decent, just get Clanks even more farm. Again, they're really focusing on making sure their carry is fed. He's eating good. Is all I have to say about that. Corrupted though, still Corrupted also managed to get his shrunken. So pretty good for most of them. But Deadwood again has physical stunts. It's not going to help against the Deadwood, and if Deadwood knows what he's doing, which he does, he's going to make sure that Corrupted gets shut down. But there goes the Veiled Rot. Legion here looking just for one opportunity, one small error from Hellborn just to be able to go in. But Hellborn just they just know where they are. They can see, they can just see that Deadwood here with his foresight is just like, I know where everyone is. They also popped their own Veiled Rot. They're just trying to see if they can get a small pick here, especially. But it looks like both teams, are playing pretty defensively. They want to make sure they don't get. I think Corrupted here though, he's alone. He might get caught by the Behemoth here, or not. They managed to evade. Especially the Behemoth was alone. He realized that he wasn't going to go in solo. There's no point in doing that. All right, and obviously, Hellborn putting a bit of pressure, wants to put a bit of pressure on the lanes that are with the towers gone. They want to make sure that Legion doesn't have the breathing room to really come back, because that's what Legion wants to do. They want to make sure to get that small comeback potential that they still kind of do. It's not over yet. Even if it's very hard for them to come back, they still have a small chance. Right. You can see Hellborn here really wants to find a opportunity. Kraken's right here, but no, he PKs out. He doesn't want anything to do with what's happening down the middle lane, and that's very smart of him. Right, I am looking just to make sure I'm missing any interesting items that really stand out to me in any way. Yeah, right now both teams seem to be a stalemate. Hellborn might just be waiting for both Concourse to respawn here. They are almost back. There's just a few minutes until they come back. And as soon as they get it, well, I mean, they might try to do that again. I don't think Legion has that much of the potential to really stop them, unless they get a very good jump on them, which can happen. Like I said, Magnus and Kraken have pretty decent, not even decent, excellent initiation. Obviously, the Tempest is going to be rough, especially now that he has Shrunken Head. It's going to be a bit rough to deal with him. But that can still happen. It's not just because he has a Shrunken necessarily that he is unstoppable or something like that. They still have they're still gonna have ways to either just not stay grouped up, or try to bait out that ult somehow. Again, though, going Shrunken on Tempest is almost a must, especially when the enemy team is entirely, at least all their stuns are, magic. And there goes the Legion Concord. He's going down. He's, again, just, if you look at that damage, Clanks is, I don't want to be against him right now. But Legion, realizing this, we can see them. They're waiting for their Conqueror to come back. They don't want Clanks to get, that token of life again. But I'm not sure that's the greatest play, because they need to come back and defend. And Conqueror isn't back yet. He's about to come back in like any second now. He's back, and what's gonna happen as soon as that? There it is. There he's back. I can see Hellborn's going for it, and Legion knows that. This is probably their last chance to really stop Hellborn from just winning this outright. It's that they want to stop them from getting that. They want to place their wards. They want to make sure that they know when they're there. But look, Hellborn Hellborn just knows when they're misted, when they're veiled. And they're just standing back like, no, we're not going to deal with that. There goes. All right, we can see Deadwood and Behemoth are both veiled. The three of the others are dealing. Magnus goes in for the stun. Andromeda uses the swap to get Clanks out of the way, and there goes the Kraken. Iker getting caught by all of those abilities. Behemoth, beautiful catch. While his team's doing the work, he manages to get one more kill. He's not going after the same guy his team is. He's making sure that they get one extra pick, just by, being annoying. Getting all his stuns off, his basically 3 stuns off on the one target. And now there goes Hellborn. They're getting the Condor, and there goes the CC. Like I said, it is over after that point. As soon as they lost, there was nothing they could do here after that. Overall, I would say a pretty normal game. Nothing that out of the ordinary, but as we can see, that just, Kalang just kept farming, and as soon as he was ready, hey, I win. It's like, I'm that strong. They had very good team fighting potential with all of their heroes. So as soon as they were able to do that, hey, it was good. They won. And now that the game is over, we are going to go back into our second game right after this small break. Stay here with me, everyone, and we are going to come right back right after this small break. Welcome back, everyone. As I said, a short break before we're back, and we are back for the second game of the winners bracket quarterfinals of the game Not So Pikachu versus Muhatua. And we've seen last game. We see what happened last game. Who was Hellborn? So the Not So Pikachu had a very steady, very sure way of winning. They managed to just keep doing what they do, keep doing the basics very well, and then just getting, better. And then they end up winning because of that. We're gonna see what happens in game number 2 right now. So if we look at the bans, we have Kane banned, Tundra, Soul Reaper, Forsaken. These are very, very standard bans that we're seeing right now. Kane, he just presses one button, he presses R, selects your target, and bam, the guy does nothing. It's just too good to not, use. I've seen him used before many times. Very, very good against, solo cores, which kind of happened last time. Getting rid of him makes a lot of sense. Tundra, he's just overall very strong. All of his abilities just mesh really, really well into doing a hero that, is overall able to do a lot of things. And also have a decent amount of map control with his minions. Makes sense that you would ban him, obviously. We see the Deadwood being banned, and as we saw that a Not So Pikachu used Deadwood very well last game. Those grass, like I said, the dude had foresight. It was like, I know where that guy is. I know where the guy is. I know where he's gonna be a few seconds from now. Bam, I got you. That's what he was doing. So obviously after that, it makes a lot of sense you would ban him. I would ban him. Then after Calamity, one of the strongest heroes right now, at least for carry. She just has such a strong early game while still being a very, very competent, core and carry for late game. She's maybe not the greatest, but she just has such a strong early game that it doesn't matter that she isn't the greatest at the end because she's able to make up for that. And then Forsaken is just always very, very strong. She just does so much damage. She hits everyone. Her ult does a bunch. It's almost the same as Calamity, except she has an immobilize. So it makes sense you would ban him. And we see Clanks being picked. Same team we saw last game. He's just very good with Clanks. He was able to do very, very good with Clanks. Unsurprising pick, though, we see from Hellborn. Sir Bensington, having a ult that teleports you across the map, turns out it's pretty damn good. And that's why they probably picked Bensington, Hey, look, you're in trouble. I don't even need a TP. Press R, and then you on the map, and you're gone. Bye-bye. That's what Bensington does. That's what he's good at. And that's why that's why I'm kind of happy to see him. We're going to see probably a lot of action from that pick. And then Keeper of the Forest being picked. We saw him banned last game. I'm curious to see what they're able to do. Obviously, he's a very strong initiator. He has that invis. He's able to jungle. He's able to do a lot. So I'm really curious to see how they utilize them. I hope they utilize them how I think they're going to do, which is strong ganker initiator, and really, be able to just really use him to his full potential. And I think they will. We've seen. I think both teams are very, very good. Even if one team lost, it's both teams are good. It just doesn't necessarily mean that one is bad just because they lost. Okay, let's remember that. And now we can see bans going out. We can see Behemoth. Behemoth was picked was picked last game again. We saw them use him pretty well. There's a few, late game, we didn't see him like the most useful, but early game we really saw how just useful a behemoth is, walling people off. That stun, it's just a long stun, so you don't have like most other stuns. You have to be right beside other people. Behemoth's just like not PK. You're a PK away from me stunning you basically. Then Monarch. Monarch, we haven't seen played today. Last game we haven't seen that played, but very strong. Being able to just be like, you're not dying to someone is very annoying. I think most people who've played this game a bit have had a Monarch on the enemy team that just makes it you can't kill anyone. Makes sense you would ban her. And then Kraken has been banned. Kraken overall very strong. Even if the team that had him lost last game, we still saw a lot of the times he was able to go in. He just was able to do a lot of work still with him. So it makes sense you would ban him. Like he just has again a very good kit, especially once you get PK to just go on someone and lock them down and make sure they just die. Then Electrician and Pharaoh are banned. Electrician for the laning phase, having a up to 3-second stun is very good. It's especially early. You can get it up to 3 seconds fairly early. It makes it really hard to actually, lane against them. And then Pharaoh, the ganking, he's just everyone on the map. And then Bubbles. Bubbles, a lot of mobility. I've seen him banned a lot. Same team that banned him again. So, I'm guessing they just don't like playing against the Bubbles. Maybe there's some history here between the both teams that I don't know about. But hey, well, he's banned, so clearly they don't like him. And then on the picks, we can see Engineer. Very, overall, I personally, I hate playing against an Engineer, and I love it when they're on my team. Just that keg 2.5 second stun. It's just rough to deal with. And then afterwards, he'll just ult you, and then you can't do anything. Can't get out, can't go in. Very capable of getting you, just shutting you down and completely killing you just with one hero alone. I like the Engineer pick. And then we see Zephyr. Zephyr, I don't personally, since I'm a mid-wars player usually, I don't see Zephyr picked very much. He's not very strong in mid-wars, but obviously just because someone isn't strong in mid-wars doesn't mean he's strong. He's not strong right now. And I do think he is going to be fairly strong. He has his ult is a good way to catch people. He has a pretty decent tank. He has that gust, which is a bit like a hook. I'm curious to see how they use him. It's not a hero I personally see played very often. So I really, I'm curious to see how they play him. I am curious to see how high-level players play him. And then Macmiss getting picked. We saw him last game. I think everyone's seen him. He's just a good pick. That's it. Just, turns out having a stun and a thing that does, 660 damage at level 6 is pretty damn good. And then finally, for the last pick of Legion, we get the Gladiator. Gladiator, especially on the same hero that played Deadwood, by the way. So, he's going to use that foresight of his to just hit those pitfalls a lot. I really hope we see that happening a lot. I want to see him. Gladiator. He's just one little. He's just Gladiator is either the most useful gun on the team or he does nothing because he's not able to hit his pitfall. And he's probably going to hit his pitfall because from what I've seen last game. But again, it's a harder ability to hit than the Deadwood Grasp. So we're going to see what he's going to do with that. All right. If we look, the Soul Stealer at the end, Soul Stealer, lots of early game damage that he's able to dish out. So having these, we can see that the Hellborn has, they have a few ways to stay relevant. They're not focusing on just one core here. They're not focusing on just one carry. They want to have multiple, just to make sure that when they are, one of them gets shut down by all of their heroes, all the heroes Legion has, the other one is able to still do decent work. Then we see, Andromeda doing the thing she did last game, making sure the ward early, making sure that she sees what's happening. Very good. Wards win games, same as stuns. Both of those win games. So, making sure your map is revealed, that you can see everything the enemy team is doing, it makes you do better decisions. It's good that she is warding there. And then if we look at Legion, what their picks are, obviously they're doing a bit like they did last game. I think they're really focused on making sure Clanks is as strong as possible. They want him. They're going to focus on Clanks mostly. They don't have many other heroes that can really deal with the enemy team, like carry at least nearly as well as the enemy team here. The Hellborn, which has the Benzi, the Soul Stealer, and even the Zephyr up to a certain point. Gladiator's not going to be able to deal with that. None of them are going to be able to deal with that, except the Clanks. So they really want to make sure the Clanks, just like last game, gets really, really strong. Clanks TPing, going all the way bottom. Probably because of that ward. We can see the advantage of that ward. They've noticed that, hey, look, there's 3 heroes top. Clanks like, I'm not going to deal with that. Go bottom. I'm going to deal with the one guy now that's bottom. Middle lane, we can see that, again, they are, there is a dual lane. It's going to be hard for Gladiator if he's alone, though, to deal with the Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer is a very, very strong solo laner against other solo laners, especially against a Gladiator. Just his damage is really, really strong early game. And there he goes. He's getting a bunch of creeps out, just pushing and making sure that Gladiator backs off. He's like, hey, this is my lane now. Back off. And there he goes. Like I said, they're really focusing on that Clanks here. They have... If you look at the map, we can see they're just all making sure that Clanks is they're babying him. They're making sure, they're making sure he gets fed. They're making sure he's eating. But we're also going to see that, just like last game, the not so Pikachu team, so Legion team, they're going to leave the Bensington kind of alone here. Tell him, hey, we're gonna let you farm, but my Clanks can be more farmed than you at the end because we're gonna make sure he's doing good. Right? We're gonna make sure that whoever else isn't getting as much farm, and we're gonna see if it's gonna work this time. The same as before. But the middle lane definitely, Soul Stealer is trying to make Gladiator back off. Gladiator getting the items, trying to get more health. It makes sense. You want to get more health right now. Mystic Vestments, maybe would be a good item, but I do think that getting the Bracer is just better right now, just more health. Than just having a bit more armor. Alright, bottom lane, the Iker. I haven't really mentioned the Iker, but Iker, as I said last game, he's just such a strong hero to deal with. especially when he's laying with someone else. But there goes Magnus looking at that Zephyr. I think he wants to get that stun off, but Zephyr's staying just out of range, using his Gust just there. Keeper was invis though, and they didn't realize him. There goes the Magnus stun. Iker using his leap to save, and they're able to counter by getting the Magnus. Engineer TPing, using the keg on Keeper. Keeper using his invis. But there goes the Rev Ward down. They were prepared for it. They were like, hey, I know what the hell you're about to do. We're going to stop you. Clank's trying just to get a pick, but he's not able to get that pick back. Andromeda and Magnus are showing up. They're trying to make sure Clanks gets way better. And there goes the Andromeda and the Magnus. Magnus uses a stun. There goes the Andromeda stun right after. And you know, perfectly calculated because Clanks gets the kill. So, you know, turns out they get, you know, they end up doing better. Well, not really, because they end up catching back a bit, I think is a better term here. The deaths that they had. But I think this is what Hellborn wants there to be, a lot of chaos bottom, because they really want that Bensington to have free farm for a bit, especially until he gets level 6, which he does have now. So now Bensington, whenever he wants, could just teleport and help the team. Legion's going to have to be aware of this. They're not going to be able to go in like they just did because of that. They're going to have to really be aware of what's happening. And again, all the action happening bottom. Iker uses his leap on the Andromeda. Keg, oh, but the Gust stops it. Keg, it does not matter. They still get the pick. Doesn't matter. That's Zephyr. Kind of grief there, a bit of grief, but doesn't matter. Still get the pick. That's what's important right there. Here we go. You can see, yep, Hellborn really doing what they're supposed to do right here. Oh, there goes the Magnus stun, and there goes the Iker leaping on Clanks, but Clanks runs away. Bensington using his ult just to go in and gank like I said he would, and he does, and they manage to get the pick. And Bensington obviously teleporting right back to top after this is done. He's not going to stay here and try to push that tower. There's no point. There's no point for him to try to do that. He just wants to keep getting farm. He uses ult well. Now it's back to farming. It's back to doing what he's supposed to do. But again, good comms on Hellborn's side right now. The game is 4-1 right now on kills. But most importantly, the Hellborn is up gold and XP. That is always the most important part for these games. And we can see again there's the 3 players. Iker jumping on the Clanks. Oh, but then he gets the Keeper ulted on him. They do manage to get the Clanks down right after, though, so it is fine. So Sealer, though, TPing in using his grasp, his demon hands, excuse me, just to, like, get that kill. Again, we saw the burst damage. The guy was, like, more than half health, and then 2 abilities, bam, he's done. So, yeah, so good TPs, good capitalizing on really, you know, getting, making sure the team TPs and really helps. Top lane, as we can see, Bensington getting caught here. They are jumping on him. Is Andromeda going to get close enough to use her stun? I think that's what's important. No, she's not. Bensington manages to run away here. Using his stun. Very unfortunate. If Andromeda was just a bit closer, she would have managed. They would have managed to get that, but they weren't able. Unfortunately, the Clank's slow is not enough to catch a person, especially without having the Keeper ult, because he just used it for the fight at the bottom lane. But still, very good, because they managed to make him back off. They managed to, you know, interrupt his free farming just a bit, which is, again, it's what they want to do. Right, looking bottom lane. I wonder if the enemy team is going to TP. Probably not, because I can see that the Legion team seems to be a bit more preoccupied with what's happening around the top and middle lane than the bottom lane, which is currently getting pushed by the Zephyr. Zephyr managing to get his helm of the back Legion, so already managing to get way more tanky 8 minutes into the game. No, middle lane, there goes, they're jumping on the Icar. Keeper managing to find him. Clanks using his flash bangs, but they don't manage to get him. Icar is just too tanky. Benzingen using his stun. He doesn't hit anyone, but at least he is in the fight. Stunning the Clanks. They're focusing the Clanks, trying to get him. Benzingen manages to secure that kill. Alright. Benzingen manages to dodge that Gladiator stun real quick. They're focusing the Zephyr here. Zephyr, unfortunately, he got showdown. He can't run away. Gladiator just showdown him and just kept smacking him. You can't get away here. It doesn't matter how tanky you are. There's 3 of us. Smack, smack, smack. You're down. Benzington though, managing to run away, but that's gonna help, Legion team a bit catch up because they managed to win. Overall, they've won that fight. Gladiator getting good stun off there. Unfortunately, Benzington missed, but Zephyr hitting a decent ult, but again, it wasn't enough to turn the tides of that fight. And then looking at the map, we can see, focus on a bit on the wards where they're placed. We can see Legion team has a decent amount of wards placed, especially to know the river where the Hellborn is going to be, what's happening in the forest, but also the top river and the bottom lane. They want to see who's there. And Hellborn currently has a ward in the jungle and the river, around the same place as the Legion. All right, I think top lane tower goes down. They managed to push it, but they are going to TP back in mid. Middle lane, we can see Magnus going in with the stun. Benzington using his ult to go in. Going after the Magnus, they managed to secure. That's how we see how Benzington is just such a strong character to fight. He's just always there. It doesn't like the Zephyr and the Icar. I think this fight they probably would have gotten him, but there's a chance they might not have. And Benzington just TPing in, making sure to secure that kill. Gladiator showdowning and stunning the Zephyr. Zephyr getting caught in the Gladiator ult, unable to do anything. Keeper ulting, trying to make sure to catch the Benzington and the Icar, but they're just too far away. It doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything, unfortunately, and they managed to still get away. But great catch on that the Gladiator, really using his entire kit here. I mean, and not just that, the entire team managing to lock down the Zephyr that went in. Making sure that they, to lock him down as fast as possible, make sure he's not able to do anything. So the Hellborn has to back up at that point. But if we're looking at the gold here, Hellborn is still up. They're still up a quite substantial amount even, compared to Legion. But again, it's still not enough to say that it's over. Top lane, here we see Gladiator landing a stun, doing a showdown. Then Benzington waiting for it to go off and then stunning. Again, Keeper without his ult isn't able to do any lockdown, and Magnus just wasn't there in time to keep locking him down. The only thing they really managed to do is make him back off, which is fine, but it's still Benzington. He's still gonna he's gonna come back anyways for the next fight. Oh, and middle lane, there goes the Benzington using his stun and his lance along just to get the Andromeda. The Andromeda being really underfed here, not having much items or any health. Only 700, around 800 health, I'd say, even a bit less. it's really rough to deal with. Oh, Bensington here getting caught by the keeper. Getting showdown. Gladiator ulted. Are they gonna manage to get him? No, they won't. The enemy team manages to posture enough just to save him, save their carry. But middle lane goes down. Magnus still manages to get his ult off, but the Soul Stealer ult does bring him down. However, Gladiator's there, you know. He's just gonna use his stun, get the pick off real quickly. Soul Stealer being very low health there, couldn't really do much unless he had backed off immediately after getting that Magnus pick. That's the only way he would have possibly survived, but even then, somewhat questionable to see if he would have. But there goes the Bensington stunning here and getting the pick. Bensington's just already doing a lot of burst damage here with his stun Lancelot combo that we're seeing. And that's what Bensington's good at. He used his ult just to go into the as far down as he could and then hit the Clanks. The Clanks didn't realize that the Bensington was teleporting. And that's Bensington's advantage, using him very, very well to really use his global presence here and making sure to shut down Clanks. They don't want the same thing happening as last game. But there goes the Iker and the Bensington jumping on the Keeper. There goes the Engineer, Electric Field. Keeper does use his ult, but it's in vain. It doesn't matter that the ult was pulled off because it doesn't do much. It doesn't set up anything. Andromeda here getting caught by the enemy team. Not too sure what's happening. Oh, Gladiator here using all of his abilities, catching two, the Soulstorm and the Iker. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Or maybe it is because Magnus goes in with the stun, managing to pick up two of them. Gladiator managing to pick up the other pick on the Iker. So, you know, overall, I think a very equal engagement. And it shows that the HoN is up on kills, but they're not necessarily winning team fights. But it doesn't also matter too much if they're not winning fights because Zephyr is here pushing, and he's getting more and more fit. He's getting more and more beefy, more and more tanky. It's gonna be harder for Legion to really deal with that tanky Zephyr. The more it goes on, they're gonna need to really, really fight him because in a team. If he keeps farming like his next team fight, he's just gonna win. But there goes top lane. If we're looking, they're trying to go in, but Zephyr notices the Magnus, pushes him back, and just keeps running, which was a good play. Magnus was the one that was gonna be the problem here. Bit of setup, looking a bit around just to make sure I'm not missing anything for you lovely people watching. Bensington still farming, doing his job, you know. I think he's going to try to go Shrunken next. Oh, but if we look near middle lane, the Magnus goes in on the Iker with his stun, but there's just no follow-up. There's just nothing they can really do. Iker again showing. We saw here Iker is just very tanky. He doesn't have necessarily that many items to make him tank, but his abilities and just him overall is a pain to deal with. So, he's able to be a lot more aggressive in where he is in his positioning because of that. And I don't think last game we really saw him use his full potential, but I think right now we are going to see that happening. The Iker and the Bensington, I think they're trying to look. They're looking for that Clanks. They want to get him, but Clanks does realize what's about to happen. And unless Bensington gets the stun, he doesn't. He should have went there just a bit sooner to get it. If you look at top lane, a bit of action is happening. The Clanks, that's where he TP, trying to get them. Engineer using his ult defensively here to stop the enemy team from pushing them too quickly, and it does work. Both Zephyr and engineer get away, which is, a good use of the abilities. Oh, Gladiator here, I think he's going to get caught by the mines. There goes the mines, and there he goes. And he just got engineer trapped. Happens to the best of us. You gotta, with an engineer on the map, you can't just go for the runes like that. You gotta watch your step a bit. Oh, but bottom lane, there goes the Benzine going in on the clank. But he's alone. He doesn't manage to get the pick. Iker going in because the Socio is right behind him. And the engineer. But remember, engineer, he just used his ult. He's not going to have his ult for this team fight. So, I'm not sure this is the greatest fight to go in right now. Might just be better to farm, which Legion team backs off. They don't want to take this fight, and I understand them. They're down on kills and everything. So they want to manage to farm up, get more stuff. Just get, they want that. Engineer placing back his mines, as we can see, back in the Legion jungle. He's placing those mines. I think he definitely does see that Keeper, and he's trying to really do that, but it doesn't matter because Keeper has his little creeps, which Keeper can Keeper's basically playing Minesweeper here with his creeps, making sure that they go right in front of him, and that he doesn't get caught, just like Gladiator did a few moments ago. All right, but Hellborn here is going for the Kongor. They want to get it. They want that extra gold. They want that buff. And they also want to make sure that Legion doesn't get it, because that's what happened last game. Legion got the Kongor way too many times. Zephyr, pushing on his own. And he's just too beefy. He's just too annoying to deal with. Looks like Legion's kind of doesn't want to mess with him too much. And like last game, they're really focusing on getting their clanks farmed up. They want to make sure he gets way stronger. They want him to be able to compete with the Benzington and the Soul Stealer as much as possible. Oh, but top lane here we see Zephyr using his Cyclone ult. Get the Gladiator pushing him. And the Benzington going in. However, he gets shut down by the Andromeda and the Clanks. Clanks showing again why he's a core. Soul Stealer ulting and getting his picks out of that and securing the kill on Keeper of the Force with the Engineer Electric Field. Beautiful ult on the beautiful keg, on the Magnus there, stunning him right out of his invis, making sure they focus him down. Klang's alone right here. It can't really do much, and it looks like the Hellborn here are going to at least push this tower. Or not. They don't have the creeps. They're not able to do much, and Magnus is coming back right now. And with a buyback. So even if they didn't get the tower, that was still a very good win here for Hellborn. Gladiator here going in with the rot. Oh, and he sees the Soul Stealer. He might be trying to go. There goes a beautiful stun off of him. He showdowns, he ults, but it's not enough to get the Iker. Iker's just too tanky. He's just a bit too beefy right now. Like I said, Iker's just surprisingly tanky because of his abilities. He doesn't need that many tanky items to be hard to kill, and he's hard to kill enough right now. So. Also, to note, Zephyr is the one doing the job of the more frontliner tank. So, there he goes. Legion here trying to find a pick, but Ben's is just too slippery. He's really hard to get when you don't have enough lockdown. All right, and we can see the Soul Stealer here getting more creeps top lane. It looks like Hellborn, yeah, they're looking for Conqueror. They want to get Conqueror right now. They want to get it before Legion is able to get it. And again, if they're able to get that, they might just be able to get top tower. Or even top barracks. And as soon as they get top barracks, it's going to be very, very hard for Legion to come back from that. Especially considering Legion just got their first tower. This is not looking very good for them. All right, and there goes the Conqueror, and let's see who picked up. There is no token of life, I don't think, because it took them a bit too long to get the second Conqueror, but that is also fine. That is completely fine that they got it. It's more money. It's just bigger buff. You know, especially getting more damage on Soul Stealer is going to be pretty hard to deal with. Alright, there goes the Gladiator ulting in, managing to catch the Soul Stealer. Andromeda swapping the Soul Stealer here, but Soul Stealer manages to run away here. Goes out with just a bit of help. Bensington also running in, getting the carry. There's a buyback going on with the Bensington running right back in. But the Magnus uses his second buyback with the Gladiator also using his buyback. Buybacks are going left and right. They want to make sure the Hellborn isn't able to push here. And they managed to protect their barracks. Which was their goal here. They wanted to protect those barracks. Because if they didn't, it was going to be, I'm not going to say over, but very close to over if that happened. But they held on, took a few buybacks, which isn't ideal. Legion really wants to get a bit more money here. And there goes a pause, maybe a strategy meeting. No, it's a toilet break again. I don't know what the... I don't know what Not So Pikachu is eating, but they have to go to the bathroom quite a bit. All right, and then if we see, I guess we can look. You know what? What I want to look at is the wards that are going on, because I think wards win a lot of games. Like I said, beginning of this match is that more information on your team, on the enemy team, makes you do better decisions, and that's what's going to make you win the game. You know, obviously, it's pretty obvious. And if we look at the wards here, so we can see Hellborn put a lot of rev wards around, especially once they were doing that Conqueror. They wanted to make sure that the enemy team didn't have that information, and also they have one word of sight to make sure that they know if someone is about to run up on them, right, while they're doing con. Makes, I think, a lot of sense. And then other than that, they have a word of sight in the Legion jungle, which is pretty good, and their word of sight on their Conqueror, which, again, I mean, it's to make sure that when they were doing that, they didn't get caught. I think those are pretty decent, but what I like to see is a lot of rev wards. That's what they're doing. And then if we look at Legion, they also have wards. They have wards in their jungle, and I think, and they have one ward in their top lane, just to see what's going on, right? What's when they're pushing a bit earlier. Again, Legion doesn't have an extraordinary amount of wards, but they're not really able to place many wards either, because just how much control Hellborn is currently having. But I think it's, what I like to point out really, again, is making sure to put rev wards around, making sure to get rid of the enemy wards, because I think that's pretty important. I think the Hellborn right now is doing a very good job with it. All right. So I think the unpause is going to happen. Excuse me. Pause might happen very soon. Let me see. But right now, the Hellborn, it's looking very, very rough for them. Actually, no, it's not looking. Excuse me. Legion, it's looking very rough. They might have won this fight, but it was at the cost of using a lot of buybacks. Magnus can no longer buy back. He has used all of them. Gladiator had to use one of his. It's pretty rough. Even though Bensington did use one of his buybacks to try to get more, which didn't work out. It doesn't matter because one team clearly has the advantage right now on gold.
Let's get it on.
And all right, the game is back up. We are seeing what I'm really curious to see, because I don't think the game is necessarily over right now. I'm not gonna call it until one of the teams calls it. I think that's where that's that. But it's looking really rough. I want to see a comeback here, but I don't think I'm gonna see that. But I do hope to see that. I don't know if anyone's understands what I'm saying. But we're again. I think Hellborn has played very well. If they do win, they do deserve this win. They've played very well. They managed to really shut down that Clank style that made them have all this problem. Last game. That tree farming Clanks. They managed to really do a good job here. And there you can see Legion is farming. Hellborn is pushing their lanes, trying to make sure they get back that control that they had before. Though if I was Hellborn here, I feel like I would try to push a bit more here. They might be waiting to get one more item on Soul Stealer here, or even get another item. Make sure Bensington has the item he needs to be able to fight that Gladiator here. In the jungle top, I feel like he's trying to catch that Bensington. I'm not sure if he's going to do enough damage, though, to do that. Oh, there goes his stun and his ult. Oh, and he tries to TP out, but it's not enough. And he misses both of those abilities. Engineer going in, making sure to dust the ult. And easily, Gladiator tried to do a play here, I respect, but it just didn't work out. Unfortunately, and there goes his 1 minute respawn time back to base. It's getting very, very rough for them. I do kind of see what he was trying to do. Didn't pan out because none of his abilities hit there. And Benzini was just able to stun him out of his TP, and after that, well, Engineer's right beside, so free kill. All right, Legion, as we can see, they're like retreating back into their base. They really want to make sure the team is together here, and they're make sure that they don't have this issue that they're currently at. Right, they want to make sure they're together and that they can fight back when Hellborn pushes, which they're about to do. Bottom, they're getting that tower here. They're trying to get that last outer tower, just to make sure that the only towers that are left are inside that base. And now that it's gone, they're going to have a lot more control. I can see a DD rune, double damage here. Soulstealer is going to pick it up. All right, Soulstealer with double damage. Top lane here, Bensington almost managing to catch the Magnus. Magnus using his PK and his stun. Manages to teleport out. And Hellborn, however, is getting that Congo. And as soon as they get that Congo, they're probably going to want to push out and really win that fight. If they manage to win one good fight here, I think it will be the end of the game. And that's what they're looking for with that mist that they just used. There it is. They're looking top. I think they see that the Clanks was there, and maybe even the Keeper of the Forest. Engineer really trying to go in, really trying to get that stun off. Is he going to manage to do it? No, he won't. Doesn't get close enough to use any of his abilities, anything to do that. But Zephyr, with the tablet, manages to run in. Andromeda uses her swap to save the Keeper of the Forest and then runs backwards, trying to get the enemy team off the tail of the Keeper and the Clanks. Andromeda here kind of sacrificing herself just to give the rest of her team a bit more breathing room here, because I think she realizes she doesn't have many items. All she really has is her stun and her ult, so might as well do that. Max, however, does get his shrunken head here, which might be a good way to counter the Hellborn team here. Most of their abilities are completely magical, so probably gonna help him. Maybe even with pretty decent on the team fight. And there goes Magnus with his ult and his stun combo. Gladiator getting both of them with his pitfall. Bennington, however, going and picking off the Gladiator with his ult and stun combo, and then just smacking the Clanks over and over. Clanks has to back up. Magnus still managing though to get a good stun off, and Gladiator with that buyback manages to also catch the Soul Stealer. And again, they hold that top lane and manage to make sure it does not fall. Those barracks still are standing. So even though there was a buyback, still an unsuccessful push from Hellborn. Even if Legion is at a disadvantage, they are still holding on. And they keep pushing. Magnus managing to land his stun on the Icar. Gladiator setting up for his stun and just catching him, and then Clanks just running, going back, doing the rest of the damage, getting the pick right there. And now Legion, which is at a advantage here, is getting the Convoy. And they are going to get it. There's nothing Hellborn can do about it right now. Hellborn is still respawning. They're down. They can't really do much. The only thing they can do is try to farm up a bit more and group up and prepare for the next push on top lane, or even some of the other lanes they could try. Maybe we're gonna see if they try to switch up a bit of strategy, or they're gonna keep pushing top lane, trying to get those barracks, which are already low on well, not low, but without a tower, excuse me. We're slowly seeing the Clanks is managing to turn. He's managing to get more and more farm and catching up with the other carries from Hellborn side. And we're going to see if he manages to get strong enough to turn this. This may be a comeback, or maybe, as I said, a deserved win for Hellborn. We will see. But still important to note, even though the gap is slowly becoming smaller and smaller, there is still a gap, and Hellborn still has an advantage here. They still have the advantage. So we're going to see if they're able to use that. And there it is. We can see slowly the teams are preparing. They're getting into position. Excuse me. They're getting into position. Gladiator becoming invisible, making sure that they can really catch him. There goes there's a setup on the Bensington. But no, this was just a bit of a harass, trying to get a bit of health off of him right now, just to afterwards be able to burst him down easier. Very normal. They're poking at each other, trying to see if they can find just one opportunity to win, but it does not happen, because there goes the initiation. Solstier peeking and managing to use his ult. It doesn't matter, there is a swap. But Magnus, using his ult stun combo, manages to hold on and kill not both enemy players. The most importantly, the Zephyr and the Soul Stealer, and also the Engineer afterwards gets caught. Oh, and Magnus tries to get the stun. He does manage to stop the Icar, and he's body blocking him, getting ready so the Gladiator and the Clanks can just burst him down. And Icar on his own is not able to do anything here. Legion slowly. This may be, I think, a comeback right now. I was not convinced that they would win, but I think right now, more and more, I'm seeing this. I'm seeing this happen. Clanks, everything kind of rests on him to get just strong enough to be able to beat the enemy team. Benzington managed to run away again, just like last time, but he's alone. He's not gonna be able to do anything. Legion is just going to be able to push. They're definitely going to be able to get middle tower here. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get top tower as well. Gladiator here is trying to make that happen. If they do manage to do that, they're going to slowly, bridge that gap. Make that gap smaller and eventually just stop it. XP right now is pretty equal. Gold is still very slightly on the Hellborn side, but it's going down. They almost have the same amount of towers. Legion is just down one tower. So, at some point, Legion might just be 1 or 2 wins, team fight wins, away from just winning this entire match and getting, a pretty decent, I would say, a pretty good comeback here. Clanks, really doing a good job and getting as much money as he can, because he is right now the only hope for his team to really out damage the enemy team here. Obviously, the rest of the team does have a role to play. With the Gladiator, has been landing very good stuns. Andromeda, even if she doesn't necessarily have that many items, she's been constantly saving her teammates, getting the enemy team into positions where they're not going to do well and they can get caught. And the Magnus has been hitting very, very good ults with his stun, and he's been playing extremely, extremely well here. And I'm very, very glad to see this happen. And the Keeper, Keeper ult is just really annoying to deal with anyways. So no, I think Legion team's been playing very well. Even though I am saying it is still on Clanks' shoulders here. He needs to be able to carry this. Oh, and there goes middle lane. Gladiator popping his shrunken head, trying to teleport out, and he does get the teleport out. Zephyr using his ult, trying to kill him, but Gladiator said, nope, I'm going to use my items. I have my stuff. You guys can't stun me long enough, or can't get to stop me from teleporting out. I'm going to save myself. And Hellborn obviously getting the Convoy here. Clanks, he's going to notice that they're there. He already kind of knows because he's sending his illusions. And there goes. And they are, Legion right now, getting more confident. We can see they're taking more of the map. They're not hiding in their base anymore. They're really just making sure that I think Hellborn kind of is like, okay, we can't do much anymore. We can't bully them anymore. We have to win until they do their play now, and we have to counter because this can't keep going on like it's going right now. All right, and I am trying to see what the Hellborn is about to do. Right now, Hellborn, what I think they need to do right now, Hellborn, they have 2 cores. They need them to not get caught here, which is about to happen. Top lane, Magnus using his ult on the Benzington. Benzington managing to pop his Shrunken just in time, and he just keeps hitting the enemy. Gladiator trying to teleport out, but he's able to do it just in time. They tried to initiate on Benzington, but Benzington uses his Shrunken just in time. Gladiator not able to use his stun fast enough to counteract that. And then the counter initiation. happens. And now Hellborn obviously is going to capitalize on that. They are going to push as hard as they can top. They need to get this. Clanks obviously is going to TP back right now to try to count, but Hellborn is going to get the barracks, unfortunately. It's still not over, but it is getting more and more rough for Legion to fight back, and they're going to try to get middle tower right now. Right now, Legion, they need to find a way to stall, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to, because it looks like Hellborn is about to get both barracks. It looks like that pick that they were trying to get on Bensington might cost them the entire game. And there goes a swap on the Andromeda, but it's not gonna be enough. But Hellborn is not able to get the last barracks, but they did manage to get both middle and top lane barracks. It's looking even more rough for Legion here. I was looking at their comeback, but looks like he might not be able to get it. But again, I've been wrong this game about that before, so we're gonna see. Hellborn here using their mist. They are looking for an opportunity to go in. They're gonna see if they can find someone that's caught. They can't see the gladiator right now. They're all misted all together, and they can't see. But the mist goes off, and there goes the initiation. The gladiator manages to catch the engineer, but Solstier, he's still alive and still there, even though Clanks is fighting alone. He is trying to kill, but it's just not enough. Managed to get one pick. He's just not able to compete with the amount of not only crowd control, but just overall items that the entire Hellborn team has. He's not able to solo carry this. The problem is that they might have gotten rid of Soulstealer, but Bensington is also a problem. He's a very big problem here. And even if they did get rid of the Soulstealer, Soulstealer still managed to get his ult off. He still managed to get kills with a kill, even with that. So they didn't manage to shut him down fast enough. Gladiator did go after the engineer, trying to shut him down. Excuse me. Shut him down before the ult went off, but it just wasn't fast enough. And that's what I think the problem we're seeing with Gladiator right now is that he's not able to stun fast enough. Since his stun is not an instant click and stun, has a bit of a wind-up time. He's just not able to line up people exactly when he wants to. And that's causing a bit of issues. Legion getting their Kongor. Fair enough. Again, but Legion has not given up now. They're still not giving up. So I don't think it's over. It's not going to be over until one of the teams gives up, and I don't think they are right now. Legion isn't giving up until I think they're going to win until their base is down at this point. 42-minute game here, and we can see this is we are far into the late game here. Clanks has most of the items that he has hopes for. Same with the Gladiator, same with Soulstealer, same with Bensington. They really have the items that they want. Right now, it's going to be really how they're going to play, how they're going to utilize their heroes' abilities to really win this fight. Legion is going back to defending, but it's really rough because they have to keep defending all these other lanes. And the Hellborn really looking for that last barracks here. Oh, and there goes the Andromeda swap on the Soulstealer. Soulstealer going down with all of the Legion abilities. Magnus trying to go in. Clanks going in from the side, and he just going to keep going after the Icar, but he is stunned. Can't do anything. Benzington going in, going after the Clanks. Clanks goes down. There goes the core, but Benzington does end up going down with the Magnus stun. Keeper using his ult, trying to back off. Oh, but there goes the buyback on the Benzington, and he ults in, getting the rest of the picks, and I think there goes the game. And a very deserved win for Hellborn here. Very, very good also playing from Legion. They almost managed to come back. It just wasn't enough. Hellborn had just a bit too much farm, unfortunately. And I think what really ended up turning was that misplay, in the end, small misplay of not being able to catch the Benzington on that top lane, really helping Hellborn get those last two barracks, which ended up going all the way to Legion losing. But that happens. Sometimes a small misplay does most of that, and that is completely fine because we are going to have a last game here. It is a best of 3. Both teams have won. Both teams have proven that they can win against each other, that none of them are terrible at compared to the other. They are both, I would say, equally matched. And I am excited to see what's going to happen in this last game. But we're going to have a small break before that. And then I will see you right after this. And let's go on break. So see you guys in a bit. And we will be back. Welcome back, everyone. We are back live for the HoN Awakening Tournament number 3 for the quarterfinals, the winners bracket quarterfinals here. The last game of Muhatua versus Not So Pikachu here. Last game, each team has won one game. Each team has shown that their strategy can work against the other. And there it is, the final game. We're going to see who ends up coming out on top here and gets to go on to the semi-finals. And now, to get right into it, we're going to see the bans that we have seen happen for the past 2 games. The Tundra, the Cane, the Forsaken Archer are banned. And maybe we're going to see the Calamity banned once again. That is where my bet is, if they are going to do the same thing that they have done before. But no, there goes the Soiper. I can be wrong, I guess, but we're going to see maybe Legion is still going to ban the Calamity. But again, Soiper, we've seen banned many times. Soiper is always very, very strong in many ways. He's just such a strong, not just healer, but like for farming, he gets very strong very quickly. He has a lot of sustain for his mana because of his inhuman nature. Excuse me. And just very overall strong. It makes sense. You would ban him. You don't want to deal with him. And then the Hellborn here has banned the... not Hellborn, excuse me. Legion here has banned Deadwood. And Hellborn has banned Icar, because we've seen Icar very, very strong. But they did not ban Calamity. And the pick instantly gets picked up by Legion. Because we can see just... I think we're going to see just how strong Calamity is here. Because, just that early game, those dragons, they don't cost much mana. They do a lot of damage. And you don't even need to use mana to harass with them, too, if you do it properly. But Hellborn, they're using the good old Andromeda and Clanks. We've seen them do that for the past 2 games. It works for them once. Another time, not as much, but, work for them at least once, so why not go for that? But again, we're going to see if it plays out how they think. I don't think this strategy is necessarily bad. We see the Magmas being picked up. Magmas, we've seen also every game. We've seen how strong he is. Last game, Not So Pikachu managed to hold on a long time, a large part due to Magmas, that insane burst damage, that stun. It's just he managed to do a lot of work, and that's why it's very good that they picked him up. We've seen it for this entire series right now, how good he is. Then afterwards, the Nymphora. Nymphora, the main thing about Nymphora is that ult. It's a bit like Bensington's ult, where you can be anywhere except you can bring a friend. So hey, it's you get Nymphora with a Calamity. Now Calamity is basically a Bensington that can go across the map. So if you ask me, that's pretty damn strong. But then we go right back to the bans. Bubbles banned again. As I said, there seems to be a thing with Bubbles going on here. Something I'm not aware of, or maybe maybe Bubbles is very strong, and I just, it's out of my knowledge as a mid-wars player. So maybe that is what it is. And then we see the Kinesis being banned. I don't think I've seen Kinesis banned here before. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just misremembering. And then the Lord Salforus banned, and the Behemoth. We didn't see Lord Salforus played last game, but we did see the Behemoth played in the first game, and Kraken also in the first game. Both of which just got banned. It makes sense. We've seen in the first, if you're watching the first game, just how strong both of them can be. Behemoth basically has 3 stuns with his Q, W, and ult. As long as he has that heavyweight leveled up at least once, it's ends up being really annoying to deal with for the enemy team that's against him. He's able to lock down someone so the team can just catch up very quickly. But see that Pebbles has been banned. Also, I mean Pebbles, as soon as he gets a PK, he's just so annoying to deal with. There's so much damage. He's able to burst down a lot of people. Makes sense that you would ban him just to make sure they can't catch that Calamity, because Calamity's only problem is going to be getting caught by those heroes that can reach her with Portal Key. But I feel like Hellborn is going to be smart enough to get someone anyways that can deal with that. I mean, they picked the Engineer. You get either a PK or the staff, can easily go after the Calamity. And not only that, we've seen it last game, very, very good also to just play, just overall, has a lot of utility. And for a support, that's what you want. Right? You want them to have a stun, you want them to have AoE abilities, and you want them to help you do damage. Engineer does all of those things. I am happy to see that, but a lot of very similar heroes that we're seeing from Hellborn here. I am very curious to see what they're going to... Are they going to if they're going to go the same picks and just try to do the same thing? No, they're not, because they're going to pick Lodestone here, which we haven't seen yet. Lodestone, I kind of like this hero, honestly. It's just has a lot of utility, is able to really boost your damage with your heroes. And he's one of the only heroes that's really going to help boost Clanks' damage. Because compared to, let's say, a Pestilence, which only does physical damage, and Clanks, which does a lot of magic damage in the end of the day. It's one of his things that he does a lot of magic damage. You need someone that can help boost that, and Lodestone is one of the only heroes that can really do that consistently with his ult, which is really fun to see. Legion goes right back to picking a Corrupted and a Flux. Flux so that the Calamity can get a good setup with her ult. Combos very well with the Magnus too. I like seeing that. Corrupted just add a second core. And the Flux also, also can go very well with a core as a core. So we're going to see 3 real big, beefy targets for Hellborn to deal with. But obviously, I think in the beginning it's going to be Calamity. It's going to be a problem that's going to be hard to deal with. And then finally, we have a Hellbringer that's there, which is probably going to be able to counter-initiate very well. That Malphus stun does is such an incredible tool to stop people from initiating and doing basically anything, right? Like, that's what he is supposed to do, and I do think that's what we're going to see. But for landing phase, as I'm seeing, Hellborn is still going with the same strat, which is they are going to single core with the Clanks. They are going to make Clanks get very, very strong and try to make the 3 cores a bit weaker, just so that Clanks can, at the end, kind of clean up really easily. Which has worked for them once. I'm not going to say that that is a bad strategy, but it also did not work last game, so it's not necessarily a win either. But they are going with this around the same strategy, a few different heroes, but I'd say overall a very similar strategy. Legion here is going with, like I said, the Calamity is with an M4, right? It makes a lot of sense that you would pair those two together. Flux, it seems, is going to be probably solo middle against the Hellbringer, which, again, is fairly normal. I do think Flux is pretty decent solo against another hero. But what's interesting is we see Hellborn, all 4 are top. They might actually switch it up and try to get in an early pick here on the corrupted. But I do think that Legion realizes something is up, because they do have that ward all the way bottom lane here, and that is going to really tell them that why is no one here, and it's going to make them rotate top to hopefully try to help. And again, that's why wards are so important in your games. You want to have that information, because if they did not have that ward, Newerth might not have known to rotate to the top lane, and that is the important part here. That is why you always buy wards. They are very important. They're very good. You can see top lane does realize something is up, because there's bottom lane is missing. So they're not pushing in. They're not trying to get anything. They are trying to ruin the stacking here, or the pull, or they were trying to pull. It didn't happen, but they are still going to try to get those neutral creeps. Again, Hellborn's going very hard on trying to get Clanks as fed as possible, as quickly. And Calamity here is going to free farm. Knows how to free farm, knows to pull creeps, knows to do all of those things. So, you know, makes a lot of sense to do that. However, Lowstone is going to teleport bottom once he notices that there's not much. He's not doing much on that lane. Magnus has rotated to middle, but I don't think Flux really needs any help right now. He's doing fine on his own. But yeah, again, same strategy that they've done last time. They are going to really focus on that. And Lodestone is having a hard time against the Calamity. Again, Calamity is so strong early game. So it's really hard for Lodestone to deal with that. Because Calamity can just kind of sit there, as we're seeing here, and just harass him by just standing close enough. And those dragons are just gonna, just gonna eat him. Just gonna num him. And can't really do much. You can just kind of sit there and hope to get XP and, hope one of his teammates rotates. And Clanks is going to rotate, surprisingly, to the bottom lane with the Andromeda. But so is Nim4. Puts out that stun here just to be a bit annoying. And see, Lowson is hiding here. I think he's looking for just a small opportunity that he can capitalize with the Andromeda and the Clanks, but I don't think he sees it, so he's just back off and keep waiting here. Corrupted is going to be alone. He's going to be the one that's going to be alone right now. Lowson does teleport and try to go after him. We can see Magnus is also looking for a pick middle. So teams are kind of setting up, trying to get their... just trying to overall get their picks, trying to really find an opportunity here. But they're not finding. Bottom lane, there goes the Nim4 stun. Trying to get Clanks. Calamity does do, again, a lot of damage, but just it's not enough. Clanks is just a bit too strong. But Calamity, I think, has shown that she's going to be hard to deal with. And there goes Nim4 stun trying to get the Andromeda, but the Engineer does show up here. Again, excuse me. And there, we can see the Engineer did try to go in, to help a bit. They're trying to make it hard on the Calamity, which I think is the good move here. They want the Calamity to kind of not be as strong on the early game, so that they can drag it all the way to late game, so the Calamity isn't nearly as strong. But yeah, they really want to make sure to shut down Calamity as much as possible. Want to make it difficult. But while they're doing that, remember, there's still a Corrupted Disciple top lane who is farming. And Corrupted is also a annoying person to deal with late game for many reasons. Middle lane, we can see Flux has... And I has just missed it, but bottom lane, we see the Magnus managing to show up here and get the pick on the Andromeda. Very, very good roaming with the Magnus. Managing to get that Bloodlust, that extra gold. Very, very good. Oh, and there he goes again on the Engineer. Engineer getting caught, trying desperately to get run away. And I think he will be able to run away using the keg very, very well. Oh, but Magnus, I think, is going to catch here. He does get the catch, but also that is going to be it for the Magnus. Gets the kill, but at the cost of his own life. Clanks rotating back to top lane. Again, Clanks really, really wants to be very fed, and the Hellborn does have a lot of team fighting potential with that Hellbringer, that Engineer, and that Lodestone. I think in the team fight they do very well, even if the Legion has that combo with the Flux, which is very strong, but they don't necessarily have as much. Oh, but there goes on the top lane. Corrupted Disciple gets hit with the keg and gets caught by the Clanks and the Lodestone right after. Good, very good use of the keg here with Engineer managing to teleport and get a pick. And that's a reason why Engineer is very good. You can see the stun has a pretty decent range with the keg. Manages to get the pick. And afterwards, it's just a cleanup with the Clanks and the Lodestone. So, very good rotation from the Engineer right here. Middle lane, we can see the Magnus trying to go in on the Hellbringer. It's not quite going to work, and he's going to get picked right here. But no, he gets... Flux manages to get the deny off him. But is the same... Flux is trying to get back this time. He's trying to get back to safety. And he does manage to run away. He does manage to prove that he is fine. And they get the Malphus kill for the Nymphora, which is pretty decent money. Just kind of free like that. Again, both teams are doing a very good job of making their carries free farm here. And not free farm, but getting them farmed. Right now, Legion is doing a better job, but it's not by a very big margin here. I'm not that afraid of Clanks not getting fed right now. And again, Legion is trying to get a setup. They are trying to put more pressure on the Clanks because they really do see what happened in the last games. That they want to put more pressure. They know what their strategy is. They're going with the same strategy, so they want to counter that as much as possible. And we are going maybe to see a... No, we're not going to see a team fight right here. Both teams are very much trying, especially Legion is trying to find a good opportunity. It's just not finding it, unfortunately. But that roaming Magnus is becoming a problem. Engineer rotating all the way back to bottom here. This might be the opportunity that Legion is looking for. But unfortunately, no, Magnus trying to go in on the top lane here, but he does not get in range. They cannot do anything. And now they know. However, the Flux does have an Invis rune, and they're going to go on the Clanks. There goes the Flux ult with, afterwards, just a burst of damage. They can't do anything. And Andromeda desperately trying to live, using her stun on Corrupted. It is not enough. And meanwhile, bottom lane, Calamity getting both the Lodestone and the Engineer, which is very impressive. And again, it shows just how strong Calamity can be. Just magic, just even without that many items, is able to do so much damage. but she is about to get caught here. We can see the Clanks using his abilities. Calamity managing to hit with the Nymphora heal, but not healed enough. The Lodestone manages to finish her off with the headbutt. Magnus getting the damage over time from Hellbringer, isn't able to really do much, and he does end up getting hit because of that Rev Ward in the middle here. And therefore is the only one that is still alive, but she might just get caught here. Lodestone trying to get in for the kill. Not managing, just off of here. Middle lane, Legion is very much pushing really hard, getting a bunch of these opportunities here. I'm not even able to notice everything. But Flux did get the pick on Hellbringer. And then Legion does get top lane at the same time. They are really, they're playing, all of them are playing different, on their different lanes, and they're all seemingly winning here on Legion. Hellborn is going to have to find some type of opportunity to really counter, especially the Calamity. And there goes bottom lane on Magnus, manages to get the stun on Engineer. Engineer, will he be able to use the keg or just run away? Yes, he kegs the Magnus and he manages to get away with that. Middle lane, Flux is getting jumped. Lodestone uses his ult and they manage to get the kill with that. The Hellborn getting the kill on the Flux. Very good ult stun combo with the Lodestone, and obviously Clanks hitting him, getting doing a lot of damage just because of that 0 armor that the Lodestone ult gives other people. No, Clanks is going top lane, he is contesting, but if we look bottom lane, Calamity and Magnus are both kind of diving a bit past the tower, but that is fine. Calamity doesn't even need the basic attack to completely burst down the Engineer, and Magnus is just right there with him, kind of just, you know, being there. Hey, like, I use my stun and now you use your dragons, and person is just dead. Oh, top lane, here we go. Corrupted trying to get the Clanks just off by a bit. And then we look at River, top River Rune. Hellbringer getting caught by both of the M4 and the Flux. The map presence right now that I'm seeing from Legion is insane. They are constant. They are everywhere. They're constantly doing something. Every single one of their players is managing to completely shut down the Hellborn. But middle lane, there goes the Lodestone going to initiate on the Flux. Flux getting hit. And we're going to see a counter initiation from the Magnus. Magnus stopping the Clanks, but it cost him his life. And Calamity teleporting in. It's only Hellbringer left. He uses his ult to try to stun it, but it's not enough. Flux, is he going to die here? And Flux lives. It is not looking very good for Hellborn. They are all down. The only pick that Hellborn managed to do was on the Magnus. The Magnus is level 4. He's doing a bit like how Andromeda was doing last game. He is making sure, he's like, look, I don't care if I die. My goal here is to use my stun and then just die. I don't care if you kill me. Because my Calamity is in the back here, and she's just going to eat you up with her dragons, and that is what she's doing. Alright, and here we go, bottom lane. Nymphora teleporting in to back up the Calamity. You can see Legion really changing their strategy from last game. They're really being a lot more aggressive. They're making sure that Hellborn isn't. And look at bottom lane. We can see Magnus going in. A roaming Magnus is just so strong. We see him stunning the Engineer. Calamity, again, doesn't even have to basic attack if she wants. Just pressing E. She has 7 charges on her passive right now. 7 bonus agility for free. You know, it's getting even strong. And now, again, the Magnus is just so much presence right now. He's just constantly there. He's level 5, but he doesn't care. His goal is just to use, again, it's to use his stun. It's to be there just to use his stun and to help the rest of his team be able to go in on someone. And there goes the bottom tower. I'm not going to call it until Hellborn calls it, if they are going to call it, because we could still see a comeback. It is looking worse and worse, though, for them. This is just to show why Calamity is always banned. But that's not to say the rest of the team isn't doing well. Magnus, like I said, is doing incredibly right now. Flux is also doing very, very well. He's getting farm. He is going to be a menace later on. Well, that's not to say Hellborn does, I think, they're going to come up probably with some type of plan. They're going to come up with something to get that Clanks more fed. You can see he's farming his jungle. He is trying to compete. But Legion is going to keep pushing. We can see them. Flux using his PK to initiate on the Hellbringer. Hellbringer using his ult to try. It doesn't matter. Calamity is just way too strong right here. We can see he managed. There goes the Calamity ult to catch the Clanks and the Andromeda. Andromeda getting caught by the Magnus, and the Magnus also getting the end. And there goes the Magnus, but again, he doesn't care. Because look, he manages to position two of the players perfectly, so the Flux can just use his portal key and go in. This is a much different game from the last two ones we've seen. Last two ones were a lot more passive. They were a lot more about getting a carries farm. But here Legion's like, no, we're going to change that up. We're going to go into a strategy you're not used to us doing right now. And we're going to be so aggressive. And they are able to do that. Calamity, if you look at her, she's just... like, she's joining fights way earlier than Clanks is able to do that. And that's the advantage of going that hero. Right. We're going to see Magnus is about to get caught here. There it is. There goes. There it goes. There catches. But Calamity and Nymphora have teleported in. It doesn't matter that Magnus got caught because both of the carries are there. And Flux with haste is just standing here, just always there, using his ult to make sure that they stay within the range of the Calamity and the Corrupted. But Hellborn seems to still be in this game. They still think they have a chance, so they're going to keep playing. They're going to keep, again, trying just to find some opportunity. But there goes the Clanks. The Calamity using a very smart... using her, not her tablet, her Sinner's inscription very well, just to be able to reach the enemy. And then middle lane, Magnus again with a good setup on the lodestone. Unfortunately, does not manage to get the kill with Flux, unfortunately. Very, very sad, but that is what Hellborn needs to do. That is what they want to do. They want to capitalize on initiations where they can counter and get picks instead. And Calamity almost level 16 here, 650 GPM. Well, Madfred's with the five charges. She has a 200 attack damage, which obviously translates into her passive very, very well. She is going to be a problem to deal with. Corrupted also very farmed. Clanks obviously is down, but there goes the Nymphora. Does not TP, she was looking for, but she doesn't. Andromeda swabs the Corrupted Disciple, but Magnus manages to stun into the Engineer and the Andromeda, but it is not enough. He stuns into it. Oh, but doesn't matter because the combo goes out with Flux Calamity using their ults in tandem, and it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter that both the Corrupted and the Magnus died, because right after we see the Flux and the Calamity using both their ults in that combo, and just getting all of the picks, locking them all in there, which makes Calamity just able to just sit there and do so much damage. I think we can see why Calamity is usually banned in these matchups. Magma's still having his ult. They're definitely going to keep trying to find opportunities, but Hellborn is going to be a lot more defensive here. Obviously, they're going around their clans. They really want to help. They want him to stay safe, but it doesn't. That might not be the play right now because Legion is getting the Hellborn Kongor at this moment. And we're going to see if Hellborn realizes it. And even if they do realize where they are, they're not acting. I don't think they, want to do anything with that. But that is going to be rough. That is going to be a rough loss for them. Again, I don't know how Hellborn is going to come back from this if they do come back. But last game was also pretty close, and I thought it was over. Thought it was over. So maybe I'm going to be wrong for this one. We don't know, but I do have a hard time seeing how Hellborn is going to do something. But again, these are good players. They might find a way anyways to do some type of comeback here. And there goes the Legion Kongor. All right, so the Legion is going to have that Kongor buff, and there is going to be the Token of Life on the Flux, possibly so that the Flux can initiate, and it doesn't care if he dies, because either way, the Calamity is going to come in at the end and clean up. So they're going to be able to do a pretty big initiation here. And again, the power of Nymphoria is that we see that they can just be top and still teleport. And there it goes. They are now middle. They are going to try to push that middle lane as much as possible. We're going to see if Hellborn is going to be able to counter that. If they're not able to counter that, the game is going to be over. There goes the Calamity, popping the Shrunken and her ult. Engineer tries to counter with his ult. It's just not enough. And there goes, I think this is going to be GG. And there goes the CC vote. And this series is going to go to the Muhatua. Excuse me, I had to make sure I had the name right. And again, we can see here why Calamity is just so damn strong in this game. And we saw also how the problem, I think, was that not so Pikachu used the same strategy, and Muatua managed to adapt to that strategy and were a lot more aggressive. But that is going to be this series. The win, again, goes to Muhatua that are going to go to the semifinals. But it is not going to be over for Not So Pikachu. They are just going to move to the losers bracket. And we are possibly going to see them again later on. But that is going to be this for this series. But there is going to be more. There's the semifinals coming right up after this break. So I hope to see everyone there next. And that is it.
there. Jump on his grab, but no, Berserker's also going to be collapsed on Madman, putting the damage into him. Down to no life, the sanitary switch not going to work. Down goes Berserker. Maker provided that aura, but now Kraken releases Kraken on a profit actually in the backline. The Kinesis blow up as well, and they take out Apex, and now Profit's in trouble. He goes down.
One coming through, but Tab comes through. Brother Pharaoh going in on top of Jairus, but Jairus actually just melts down the Pharaoh. And Captain Huggy trying to do anything he can. Captain Huggy's actually getting eaten alive right now by the Silhouette. The Silhouette's starting to turn and do damage. He walks back into Winsy because he hits Winsy in the face!
And the fight continues. Oh, the Hellboy team does not want to let that kid death go without some vengeance. Renix, though, just tears through the Witch there. Protected Melody going to be used. Saving Wassel. Initially, the BKB is activated. Dependent Shaman falling in the midst of it. He's going to be terrorized. The KPM keeping it alive, but everyone's dead. They're just all dead.
Trying to run in with the dig coming through. Captain Huggy gets hit by a dig with his volatile pod down. Volatile pod explodes, healing up. The Captain Huggy's getting eaten down, trying to do any damage I can. Electric Tide coming through, and he gets the deal actually ends up stunning out.
That's talking about a Grinix pops is drunk in, and he jumps in the back. Look at that Icar surviving. We've said that once twice before. But in the back, Forsaken Archer going to blow it up. But the support comes in. Is it enough? The ultimate. Oh my god, he's going to live. Are you kidding me? Some way, somehow, he survived. Kills Boo Boo. Down goes Wild Soul, and Rhapsody is also dead. We haven't really seen it, but there is that setup. The Joust hits Forsaken. He's already a half-life. The Keg on top, and Forsaken Archer gets blowing up there. He is going to stay there for about 30 seconds. There is a teleport coming in, but now Andromeda gets taken out. Here comes Pestilence. So Energy Field, a little awkward of an angle. They do kill Benzing's hand, and now obviously doesn't want to run through the Energy Field. So
oh no, this is a disaster.
So actually the Madman gets jumps there, but Madman is going to survive with 1 HP because of the shield. And that's a huge turn actually from that Sapphire now in a bit of trouble. Sapphire dies. The Pearl ultimate is preventing so much damage from that.
Oh, yes.
Okay, Puppet Master actually gets hooked back and he instantly dies. Wait, what is going to happen now? They're going in. That is the Loathsome ultimate. Loathsome ultimate on top of the Moon Queen. Moon Queen gets ultimated by Mister. He's dying so fast. The Rhapsody ultimate not able to save his teammates this time. Wings the W on the Martyr. Martyr is going to ultimate the bubbles, saving the bubbles there. Martyr is running for his life right now, though. They're so deep in here. The Madman uses the W on. That's 3-man stun from the Magnus ultimate going on top. Valkyrie jumps in. That's a Q from the Valkyrie on top of 3 people there.
Different plays down so far, but oh, that's an illusion. They have the jump. There's the shockwave jump, and Vindicator ultimate comes out just after the fact. You see the Thunder's Bolt as well and explodes. Moon Queen goes down. It's a hat trick for Captain and there's the vote you can see popping up. We got there really late at this point, as you'll see. Sapphire putting the crystal down, and more supported cast. Even Monkey King joining the party late, but Monkey King gets eviscerated there. Monarch is going to end up being killed as well. Moraxis is like, yeah, this is not going.
Win team fight.
Look at Pebbles. Pebbles is going for it, trying to find the target. Typhoon's put down. Not the place you want to find necessarily if you're the Hellboy side. Meanwhile, what you got in the missing, but another protected out in the last second. It saves Wild Soul. Wild Soul lifesteal kicking in, and will finally go down. But they used everything to focus the Wild Soul. There's the combo. With the team smoke, we know a big fight's a brewing. Here we go, the initiation of the Cupfield. It hits Predator. Predator blows up immediately. Torturer's caught out as well. The eruption's going to be right on top, and down goes Torture, protecting Melody, mitigating some damage and charged out immediately though. But now Kraken with the Ancient Stack and Congress. The field is ready to be used, not using it just yet. Trying to find the right opportunity. At least they're at half-life. There's the energy field. There's protecting Melody off to the outskirts zone, protecting Swiftblade. Loses his teammate Lozo, but now Swiftblade, the protecting Melody was out of range. The energy field definitely doing work. And kills the Swiftblade when it's all said and done. Grinix is also dead, but now Pebbles jumping back in with the group chuck. Speaking of Sap, he's got his as well. Able to take out Legionnaire. Nice dodge, though. A bit of a sidestep kicking in. Vindicator's still alive, by the way. May end up dying in the big picture, but South 4 is, I can't believe he's still alive. You know, you look at his items and it's like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense, actually.
Yeah. And like the Dark Lord's presence, the E. Face me. The Dark Lord's presence. Calamity and the 4 porting top lane, and they get to turn on the Corrupted Disciple there, but now Calamity and the 4 come here for this flank. The Rhapsody is standing his ground. The Machaba is going to fall. The Silhouette is going to fall. Loadstone now all alone, running for his life. Bubbles that is doing quite well, but Bramble going in the mid lane, and Bubbles is taking a lot of damage. Yeah, Bubbles is not actually a mana for the Q, and he's going to fall down there instantly. They're not... Once again, does not actually properly get the tablet done, and that means that they actually are in a quite a bad spot. And Kane ultimates the Moon Queen. Moon Queen taking so much damage. Moon Queen is so low. Moon Queen is dead, and that means that the Legion Albert side suddenly doesn't have damage anymore. But actually, the Moon Queen,
They got the dust. We found it. They found it. Let's go. We did it.
They did it. The turn is real. I believe they can do this. They located the side shop and they managed to do it. Oh, I am so proud of my boys. Oh, actually, face me, says the Kane on the Predator. Predator has now bashed, so Kane is going down a lot. Loads ultimated top. Predator going so low. Predator trying to stay alive. He's going to be able to stay alive there. Predator's Calamity ultimate. 3 people hit in there, but and there says you on the Torch, and Torch actually gets taunted by the Kane, and meanwhile the Monarch actually is super low, goes down Josiah. Meanwhile the backline also instantly dead. Actually, that's a 5-man smoke here. Congo is so low. There's a huge team fight. Take out as shrunken now. Everyone, the Halberd side is falling. Kraken's out of mana. And that's not a hook on the Corrupt Disciple. Corrupt Disciple this time does not have the shrunken, but he does of course have a little bit of team support still there, and that means that he is going to be fine for a little bit. And he goes down. Kraken and Armadan are now on the run and in danger. They're in danger a lot. Sapphire is all the way in front line, but that means that he's all 58. Oh, so Kane goes in the back line, and so much damage coming out. The Apex ultimate hits 5 people there, and here comes even 4 top with the Calamity as well. The ultimate from the Rhapsody saving anyone that may have been low on that actually. So Geomancer whiffs a little bit. Mageman in the back line. Pebbles is stuck. Pebbles is stuck on top of the cliff there. He can't move. Oh, he finally gets unstuck, but he's going to die to Dreamcatcher. Most likely knows he's gonna live actually. So Forrest, Magnus, and Benson now in a lot of trouble. Swipplate's still alive, and Wharton now is gonna fall. Oh, actually, Vindicator being jumped.
Axis going in that back line. Soul Raper, great job with the protectability once again from Rhapsody. Predator cannot do any damage as a result. He has to just walk away with his head down in shame. His teammates fall. Their big fight ruined down here. Rhapsody gonna be caught, and here comes that root from SRP. There we go. It's gonna hit. Here's the big Forsaken Archer ultimate. Iker doing what he can. It's not gonna be enough though. That's the combo. You're melody from the skies though of Rhapsody. Crumpet is getting low, but Kraken is still chasing more. Energy field put down. Morro's dead. So is Lodestone. Mage Bane's plenty alive. The mana rift eventually comes out. That's something, plenty of it. Shrunk in hand. He's going to be hit by the Widowmaker though. Stop to play. It's all nice stuff from Magnus. Stop to play Melody. The Prison perfect setup. The kill hammer's drop. I mean, when you're practically diving the fountain, bad things are going to happen if you're vicious. And then they do the most here in the end. Meanwhile, can't catch his Tundra, and Tundra gets eviscerated. He does have a buyback. We'll see if it comes into play. Final chapter was already used. Prisoner also now caught. The Moon finale in the front lines as well. But Forsaken Archer actually pretty good placement. Trying to keep his run. The piercing shards. No kills though. He just needs to run. The Shurkenet has ward off. He's in trouble. The chase continues. Inscription forward, and Moon will help finish the job on Forsaken. And here comes Tundra with a buyback, but it's not going to matter.
right, welcome to another series here. You're joined by Dosse and Kuget. Yo, what up, Kuget? How are you doing?
Hello, everyone. I'm doing very fine, thank you.
Ah, that's great, man. All right, we're gonna watch a game here between Lunateer and the Love Cats. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is two Thai teams, and I think this is gonna be a very interesting game. Yeah.
Indeed, and we know that Lunateer have performed really well lately, and we see they start off by banning two of the very popular heroes for the Thai teams, being Geomancer and Tundra.
I think these three bands, we see Geomancer, Bubble, Sundra, Calamity. This is four bands that been pretty much picked or played every single game so far. Either they're banned or they're picked. So these bands, they don't really stick out to me at all. They are very common picks, bands, I would say. The third ban from the Legion is going to be Lords of Forest, and the Hellborn is going to ban Forsaken Archer. Pretty straightforward banning phase. Almost.
Forsaken Archer is it's a strong hero at the moment and good for trialants, and we know that Thirsty likes to run that hero and has been doing really well on it, so it makes sense to take it out for him.
Also, I'm not mistaken, I think if they don't get the Forsaken Archer, they tend to go for the Moon Queen instead. They tend to like these hard carries where you snowball and you can just farm so well with the hero. It's insane how fast you can farm with a Forsaken Archer, Moon Queen, or anyone that can basically like clear stacks early on.
Yeah, and especially those heroes that you mentioned that don't really need a farming item. They have an inbuilt tool with their spells, being split arrows, the bouncing glades, or also like we see the yellow player here, ESC God, has marked Soul Reaper as option, which is also a really good carry at the moment.
I agree. And we're gonna see a first pick here on the Legion side. We're gonna see a Nymphora pick. And the Hellborn are gonna answer with a Kayn, which I love Kayn, man. I think Kayn is so good. It's very small to any counter play to Kayn right now. There's a Storm Spirit, but even if you get Storm Spirit, you're still gonna be the ult after, so it's not really a counter play.
It's fun to see Kayn in the tournaments because it's a hero that has been kind of in the shadows for many years, but with the recent buffs to him, he has popped up like one of the tier 1 heroes right now.
Yep, I agree. They're also gonna pick up the Vindicator, which makes sense with the Kayn. You're basically gonna go in with the Kayn, and then if you do need, you're just gonna win the ulti, and the enemy is gonna have a hard time answer to that Kayn ulti. The Lean is gonna pick a Corrupted Disciple and the Soul Reaper though. Those are two really good heroes, I would say. Both of them, they kind of rely on defensive items. Like they're very hard to. If you don't kill them fast enough, they're gonna turn around and basically kill the entire team. Like the W and Q from Soul Reaper, the Drain from the Corrupted, the ulti from the Corrupted would deal so much minus armor. And if you don't,
And we know these teams, they like to kind of snowball in the mid game to take over after getting some momentum. And these heroes are very good for that. They are not the best in the late game carrying, but they have a strong presence in the early laning phase and can, as mentioned, take over in the mid game.
Yeah, I agree. We see the first ban from the Hellborn is gonna be a Deadwood, which makes sense. That here it's in other words disgusting right now. It's a bit too good, I think.
It is. If you hit the grasp, you can pretty much one-shot any hero with your ultimate once you reach level 6. Kraken, another very solid mid hero or solo short. Pestilence is a bit not random, but it's not that common to see it picked, at least not in Europe. Maybe it's a bit more common in the Thai teams.
I think if I watched the games correctly yesterday, they actually picked Pestilence quite a games. I think 2 or 3 games. They picked Pesty. They did really good with that hero. I think just like presence when you ulti some of the Pesty, they have like 30 seconds where they really can't make plays, and if they show on the lane, they were gonna take so much damage because of the minus armor. So I think Pesty is good.
Yeah, another hero that, and we see the Bang Grinix, another very strong hero at the moment. It's maybe not as good in competitive games as in TMM, but it's still very solid and can get a lot of solo kills if it gets some levels. I just wanted to mention that the Vindicator is also a hero that we might not pick as much in the EU region, but is very popular in Thailand. It has a bit of a weak presence in the early laning stage, but becomes very, very strong with his ultimate later on.
Oh yeah, completely agree with you, Kuget. completely. So the second banning phase for both teams here. Oh no, the second for the Hell Legion gonna be the Grinix, and the third one for Hellborn is gonna be Gauntlet. I mean, Grinix is also one of these heroes where if you get like a good mid to early game, you can literally one-shot anyone. The minus armor from the ultimate and the W just makes you so much minus armor for the enemy team.
Yeah.
And it's where a slipper hero. He can disjoint, he goes invis, and yeah.
And Magnus is a very standard hero. He's always been good. Great initiator. So, looking at the Legion side, do you think Soul Reaper is mid, or do you think he's on any of his side lanes?
I would assume that this is a mid Soul Reaper actually, where a Corrupted that's gonna be either short or long. If you play Soul Reaper mid, you can either dual lane him, or you can also just put him mid and have just a strong laner on one of the other lanes. Because the type players, they want to have side lanes where you can TP to the side lanes and have a setup stun for your teammates. So they don't want. I seen this pattern from them that they want maybe like a Tundra on short lane, so he can ulti someone and someone would come and gank him for him. They don't tend to do a lot of it mid. I would say they really like the side lanes more. This is a pattern I'm starting to see from the type players. So I would assume this is a mid Soul Reaper with a really good side lane, like a catch.
I watched some of the match history, and it looks like Rampier is playing a lot of Corrupted. So that might be the hero for him. So then the question is if Soul Reaper is for Sheen on Sama on mid or Thirsty for carry.
Yeah, I don't really know what these players really play. I don't know them individually, so but yeah.
But both heroes are very flexible, which is very good here. It's not like you pick a Dark Lad and it's kind of forced to being on the carry role. We have Torture and Rhapsody picked up for Hellborn side. Both very strong heroes, can also be flexed between mid or side lanes for Torture, and Rhapsody is a solid support at the moment, having a strong presence in the lane, and the ultimate can really be a game changer in team fights.
I agree. We do see a Morax's pick. Okay. I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, I agree with you. We see Torture Rhapsody from the Hellborn, and the Moraxis from the Legion with a Demented Shaman. So this is gonna be the finished lineup from the Legion side. And we do see the Morax. I think I'm pretty correct when I said that Soul Reaper is gonna go mid here with either duel or just solo, because Soul Reaper is so. You don't want him to be on side lane because he doesn't really benefit a gank. When you play on a side lane, they tend to always have someone to have a catch. Morax does have a catch, but it's not really guaranteed catch, but it's still a catch. So I would assume this is mid Soul Reaper on Legion side.
Yeah, I see. We could also run either Corrupted or Soul Reaper solo and put up a tri-lane and have a Morax's mid or solo short, but we'll see what they cook up. And we finish off with a Madman on Hellborn. Madman is one of those like hard carries that still have survived the meta being so active early on, because he has very good spells to give the impact in the team fights early on, and the mobility and escapes. He's also a good hero for building Dreamcatcher, which we've seen many people do lately. And I would say that Dreamcatcher and Sinners are the two strongest items at the moment. So we can expect both teams to pick up one or two copies of those items.
And we're gonna see the tactical pause from the cats. I know they love this. We'll get some toilet pap. Maybe they need to buy some toilet paper. I don't know. Maybe something like that, but we don't know. And apparently they both need to do it. Both sides, they need to go buy some toilet paper. But yeah, I don't know. If you would just look at the picks, which team would you give the benefit to have like the upper hand?
Good question. I think both teams' drafts look pretty good. I think that the team fight potential might be stronger on the Legion side. They have 2 healers, a lot of AoE damage. But later on, maybe I give the advantage to the Hellborn side if it goes to the later stages of the game. With the Madman being a strong hard carry, the Kayn can take out the Corrupted on his own. And then you have Vindy and Rhapsody with very big ultimates for deciding the team fights.
Yeah, I would agree with
you.
you.
Agree or yeah?
I would say that, like you said, I think if Hellborn comes out of the early game, mid game, okay, maybe they're gonna be behind but still doing okay. They are gonna do good late game because they have the potential to have a double ulti with Vindicator. They have the Madman, who I think is one of the best late game carries because of his gash, the E. He just put out so much damage.
Yeah, indeed. And he should be doing, in theory at least, kind of well against the Corrupted and the Soul Reaper, being able to run away and kite them.
Yeah, I mean, if you, I really respect the Soul Reaper. I think if you let the Soul Reaper just be in a fight, it's super dangerous because of the W. He removes you so much HP of your entire team. It's 1% per second in the level 4 W. So if you let the Soul Reaper just be in a fight for 10 seconds and 10% damage of your entire enemy team on every single one. So yeah. But
I see the last game where first he played Soul Reaper, he went for the Dreamcatcher, Ghost Marcher, Shamans, and then a Mock actually. So he's probably gonna get some build up, and then if he has the space, he's gonna build up for a Mock, and then I think he just wanna tank up, get a Heart, get a Shrunken, whatever he needs to survive. Maybe a Nullstone is relevant here against the Kayn and the Madman. Sorry, not Madman, Vindicator. All right.
Yeah. So we're gonna see how they're gonna lane here. So we're gonna see that they are TPing Soul Reaper bot.
Actually, 3 people in the Hellborn team TPing right away to the bot lane.
We placed a ward there though on that Soul Reaper. That's gonna save him.
Yeah.
I thought we were gonna place it a bit further up, but that's good they didn't, because he would run into 3 people right there.
And Rhapsody picking up a really good ward here, which both gives a lot of vision for rotations and it blocks the small camp for pulls.
Yep.
So this looks like a trial from the Hellborn side. And so far it looks like the Legion will play 2-1-2, or maybe...
So I was wrong. I thought they would put the Soul Reaper mid, because that's usually what they want to do. Because it's hard to shut down a hero mid, especially like a Soul Reaper, I think. But they actually do the Soul Reaper short instead of doing it mid. I'm not saying it's the correct or bad way, but in my own opinion, I would put Soul Reaper mid here, so where it's hard to shut down the Soul Reaper in mid. Because you can't really have lane control that easily in mid, and Soul Reaper it's hard here to gank in mid early stage at least, before you get a PK or maybe Kayn ulti or something else. But yeah, we'll see. He's gonna play through a trial in here, a Soul Reaper in 4 against a Torture, Rhapsody, and a Vindicator. I mean, I think Soul Reaper in 4, if they just get level 2 or 3 before they basically get level 2 or 3, they're gonna do very fine here. We see Corrupted at the top against a Madman. I mean, Corrupted should actually win that lane, because Madman gonna have a hard time. He can't really commit to the Corrupted because he will just drain his damage.
And the mid lane, Kayn against Moraxis, I don't think there will be too much action here. They will both compete for farm and harass each other, but we probably won't see any solo kills here.
I think if Kayn just picks up an early battery and the W from Kayn hits so hard, so if he just picks up a battery and forces the Moraxis to spam his access, I think he can do a lot of damage in mid. But we see at bottom lane here, the Soul Reaper, he's already at 100 HP. I wasn't really looking at it, but he probably got caught by the Torture and he just gets follow-up damage from the Vindicator and the Rhapsody.
Yeah, and they already forced out from their tower, so we might see a rotation from Demented.
I think here is where I meant that put Soul Reaper mid, they can't really do this to him mid, but they can easily outbox him in short here. But yeah, there's gonna be a lot of action bot here, I think.
Yeah, Soul Reaper is in a really dangerous position right here.
And yeah, they're going on the... Soul is gonna get stunned, it's gonna get silenced by the Vindicator, they're fine. They're just gonna not do anything else here. Yeah, look at top here. Corrupty is playing inside of the tower here on the Madman. He already saw
Yeah,
this
and we
damage,
see
so he
that-
can't really do much.
But Demented actually pulled the Hellborn creeps to the small cap and we're getting some farm on his own.
Yeah, he drained Madman's damage, so he can't even last hit the creeps in the tower.
And in the mid lane we have Indicator rotating, putting some pressure on the Meraxes. I wonder if he's gonna stay here.
It looks like they're gonna try to do the dual mid here. I guess they felt like they can't really do much as a trial in bot, and they want to give Kayn a better game maybe. Which is a good thing, because if you get Kayn like a rarely early maybe Sinners or BKB or PK or whatever route you wanna go, I think it's really good, because Kayn still scales very good.
Yeah, he definitely does. And he's off to a pretty good start here, comparing with Meraxes. He's got 100 more GPM than him so far.
Right. So yeah, but right now it's pretty similar here. We see the Corrupt is top on the board, but it's just slightly, man. 20, 30 GPM basically.
Solar only got 3 creep kills so far, but
Mhm.
I don't think we need to worry too much for him yet, because that hero can really get his farm back kind of quickly once he gets some levels.
So we see the Torch is actually going to go Eve. You see also Vindicator is running towards bot here. So Revel is going to try to find a ward here. Finds nothing, but they're going to run bot here on the Vindicator. They actually might do something bot here now. Perhaps he's playing aggressive here. He might be out of position. He's fine. He cancelled the HP pot on the Torture.
They will spot him on the ward that first they placed earlier, and they got such a huge creep push here anyway, so
Yeah.
I think they are fine, unless they
can-
overstep.
Vindicator is going to be seen by the ward here. If he walks in too much here, Newerth is going to get run on here. Oh, the heal on the Rhapsody is amazing.
Okay.
Soul Reaper here.
Yeah,
Gonna
they
get
are going
silence.
here. And
And
we have
that's
a
bad.
spot.
That's
Even
great.
going to Torture. So very good for the Hellborn side.
Yeah, so that's a great pickup for the Hellborn, the cat.
And the Torture is, it looks like he will be maxing his E, which is, it's one of those heroes where you can go different routes. You can max the W, you can max the E, depending on how you want to play and which lane you're playing in.
Well, we see the Dement is actually gonna tip a bot here, so I guess they're gonna put the trial in against the trialing, because right now I don't think Mama can really do much against Corrupted. As soon as he goes on the Corrupted, he was just draining, so I think Corrupted is gonna be completely fine top here. We see in mid lane that Meraxes is having a hard time as well. He's only 200 GPM. He has, let's see here, he has 16 last hits to 24 last hits, so that's almost 10 last hits difference in mid lane. In top lane. Oh, yes, he get a kill on Madman there. Oh, that was so much damage. On top of
Dive in the
the
tower,
Corrupted
but
Q.
had a HP pot ready, so he's very fine, just keeps farming here. 440 GP.
Meanwhile, the bot lane here, they're gonna get jumped on Soul Reaper. The Nephora Q is gonna get popped. Are they in a turn position here? Soul is gonna use this Q. They're gonna get stunned. Torture is in a bad position. He dies. And yeah, I think just they have too much healing bot. They have 3 healers. Like how? I don't think they're ever gonna kill anyone bot now. Especially when like Soul Reaper is gonna get level 5. The Q, the Judgment Q is just gonna hit so much. And they have the sustain with the E from his inhuman nature on the Soul Reaper, and also Nephora heal. Like they have so much on this lane.
Yeah, they are actually diving Vindicator here.
Yeah. But yeah, they just have so much shields. I don't think they can't do much before they get to that Dreamcatcher. They're diving very hard here. I would love to see some TPs from maybe the mid lane. They're diving. They're gonna get a kill on the Torture again.
And we actually have Kayn solo killing Meraxes in the mid lane.
They're diving so hard. They've been playing against.
They've been diving here for half a minute now.
They are. This is a very deep
stepping his
dive.
boundaries here.
Yeah, they are way too deep there. But also, we also missed a kill on mid. I wasn't really watching it, but I guess Kayn ulted the Meraxes and he just got a kill.
Yeah, Meraxes stepped up a bit too close to the tower and got ulted.
So yeah, we're gonna see Torture kinda died twice in a row and gained nothing from that, so he's back to 200 GPM, meanwhile that Soulfree is getting close to 300 GPM. But yeah, that was a really deep dive. It's only minute 6 and they're basically playing behind tier 2. I mean tier 1.
Yeah, and we see that Solar both have boots and investment picked up, while Torture doesn't have either of them. So they really have an advantage here on the Legion side right now. But we do see
Oh,
Kane
it's a
coming
Kane?
down with an Invis rune,
Yeah.
and there are no rewards on the lane.
But I also see that he's not really defending mid, so I mean, they could also assume something is here. Oh, he's gonna run into a reward over. Yeah, I think they saw him. Oh wait,
Yeah,
that's...
they do.
Oh, no,
and
no,
they
they didn't.
go on him.
Oh, nice. Ah, he's getting nothing from this. This is a disaster, man. It's a
It is.
disaster.
He spent an Invis rune and almost a full minute trying to
Yep.
get something done here in the bot lane. While Morax is getting some recovery in the mid lane. In top lane, we still have Corrupted dominating, being almost twice the GPM of a Madman.
Souls wrath.
But yeah, I don't think... I mean, top lane is gonna be Mama against a Corrupted, and I think Corrupted just wins that lane out of 10 times. Unless he gets a really good gank from someone else, but yeah.
Do you think they, on the Hellborn side, maybe should reconsider how we're laning here? Maybe Madman should be sent to suicide, and they put the Torture top instead.
I don't think they should, because they're still putting pressure on the Soul Reaper. It's only 300 GPM right now. So I think they should just keep putting the pressure on the Soul Reaper, because if they let that guy just get out of hand, they can't really do anything.
The Torture is... he's moving to get a bottle here.
Yeah, we do actually see 3 bottles on the Almor side. We also see they're gonna run it top here. Corrupted kinda sense it and TP is out, and it's fine.
Yeah, good reaction, good spider sense tingling there.
Yeah. But yeah. So perhaps we're staying on 400 GPM, the top farm is still at the game. And he's just having a perfect game here. And meanwhile...
Getting run down here by Moraxis and Demented.
Yeah. That's a really good hit for Lunateers. But yeah, it's starting to look very grim from the for the Hellborn side.
And this is, if we're coming back to what we talked about during the draft, that the Legion side has a very strong early game, while the Hellborn side is, hoping to survive an early mid game and then coming back in the late game. So we'll see how it moves on from here. But the Soul Reaper now going to farm some stacks, will snowball his farm even more.
See a top lane here. Corrupt's gonna go round the tower here and go on the Vindicator here. Gonna use the ulti.
We have it. He's getting the kill, and there's the TP from Torture.
No. I think it's fine. He's just gonna go as much as out of there, and yeah. He's missing the stun on Torture, and he's off. Meanwhile, at Legion Jungle, they're taking triple stacks. They're gonna use the 4 ulti top here. They're gonna TP Fog, Torture Madman against 4 players now. Are they gonna get Corrupted?
Corrupted baiting here with the healers behind. Really good fight for the Legion side.
Yeah.
Kane is moving, so is Rhapsody. So actually all 10 players will be on the top lane right now, except for the Torture that's dead, of course.
Yeah, so the Soul Reaper, who was supposed to not have a really good game, has the highest DPM right now. They're gonna spot the Vindicator here. I think they're gonna chase him. They don't really have boot on the Nifora though. Yeah, they're not gonna go. They're gonna put some pressure on top tower here. It's already gone. And yeah. The small lead is getting bigger and bigger. It's only 10 minutes into the game and it's 5k difference. I think when we talked about mid to early game, I mean early game to mid game, that they need to come out of it like fairly good, and it's starting to become too much, I think.
Indeed. And let's see, we have a smoke from the Hellborn side. We're gonna collapse on each other here. Kane ultimate is corrupted. And this is actually looking really good for the Hellborn side.
Yeah, they do get a
kills.
double. Oh, they get
And there we see the
triple
impact
kill.
from the Silencer ulti. I mean the Vindicator ulti.
Are they gonna find the 4 here? No. That's a really good hiding spot in the trees. Yeah, that's great. Like they use the Kane ulti, and then maybe 1 or 2 seconds after, you're just gonna use the Vindicate ulti, and they can't really respond to it yet. Like they don't have any storms, they don't have tablets, they don't have anything really right now. So it's hard for them to counter the Kayn Vindicator like effect. But
And
yeah,
this is the moment where the leader side might want to take advantage of the 2 big ultimates being on cooldown. The Kayn ult is not that long, it's 70 seconds cooldown, but the Vindicator is over 2 minutes, so... Might be nice to take some objectives, getting towers, or going for a kill, but so far they're just gonna go back to farming, getting some stacks in the jungle.
we said Dreamcatcher pickup on the Soul Reaper. I mean, the item is just disgusting right now. You buy either you buy the Dreamcatcher, you buy the Cinders on every game, every single hero, doesn't matter what hero you buy it on. It's a kind of boring item, I would say, but yeah. Why would you buy if it's good?
With like sustain you get from item, it suits Soul Reaper really well. Because he has
4 ulti here. They're gonna do it in mid, they're gonna do it passive though. Let's see. Kayn gets down, great Rhapsody ulti here. It's gonna save the Kayn, but it's gonna fall on it though. Meanwhile, man is in a
one
bad
kill so
position.
far, but Corrupted coming from the side here.
Oh, that's a huge Q.
And this is a very good fight for Legion side, and this will most likely result in a tower in the mid lane as well, giving them even more space on the map. Taking over the Hellborn jungle afterwards, maybe. We see will Madman maybe try to get the deny off here? No, he backs up.
He doesn't. So that's another free tower for lead, or free, but they get the tower and they get also the free kills, I assume. That was 3 kills. And yeah, now the lead we were talking about is back on 7k almost. So yeah, they're just using the Nephora ulti not really to gank, but they're using the Nephora ulti to just be in the fights. They don't really want to go too deep. They just want to be in the fights at the Soul Reaper Nephora. And right now they have no Dream Catchers. They don't really have any counterplay to all the heals. They're free healing on the Legion side, and whoever they jump on, really, it's hard for them to kill them because they have so many hits. Unless they get like a Dream Catcher or something else, it's gonna be a hard time for them to catch. They're gonna see top lane here. Corrupted's gonna get ulted by the Kayn. He does not get grain, so this is really the Corrupted here. Yeah.
It is, and we see that Torture went for the sorcery boots or the mana boots, so he might very well try to upgrade it into a Star Scrap boots. And the Kayn is probably looking for a barbed armor.
So top lane here is gonna push tower, and I assume the Lunatic is gonna get the top tower as well. Rhapsody is steeping though, but this tower is gone. There's no way they're defending this. It also put them in an awkward position. If they would actually go top now on Lunar tier, they can still defend this tower. They're gonna TP on tier 2 here on Demented. Before my TP Mirax is behind. See what's gonna happen here. Nothing really, okay.
But now we see that they are TPing to catch the Soul Reaper on bot lane.
Oh, the Soul Reaper though? Yeah.
But he's really fast with his Ghost Marchers and also the movement speed bonus from the Dream Catcher, so we're not gonna end up catching him.
No. You see Shaman Head is gonna be picked up by Soul Reaper as well. Which makes it even harder.
Energizer, have a very good item on the hero, giving some extra stats on very early games, so mana regen and fight potential with extra bonuses and movement and attack speed.
We also see that Mirax is gonna get close to his peak here right now, and he's gonna when he gets to peak, it's gonna get really dangerous, I think, for the Hellborn side here. They clear the size on the Torture.
We have also hit the 50-minute mark, so now there is a team smoke up in the shops. So I would think that the Legion will, now that he has his peak on Miraxes, they will group up, pop up team smoke, and try to find some big kills and get a tower objective afterwards.
Yeah. I agree. What do you think the Mammoth's gonna go here? He just bought a Soul Trap, so I would assume this is the Dreamcatcher we talked about that the Hellborn really need. They need one Dreamcatcher to just remove all this healing that the Legion has right now.
Yeah, it looks like that. So we're gonna go back to farming bots, so no team smoking yet. Invis Rune denied on top lane. Miraxes has revealed his PK, so the Hellborn should be aware of it. And they Might try to kill him here.
Okay.
But the
I'm not
advantage
sure if
shows
Newerth
why
is
not
the
go here.
target to go on though. I know he has his PK, she's playing around it right now. They're
Yeah.
gonna use the smoke here in the mid, they're gonna get 3. Probably gonna use the Nephora ulti on top of that, so they're gonna be 5 people in the mid there very soon. Are they gonna go on the Kane here? Maybe they're gonna go. Yeah. They used to have in the ulti, so Nephora Sword is not gonna be in the fight here.
Oh, very good
Grabs the
ulti
ulti again.
here. And Nephora still has it. Oh, the ulti from Nephora got cancelled.
Oh,
That's
that's
actually
just
huge for the Hellborn.
that's so good, man. They just played around the Vindicator, not gonna use his ult, I guess, on Nephora, and they did.
Yeah. So maybe a bit greedy from Legion, going just 3 in the team smoke, but
I agree.
understandably you want to use the Nephora ulti. So yeah, we had Soul Reaper being quite alone on the top on the GPM chart, but after that fight, Torture is closing in slightly, and also Kane has gotten a bit over 300 GPM now, so soon he will have his barbed armor.
Yeah.
Vindicator walking at the Kong area, placing a deep ward for the Hellborn side. And TPing out.
Yeah. Let's see that Kane is gonna pick up. I would assume those 2 armbands are gonna be barbed armor. They're also gonna get denied here on top lane. The only tower that Hellborn has got denied, sadly. So the Manta is gonna run for top rune here. Are they gonna catch him? They actually might catch the Manta there. I don't know if they saw him. Yeah, they're gonna go back. Yeah. They don't really have vision up here.
Actually, we do have
Yeah, but they were not
hello,
really
Conquer,
seeing
but yeah.
the full everything though.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Better safe than sorry.
corrupted. Oh, he's gonna smoke here. I don't think they saw him smoking, or did they on the wall maybe?
I'm not sure, I don't think so. Legion is pushing up the bot tower, and the Vindicator ult is still on cooldown, so
It's 10
the Hellborn
seconds.
might. Yeah, so I think they might wait for that and then try to take a fight.
Oh man, Kane is just in deep waters right now. I wonder if he's gonna ult here. He's gonna run in here, ult the Soul Reaper maybe. He's gonna go in here. He's gonna ult the Soul Reaper, pop in the bard armor, and the Soul Reaper is melting, man. But is he gonna?
They have so much heal for him and the K from Demented, so he is actually
won't die.
fine so far.
Yeah.
Oh, it was very close, but he ended up leaving, and they dive 4 people on the Hellborn side. So this is gonna be a tower, and the lead is just growing even bigger.
I would assume they might go Conquer here because of the mirror access. So they're gonna actually ult it up on Nephora. They just wanna push. They just want this Soul Reaper to get fat right now. I would assume this is
he almost has gold for the Sword of a High, which he's gonna pick up here after this wave. So he is going for the mock.
Yeah.
And Nephora, did she just right click a Storm Spirit? That's really good counter to Kane.
Yeah, I mean they have almost all auto towers. It's only 2 tier 2 ones left, so yeah, it's looking very bad for Cats right now. It's only 20 minutes, like we said. They're gonna scale into late game, but they need to protect this mid game now very much. Like every lead that the Lunateer gets is gonna be harder late game for the Cats, basically.
Yeah, and at this point, Torture is pretty much the only hero in the Hellborn side that can farm efficiently. So, with the little space they have, it's not that easy to get the creeps quickly. Madman got his Dreamcatcher now.
Yeah, they needed that fight. I mean, if they had Dreamcatcher on the Soul Reaper, he wouldn't get. He just got healed from like 20% up to 60%, and heal another time, and then yeah.
But this
it's
is
hard.
Yeah, a 20-minute Dreamcatcher Madman. It's not that good anymore. It's like they have a barrier on the Soul Reaper. They have so much heal. Like yeah, you want to have that earlier if you're gonna do it on Madman. He is split pushing the bot tower. Legion seem to be not putting up a fight right now. I wonder what Corrupted is saving for, because he hasn't bought an item in quite some time, so... Do you think it's gonna be a Shrunken, or...?
I'm not sure exactly what it's gonna buy, but... It could be Shrunken, it could be... I'm not sure. Is getting an item now? does have soul screams. Could be a nullifier. Maybe to maybe remove the bard armor from the cane. It could be. There's a lot of items you can go here. I don't think nullifier is that bad. He removes the bard armor on the cane and makes him not maybe be able to make some damage on the enemy team.
Indeed, and it's not really the main target. It's the Soul Reaper. So maybe they
Meanwhile,
heal
we
it.
see Hellborn here. They're actually smoked. They're gonna run towards the enemy Kongor, running behind the tier 1. This is so risky play right now. They're on deep waters again.
Yeah, and
They see Maraxis.
the Legion are hiding here, being very sneaky with Maraxis baiting, but it seems like Hellborn, they read the baits. They don't take it. Corrupted picked up a Invis rune. Let's see if he makes something of it, but they do have a reward. And the Hellborn are still sticking around at the Congress area. They kind of have a higher ground here with all the wards and rewards.
Yeah, they don't really have vision on it. They don't know for sure where the Hellborn is. They can just assume that they're either in their jungle or they are at the Kongor.
This is where I think the Legion side should go for the Hellborn Conger, because they already have a tower bot and they can just put up some wards and easily take it.
Well,
But they seem to go for the mid tier 2 tower.
yeah, I mean, I don't think the Hellborn really can do much about them right now. If they just go in headlessly, they're gonna get punished or hard. It's a beast are gonna get picked up from the Soul Reaper. I would assume that's I mean, it could be an icon, but I would assume it's a heart.
Yeah, it's what I've seen him do before. After getting a mock, he just wanna tank up to stay in the fights for as long as possible. We have a light brand on the torture, but yeah, the tower is going down. Seems like they realize they're not gonna be able to defend it. And he did buy a Shrunken on the Corrupted. Which I think is fine. He got some attack speed and he just need to like drain some damage and he can do just fine getting some extra damage in.
Yeah,
and we're moving up now to get the top tier 2 tower, the last outer tower, and the lead is just growing bigger and bigger, so we have 12k lead now for the Legion side. Madman still fighting to get the tower on the bot lane, using ultimates.
I mean, they need these towers. Like, they have one tower on the Hellborn side. They only got one tower down, and then that tower got denied. So I mean, they barely got it. I mean, meanwhile here, we're gonna see Kane's gonna get jumped. I think it's fine though. Yeah, it pretty much is dodging them right now. They don't know how to take a good fight. They actually got a mid tower there. That's really good. And also they're gonna get bot tower as well. That's really good.
Yeah,
they need this squad. They need this like pick up items. Maybe like a brutalization on the man, or
before getting dewarding here, so the Hellborn doesn't have any vision around the little pillar we have, or the rock. Getting a jump on the Kane, and he dies very quickly. Vindicate actually not using his ultimates yet, which might have been a good decision. He might have been dead anyway. And with the King dead, they are pushing Rex, so he probably needs to force out the buyback here.
Yeah, but the thing is, they go jump in here though. Vindicator is not going to use. Raps is saving the torture once again. Meanwhile, Corpse is going to get jumped by the Kane. He's not going to fall though. Yeah, he's dead. Meanwhile, they're man fighting the Soul Reaper, but they can't really just kill them.
They are so deep in, but the Soul Reaper is so tanky still. But he will actually go down, so that's an overextension from the Legion side, and also the Torture bot back, right? Yeah, so 2 buybacks.
Yeah. But also Corrupted did buyback.
Yeah. So actually a very good result for the Hellborn side. They saved the tower, only lost some HP on it, and got some very big kills.
Yeah, I mean, from almost a 15k lead to almost only a 10k lead now. Like, this is what I mean. If they get into this late game on Cats, they have a big chance. I also see that the Madman has almost 4k saved up. I'm not sure if they're gonna actually go like super late game, just go a mock or whatever it's gonna be. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he will actually.
Oh, mid here? He's gonna get Oh, is he dead on Corrupted? He's dead again. So basically that's the dieback. He didn't kill the Torture though, but he died on the
for a TP here. With Maraxis getting a kill on the Kane, so 2 for 1.
Yeah.
And both of those heroes did buy back last time, so
Yep.
Let's see. They
Wind is gonna TP out there. Is he fine though? He's fine. Mammoth's gonna get out as well. Did not see what he bought though, but I'm assuming this. I actually bought him BKB. Yeah, that's good.
and the leader is going for the Congo here. Moraxis is really good with his access to get him down quickly, and all the heal makes it very easy for them. And we see that the Mentat actually picked up an eye, which I think is very good to further extend the lead they have, getting the map control up.
Yeah.
But the Hellborn are also doing their Conquer.
Condor has been slain.
You see that solid.
Madman actually did buy a Shrunken, so he did not go
Yeah.
from a Murad. He felt like it would be too greedy. He needs to be able to fight right now.
Yeah, but I think they need to focus on the late game. I think Mock or some farming tool is needed, because if they keep fighting into them too much, they're just gonna lose. They can't really commit to high ground right now on the Legion side. If they commit too hard, they're just gonna die like they just did. But yeah, I guess BKB is not bad. But I would prefer, in my own opinion, to go Mock or something else. Like they need
And
to go
Soul
for
Reaper
the
finished his heart now, so he will go from 1750 HP to a lot more. And a lot of extra regen, so yeah, it might be very hard for the Hellborn side to take him down in the next fight, unless Kane gets an ulti off him.
Yeah. Oh, we see that Rex is gonna jump here on the man. He's gonna use anything on the Hellborn, that's good. Guess he's trying to like maybe bait out like a Shrunken or ulti or something else, but yeah. See a top
But
here.
two supports on the Legion side, Hellborn side have picked up tablets, but otherwise we don't really have any big items compared to last time. While we do have both a Bulwark and a Abyssal Flower being the kind of mini Hellflower. It doesn't perplex, but it gives a silence, which Moraxis has picked up. So, second try at getting the Rax here. They might not dive as greedy this time. Hitting the tower.
Oh, the Kane here. Oh, he got silenced by the Moraxis. He's gonna fall and the rat.
That's actually a huge play by Moraxis. Really good reaction there. And he does not have a buyback.
And yeah, I mean their Hellborn is just falling down now. That's
Yeah.
a really good counterplay, and like you see Soul Reaper, man, he's doing whatever he wants.
Torture has buyback, but he can't fight alone, so this is gonna be at least one Rax, maybe more.
Yeah, that's gonna.
And they call out the CC bot.
Oh, that's
All
game.
right.
Well played by both
Okay.
teams here.
Has been destroyed.
And yeah, we're gonna go to game number 2. And Lunatic taking the first game, and see you guys soon. Alright, welcome back to another game here, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between and outside, even the Twitch chat here. You're joined by Dosse and once again Kuget. How are you, man?
I'm very good, and it was a good first game, as we kind of expected. The Lunar Tears came on stronger with their earlier draft, having early impact. So we'll see if Cats can get a comeback here in the second game.
Yeah, they were showing the superior team play. I don't think Lunatir has lost a single game for a long time now. I think they have a very big winning streak. But yeah, they're showing dominance in every tournament, scrims and everything. They're really a solid team, I would say.
Indeed, I agree, and it feels like they have figured out the meta really well, or how they want to play. Going to the banning phase.
We're gonna see Forsaken Archer and Delver from the Legion side, and a Tundra Bear from the Hellborn. Once again, almost same bans. I think actually that would go past the banning phase, the first banning phase. I got banned the second banning phase.
Yeah, and the Geomancer was also banned in the first phase. And I would say that Tundra and Geomancer are really good for the getting vision and map control, which is very important in these competitive games. So they are super popular in these tournaments.
Yeah.
We can maybe see Calamity, yeah. And let's see, do they... Actually, they did not ban Soul Reaper for first team. So maybe they let them have it.
Yeah. But yeah, we also see a Geomancer ban. I don't think that's a ban you see a lot of the game. I don't think.
He is popular for these tiny teams I've seen. And yeah, as I mentioned, I think he's very good with what do you call it? The Geostalk, giving vision. He has a good initiator. Also, actually, pretty solid base attack damage for the laning stage. And Lord Sephoris, another popular hero, strong in being solo, being in the mid lane, can even be played as a carry. And of course, he counters the healing strategy, which they ran the last game.
CN4 Ghost picked here on the cat. And yeah, they're gonna pick up the 4 instead of the Lunatic, I guess. So maybe they're gonna do the healing meta right now. We see also a Corrupted Disciple. This is a hero that's just so good. I love playing Corrupted. I think it's one of my favorite carries for the moment right now.
Yeah, and Rampier played it last game and has been playing it about 25-30% of his competitive games recently. So
yeah,
might pick it up as a safe pick for him.
Yeah.
Corrupted Disciple.
Yeah. And it's gonna get picked again. The Corrupted Disciple, and probably Rampier's gonna play, and the Kraken. We were seeing a pretty clear pattern in the picking here from the Thai players, I would say.
Yeah, and Kraken is, as mentioned, a solid mid laner, but he is also a favorite for Shinon Sama, who played it a lot of times in the last tournament. We see that Kayn is still open, so maybe Cats want to go back to that hero.
I would, yeah. I was on set. Kayn probably gonna pick because it's a really good hero. We don't see the Vindicator though with the Kayn this game, which is fine, right? You don't really need to commit with the Vindicator. But we also see the Magmus picked up here. I would assume that the Kinesis is gonna get banned now in the second banning phase. I'm not sure if actually Thai players tend to actually pick that hero though or not, but yeah.
Dr. Repulsor, that's a hero I was not expecting to see banned.
Yeah.
And we do see that Forsaken Archer is still not... Oh no, sorry, it was banned. It was the first hero. Never mind. But Soul Reaper is still open.
It is, but we don't know if they're gonna pick it up. Maybe it doesn't fit really. Actually, I think they should pick the Soul Reaper into the Hellborn here. I would be surprised if they actually didn't ban the Soul Reaper here. Yeah, there it goes. There goes the ban. They banned the Pestilence again. I think that they Lunatic banned it last time as well, right?
Yeah, I think we did, yeah. And we weren't really sure why we did it last time, because personally I don't think it's a really ban-worthy hero, but it seems like the pink player, purple player, Nofadon, he seems to be playing a bit of Pestilence, so might be some
Yeah.
player-specific ban here.
Yeah.
Martyr, that's a hero that's been very popular in TMM, but I don't think we've seen so much of it in competitive, right? Alright, does this on the phone, so I'm gonna talk a bit solo right now. But yeah, Martyr is has gotten a buff in the latest patch, so he's a strong hero for the support role. Once again, we see Green expand out. Good suicide hero or solo, just needs some levels and he outputs a lot of damage. And we have one last ban on the Legion side. We still haven't picked any support hero on Lunar tier, so I wouldn't mind them taking out some more support they don't want to face. Might it be the Rhapsody, the Pearl, Demented Shaman even, all the good heroes. But they are really taking their time here, only 30 seconds left on the timer, and there goes Rhapsody.
Yeah, we kind of see that this banning phase, both the first and the second, it took way more time than they used the first game. I think they used a total of 6 or 7 seconds from both sides, and just straight to the bans and straight to the picks, basically. They take a little bit more time this game. But yeah, we see similar heroes, I would say, like the Kraken, here comes the Vindicator, and yeah.
Do you think that might be a response to the Kayn pick? I mean, it doesn't counter Kayn himself, but it's hard for the Legion side to follow up with a Kayn ulti if Vindicator ultits. So it's not really a counter, but it's, yeah, somehow you might be able to save the person getting ulted. And Artesia, which is a very strong early game hero, can both output a lot of damage and heal.
Yeah.
A very interesting pick. We don't see it too often.
We don't see it, and when they actually do this with the Artesia, they tend to pick something beefy, maybe like an Armadon or something that just screams tanky, basically. Like an Armadon, Drunken, Pred, or anything that just you man up with, and you have an Artesia behind you, is healing them for so much.
Yeah. They actually don't have, like, they do have a Kraken ulti, but except for that, I mean Kraken ulti and stun, they don't really have any good setup stuns on the Hellborn side. So I wonder if they either go on just the tanky route, as you mentioned, for the last pick, or some kind of stunner. Because, yeah, playing games without any kind of setup or stun can always be a bit awkward.
Torture.
Once again, cats pick up Torture, and a Mage Bane.
Ooh. Mage Bane. I love Mage Bane, man. But yeah, I mean, they don't really have any cores that Mage Bane will counter, I wouldn't say. Like, Corrupted kinda don't really care about the Mage Bane. I wouldn't say Kraken really cares either. I think Mage Bane is a hero you kind of counter pick into a core that's an intelligence hero, I would say, like a Torture or something else. But yeah, I mean, it still works, right? They have a lot of medical damage on the Hellborn side.
Yeah, indeed. And he can, you know, jump in on Artesia, be a bit of annoyance to her. And we go for the Pred.
Oh, the Pred. Well, I think Pred is a counter to Kayn in a way. I think whenever you hit the Kayn, you heal so much.
I think it's kind of both yes and no. Because, you know, the Kayn ulti lasts so long, so if he gets it off before Pred makes his Stone Hide, then he's gonna die really quickly by all the backup spells from the Legion. But of course the lifesteal counters the Kayn and his eventual barbed armor. And we have a classic pause.
Yeah, maybe they ran out of toilet paper again, who knows? But yeah.
guess that we will see Trilance once again. But how do you think they will set it up? Last time we had on the Legion side, we have a Torture player, the Nephora player, and the Magnus player going together. So if they do the same setup, then it means that Kane and Magebane will be left solo on mid and either long or short.
What Luna Tears does here is that I think, let's say they go Corrupted long. If they would put Corrupted 1 versus 1, Corrupted will win that lane most of the times, I would say, because of the drain. Like, you don't really lane well against a Corrupted. So if they put, then they have to put some more resources at the bot lane. If they do that, they're gonna have a hard time mid, because they have a Kraken who I think he wins a lot of the like lanes in general. And if they don't put a lot of pressure on the Pred, it's gonna bite them back. I think I really like Hellborn's draft here once again. I think it's the superior draft from it's just a superior draft I think in this game as well. But we'll see if they manage to get a super good early game of the Legion. They 100% have a chance to win the game.
Yeah, and this time the Legion is a lot more prepared for the early game. They do have carry potential for the late game, but they have picked 3 heroes, 3 cores that are super strong early. I mean, Magebane is not super strong in the right in the beginning, but once he gets a few items and some levels, he can be hard to deal with.
Yeah, I agree.
And I would say that we talked about Vindy being kind of a greedy support pick in the last game, but this time they kind of compensate by picking Vartisia, which is a bit of the opposite, being very strong on the early levels. So,
yeah.
for example, the Q on Ortiz deals 125 damage on level 1 with just a 4-second cooldown. That is a lot. I think it's gotta be one of the highest DPS outputs of all heroes. But then it doesn't scale as well, going just up to just 200 damage on level 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's some good stats.
So if Legion puts Kane mid against Kraken is, as you said, a very strong mid laner who can dominate many lanes. I would say that Deadwood is maybe one of the heroes that, beats him in a 1 versus 1. Salforis might also have a chance, but how do you think Kane does against Kraken?
I have played this matchup. I think it was against the Colic team. I don't remember the team name. I played Kane against some of them with Kane, and they had Kraken, and I dominated with Kane. I killed him 2 times completely alone, and I don't think as a Kraken you can really man up again away. If you run him down as a Kane, and you make him charge out of the fight, basically. You can't really man up. All you want to do in Kraken is put Q and E, and then you want to run away. You don't man up against a Kane.
Alright, yep.
W did so much damage. I think Kane should do good against the Kraken, but also he's gonna get pushed out of the lane a lot if he doesn't commit to the early lane presence. He needs to spam Q, he needs to hit him a lot of times. Every second he gets, he needs to hit Kraken. You push him out of the lane. If he doesn't do that, Kane will overwhelm him.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it seems like the players are ready.
Yeah, they already got the toilet paper. Let's go. Yeah. So let's see how they're gonna lane here. We're gonna see some TPs out, some warding. You're gonna scout out maybe some lanes. Toward tipping bottom, Vindicated tipping top. Yeah. Pretty standard, I would say.
Yeah, and it might be that.
Going both.
Let's see if Vindicator actually stays top, because they did this last time as well, that one support TP'd to the other lane to just get a ward up and then join in the tri lane.
The thing here is that they play tri-core basically. Either Corrupted get a good game, Pred gets a good game, and Kraken will be 50-50, I would assume. So they're just gonna play 2-1-2 here, I guess, on the Hellborn side, and on the Legion, I'm not so sure. They have a TP on the Magebane. I'm not sure if they're gonna lane cut here or whatever they're gonna do here. He blinks up here.
Looks like it, and I think Magnus is given some support. So it
It's
will
gonna
probably
block.
be a suicide Mage Bane.
Yeah. Suicide Mage Bane and a roaming mag, I assume, because he has boots. So
But
Yeah.
yeah, Vindicator does not have a TP at the moment, and Pred and Artesia will probably have a hard time if the Legion decides to try lane on the bot lane.
Huh?
With a triple stun they have,
Um,
Torture, Nymphora, Magnus.
I agree. But I think if they get a chance, I would assume they were gonna put the Pred short and just put the Corrupted long, because in a hard lane, I think Corrupted does really good, and Pred's gonna have a really hard time into like a hard lane. But we will see.
Oh, Pred is actually already moving, seeing that. No, maybe
No.
not.
Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yeah, he's going top here. He's just gonna run. I guess they can like I said, I think they want Pred to have a decent game, and the Corrupted can just recover somehow because of the Q and like his range. He can lane better than our Pred.
Yeah, Pred is not. I mean, you can try lane with him, but it's not really the best, especially not in an offensive try lane, I would say. If you're up against another try lane, that is. But Mageman did actually pull off the lane pull here, and Vindicator does not follow him, so he will have a whole wave here, both denied and for himself.
And meanwhile, if you look at mid here, you see what I'm saying. Like Kane just box him out of the lane a bit, but also he gets booked on the the Kane. But yeah, I think they're gonna have a 50-50 lane, just like last game. The Raxus and the Kane. Now it's the Kane and the Kraken.
Vindicator is still top, so this is... They have a Corrupted and an Artesia on the bot lane against the tri lane.
Oh, they're gonna
so-
collapse here.
Soul's wrath.
Just gonna get stunned here, I would assume. Stunned into another stun on Nymphora.
Yeah, he should be
Stun
dead
on
here.
Torture,
Good
and that's a
stun.
dead. That's a first bed.
And Artesia is actually pushing the creeps below him during that
he's-
time, getting some
But keep
value
out,
out
I
of
would
it.
say.
Yeah, he does.
Then,
So this is where their picks on Lunatir gets a bit weird, because now you have a Suicide Corrupted,
yeah,
which
it does.
is not the best hero to Suicide with. He has no escape, no ability spell.
And meanwhile, look at top here. The Predator is completely out of mana. I would assume that's because the Mageman went to Q and just hit one hit for on Pred, and he loses like 10% of his mana.
Indeed.
But yeah,
Both mid laners doing very well with last hit so far, being at 350 GPM. Artesia joining the mid lane, so they might try to give Kraken a good laning phase here by boxing out a Kane. But she is moving back to stack some creeps in the jungle. Oh, the Corrupted actually bought a smoke just to leech XP in the bot lane, I guess. He can't really do much else.
actually Magma's gonna run this. It's a pretty much a duel mid here. They're gonna put the Corrupted spot here. I mean, that's like I said, either they focus their resources on the Pred or they focus on the Corrupted, and it looks like they are focusing on the Pred instead. Which I would say is the correct call, because even though Corrupted doesn't have much farm, they're always gonna have the like his range to deal damage, basically.
Yeah, but this looks like a more promising game for Cats, having 1-0 and a bit of a gold lead so far. But they, especially they have a Torture doing really well with First Blood and 450 GPM, but also getting some farm on Kane, and even the Suicide Mageman actually getting some last hits in.
Yeah. You see also Corrupted is hiding here in the trees. Oh, they see him. How did they spot him?
I did spot
Torches.
him, yeah. And he's just level 1, so he should be dead here.
Yeah, that's a dead Corrupted.
So that's gonna be a very early mana boots or sorcery boots for Torture, which is very nice on that hero who uses so much mana. Mageman keeps on jumping on Pred. He really doesn't want him to have any mana at all.
No, he is really boxing out this Spread a lot. So, like if you see you see that Mageman actually had 11 last hits. If you compare it to the 0 last hits on the Corrupted, he's doing very well on the Mageman right here. Meanwhile at mid, Artesia is just taking some crit kills, meanwhile the Kraken is clearing some stacks. Which is it's a strong aspect of the hero on Kraken. When you get level 3 E, which is his splash, and it just did so much damage to everyone. You can just farm the camps very easily.
Indeed. And Magnus is sitting and waiting. He placed actually an interesting ward here on the pillar next to the tier 2 tower in the mid lane on the Hellborn side. So he got a good vision here for rotations, and they are trying to get a very early tower here on the bot lane. Keep getting that momentum for the Torture. Now finished the mana boots.
Yeah.
And
They do.
started getting some stacks up also on the Legion side, so not only the Kraken but also the Torture will go in to clear some stacks soon.
So let's talk about some items. What items do you want to see? Let's start with Legion. I would assume that those mana boots might turn into Starscrap boots. I see that people tend to actually buy the finished Starscrap boots on the heroes that they buy the mana boots on, so
Yeah, actually,
I would assume this is Starscrap boots, and maybe into Gnomes or something else, like Grimoire or something else.
we saw him buy a Lightbrand last game, so that might be his strategy this time as well, going for probably a Grimoire after that. And Gnomes is a very good item for Torture as well.
Yeah.
Kane will probably buy, as we saw last game, Barbed Armor, maybe a Peak and a Shrunken. What I wonder is what Magebane will pick up. I don't really play the hero that much, but I know you can like either go very tanky, buying a Helm, buying a Shamans, but you can also go a bit of like farming or carry items. Mock, Alk Bones, Cleaver, all might work on him. But since he's a suicide hero this game, we probably shouldn't expect him to buy any items that are too greedy.
Yeah.
Going back to the bot lane, yeah, we see that Legion are 6 minutes in and pushing the tier 2 tower very quickly already. And the Corrupted can't really do much about it, he can just use his Q once in a while.
You see Kraken though, he's here, smoked. You also see Vindicator, he's level 6. They maybe try to force out a dive here. And they don't know that the Kraken is smoked here. I don't know if they saw the Vindicator or not. So it's gonna get thrown out here.
But Kane is coming from the back with his ult ready.
Oh.
And
He's so close.
oh my god. He is slightly slower than the Torture, but you get him with Vindy finally.
This is just the power of Lunat here, man. It's amazing, man. They use that Vindicator ulti, they lose the momentum from the Legion, and the Corrupted Q just melts the Magnus. And it's amazing.
Yeah, so
Magnus doesn't even get his Q off.
So the Legion went a bit too greedy here, trying to get the tier 2 tower that early. It's not like the end of the world, but they lost a bit of their lead, and they really don't want this Snowball hero Torture to die this early.
Nope.
And as you mentioned, he has picked up a Fortified Bracer and Refreshing Ornaments, so he will be going for the Starscrap boots.
Yep. You'll see some triple camps here. They're gonna take it on the Nifora Torture, I will assume.
Pred has picked up an Alk Bones, so he will also explode in farm eventually with that. We will see if he goes another farming item like a Thunderclaw, or just going for maybe Insanitaries and Elder's Parasite, which are also very popular items on the hero. They are jumping on Magebane on the top lane. Vindy putting in the silence, but he actually gets away, so he is fine.
Yeah, Magebane is doing a really good job. He got 20 last hits, and if you look at the Corrupted, he got 2. So Corrupted is that he's getting.
Yeah, he's out on a mission here. He wanted to scout the bot lane a bit. Sitting at 94 GPM, he's having a really hard time. So he actually got more deaths than last hits right now on the Corrupted.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. Suicide there, I would say. But yeah, he's just stacking woods. He's making sure. I think they just want this Kraken to get his early PK. Whenever Kraken gets the PK, it's gonna be so much danger for the Legion side, because whoever Kraken jumps is pretty much dead because of the Vindicator ulti. We see Magnus here. gonna find a counter ward. It can't really hit it, I don't think. They're getting the tier 2 bot here though.
Yeah, and we are counter pushing top instead. Question now is, will they maybe use Newerth ulti to try and defend it? The Hellborn
It looks
are
like it.
people. They do.
Oh, he's going in here.
Artesia pops the ulti. Magebeam was a bit too early there. Kane pops the ulti on Pred, but they do have all the heal from Artesia, so he's not taking any damage at all.
Oh, Magnus does nothing and it's a disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just a team synergy on the Luna tier. They are playing so well together.
They actually keep going here. Might they have overstepped a bit? Oh, that's a big ulti. But they don't really finish them off, they are so low. HP keeps jumping.
Vindicator is suicide. Yeah.
Yeah, he walks down to give some space to the rest of the team.
That's a haste on Kraken though. Oh, he gives the haste to Pred and it's fine. He's gonna go in
so
and
well
turn.
played.
Oh, that's so well played by the Kraken here. Oh, I love to see that, man.
But they do lose the corrupted as well. So yeah, what started off as a great fight from Hellborn turns out to be a bit too much. They went a bit deep here, diving the tier 2 tower, losing a couple of heroes.
Yep.
So all in all, I think it was kind of even.
He was. But also, now you see that the Pred is just 500 GPM. He is in it to win it. He's just gonna... He has the Alchemist Bones. He is probably gonna go... I'm not sure how he actually builds the Pred. I'm not sure if he goes Ender or if he goes Instantarius or whatever he goes. But I would assume he's going something offensive, some...
Yeah,
he bosses Steam Staff.
Sanitarius, yeah. Porting in Wimnifora, going on the Vindy here, in the mid lane.
Oh, they're going into the Kraken.
Oh, Kraken getting a huge stun off here.
They're committing on the Kraken, and Kraken is not even falling. They have so much heat on the Hortesa. He indicates it's gonna get thrown out and they're all dying.
They all survive. The heals from Artesia are really paying off here. And we see now that, you know, you have a Pred at 500 GPM, and sure, Torture is almost 500 GPM as well, but I would much rather have a Predator at 500.
I agree.
So what started off as a great start for Cats is now being a bit swung back on the other side. So Luna Tears is in the lead. And Pred has
the Nifora here?
time.
Nice one. Look here, on the Corrupted he's gonna go on the Magmus, he's not really gonna get him though. Meanwhile, Pred is just pushing top, man. He's,
before I just land the stun there.
Oh, he's
just
doing
on the edge.
Oh.
So Kane picks up the kill on Corrupted, going a bit deep here.
Oh, that's great.
And we see, interesting enough, that Corrupted has not skilled a single level in his W, the Corrupted Conduit. So yeah, he's really adapting to be playing Suicide this game.
Yeah, I guess he just want the extra movement speed to maybe like kite out a spell, maybe Uke or maybe Chase or anything. He doesn't really... I think he thinks that he doesn't really survive long in a battle or a fight, and he just want to be like have utility, I guess.
Yeah, and now Kraken has finished his PK, and we do see that Vindicator ESC God has placed a very deep ward in the Legion jungle, so they might take advantage of that, try and make some kills whenever Torture is farming there.
Yep. Soulscrap Boost gonna get finished on the Torture. I think he had it for a while now, but yeah.
Magmus
He's looking
smoked in
very...
mid lane, but he's getting caught, so nothing's gonna happen from that. And finally we see that Corrupted is getting some creep kills in the bot lane. But as I say that, we see the Nymphora TP coming against him. And he will die once again.
Oh, the kill still. You Kane, you dirty man. Yeah, but yeah. Corrupted is getting focused, but I also think this is what they want. They don't really care about Corrupted right now. They have two guys. At least one guy with over 500 GPM and the other guy is close to being 500 GPM. So...
Yeah, you mentioned in the beginning of the game, both teams do run a pretty strong tricore here. So if one of those cores suffers, it's like not the end of the world. And we do see that even though Mageman had a decent start, he is 0-3-1. So he's pretty much on the same GPM as Corrupted at this point.
Mid here, they're gonna get jumped here on the Magmus. Then probably get. They have more though. They haven't used the reset Kraken yet.
Oh, the
yes,
ward
they're
does
using
come
the
out
ulti.
Aura and
Yeah.
she melts, being only level 8 here.
Oh, they
keep
jump
going.
their friend here.
Red getting... Yeah, like that's what we talked about. He gets his W off, he jumps, has the heal behind him, the Kayn ulti, like, it just wears off, it doesn't do much. If Kraken finds another target, getting the torture back, but they are out of mana at this point, or at least with Kraken.
We jumped the creep on the Fred though.
And this is where the Star Square boots are doing a lot of work with torture, keeping him alive and healthy. So once again,
everything on the Fred here, man.
Oh.
He doesn't die. He
we
doesn't
don't
die.
finish him off.
Ah man, this is a disaster, man.
Yeah, it was so close to kill off a Fred and getting some more kills there, but the Crack came in with a, you know, clutch stun there in the end, saving him.
Yeah.
And yeah, now from being a completely even game just 5 minutes ago, we are now seeing a 10k lead almost on Lunateer.
Some all chatting going on here. I hope it's trash talk. I have no idea what this says
might
though,
be some
but
DM.
I hope
5
5 5 I'm gonna jump on this, man. 5 5 5. I'm gonna jump on this, man. I have no idea what they're saying, but it's probably pretty funny.
Maybe we have Eston in chat who can translate.
Yeah, we need our Thai in here. Our Danish translator, man. But yeah.
So yeah, it's looking very grim for the Legion. They don't really have any like really hard carry. Like sure, the Mageman can hard carry is somewhat decent, but he doesn't have a single farming item. And the Torture, I wouldn't rely on him to outscale a Predator or even a Corrupted. So yeah, I think they need to pull off some tricks out of their sleeves to really take this game back in their hands.
No. But yeah, it's I don't know what to say. I think Lunateer is on top right now. Like almost 600 GPM. Pred is gonna pick up an Ice Brand. I would assume that's gonna turn into a Frost Wolf or maybe even a Firebrand. Who knows? But yeah, I don't really see Cats. They're gonna have a hard time coming back from this, I think.
Yeah, they need a couple of good team fights. Like one will not be enough. Kraken getting a jump here on the Torture, doesn't get him inside the ulti, but Kayn does actually go into it. And they just chase them down. The Corrupted goes down, but for the rest, it's all everything for the Hellbound side.
Yeah,
I don't
know.
think Mageman was in even there, but even if he was, it wouldn't do too much of a difference.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. The Lunateers is just showing their dominance, man. They are winning and winning and winning, and after that, they're winning a couple of more games.
Yeah, and looking at the stats, we can see that Predator, Artesia, and Kraken hasn't died a single time. So almost all the kills on Cats are for the Corrupted Disciple. He's been the sacrificed lamb this game.
They don't really care about it, right? Like, even if he has 20 deaths, it doesn't really bother them at all.
And you even talked about Kayn being a stronger mid laner than Kraken, but Kraken is on 409, doing really well.
He should not have been doing this poorly on Kayn, I think. But they also, they are so active on the... Oh, maybe on the bot lane here? Kraken's gonna get double charge though. And I mean...
Yeah, that's
nothing they can do.
Predator, we're getting another tower. The lead is gonna... Wait, I'm actually tipping in on him, I'm not sure about that, maybe some desperation. It did pick up a Void, but it's not picked up now. I think they have given up at this point, yeah. And they call this easy vote. GG Cup.
GG Cup, whatever that means.
So it started off pretty good for both teams. I mean, interesting start, but the Hellborn does come out on top, and we see the synergy in the Lunateers. They're just so good as a team.
Yeah, and with that, the Lunateer is gonna take this series between the Cats and Lunateer, and they're showing their dominance on the Newerth here, dominating the game and he's winning, man. Here, they're playing so well together. They're really playing as a team. It's really beautiful to see. But yeah, we will see you guys next game. Bye bye.
The Hellborn have destroyed a Legion tower.
there. Jump on his grab, but no, Berserker's also going to be collapsed on Mammoth, putting the damage into him. Down to no life. The sanitary switch not going to work. Down goes Berserker. Baker provided that aura, but now Kraken releases Kraken on a profit actually in the backline. The Kinesis blow up as well, and they take out Apex, and now Profit's in trouble. He goes down.
One coming through, the town comes through. Brother Pharaoh going in on top of Jairus, but Jairus actually just melts down the Pharaoh. And Captain Huggy trying to do anything he can. Captain Huggy's actually getting eaten alive right now by the Silhouette. The Silhouette's starting to turn and do damage. He walks back into Winsy because he gets Winsy in the face!
But the fight continues. Oh, the Hellboy team does not want to let that kid to death go without some vengeance. Renix, though, just tears through the Witch there. Protected Melody going to be used. Saving Wassel. Initially, the BKB is activated. Demented Shaman falling in the midst of it. He's going to be terrorized. The KPM keeping it alive, but everyone's dead. I mean, they're just all dead.
Trying to run in with the dig coming through. Captain Huggy gets hit by a dig with his Volatile Pod down. Volatile Pod explodes, healing up. The Captain Huggy's getting eaten down, trying to do any damage I can. Electric Tide coming through, and he gets the deal actually ends up stunning out.
That's talking about a Greenwich pops is drunk in, and he jumps to the backline. Look at that Icora surviving. We've said that once twice before, but in the backline for second Archer. For second Archer gonna blow it up, but the support comes in, isn't enough. The ultimate, oh my god, he's gonna live. Are you kidding me? Some way, somehow, he survived. Kills Boo Boo. Down goes Wild Soul, and Rhapsody is also dead. We haven't really seen him but there is that setup. The Joust hits Forsaken, he's already a half-life. The keg on top, and Forsaken Archer gets blowing up there. He is going to stay there for about 30 seconds. There is a teleport coming in, but now Andromeda gets taken out. Here comes Pestilence. So energy field, a little awkward of an angle. They do kill Benzing's hand, and now obviously doesn't want to run through the energy field. So
Oh no, this is a disaster.
So actually the Madman gets jumps there, but Madman is going to survive with 1 HP because of the shield. And that's a huge turn actually from that Sapphire now in a bit of trouble. Sapphire dies. The Pearl ultimate is preventing so much damage from that. Okay, Puppet Master. Actually, Puppet Master gets hooked back and he instantly dies. Wait, what is going to happen now? They're going in. That is the Loathsome ultimate. Loathsome ultimate on top of the Moon Queen. Moon Queen gets ultimated by Mister. He's dying so fast. The Rhapsody ultimate not able to save his teammates this time. Wings the W on the Martyr. Martyr is going to ultimate the bubbles, saving the bubbles there. Martyr is running for his life right now, though. They're so deep in here. The Madman uses the W on. That's 3-man stun from the Magnus ultimate going on top. Valkyrie jumps in. That's a Q from the Valkyrie on top of 3 people there.
Different playstyle so far, but oh, that's an illusion. Because they have the jump. There's the shockwave jump, and Vindicator ultimate comes out just after the fact. You see the Thunder's Bolt as well and explodes. Moon Queen goes down. It's a hat trick for Captain Ears, and there's the vote to concede popping up. We got there really late at this point, as you'll see. Sapphire putting the crystal down, and more supported cast. Even Monkey King joining the party late, but Monkey King gets eviscerated there. Monarch is going to end up being killed as well. Moraxis is like, yeah, this did not go.
When team fight.
Look at Pebbles. Pebbles is going for it, trying to find the target. Typhoon's put down. Not the place you want to find necessarily if you're the Hellboard side. Meanwhile, what you got in the missing, but another protector out in the last second. It saves Wild, so Wildsome Lifesteal kicking in, and will finally go down. But they used everything to focus the Wild, so there's that combo. With the team smoke, we know a big fight's a brewing. Here we go, the initiation of the countdown. It hits Predator. Predator blows up immediately. Torture is caught out as well. The eruption's going to be right on top, and down goes Torture, protecting Melody, mitigating some damage and charged out immediately though. But now Kraken with the Ancient Stack and Congress. Field is ready to be used, not using it just yet. Trying to find the right opportunity. At least they're at half-life. There's the energy field. There's Protector Melody off to the outskirts zone, protecting Swiftblade. Loses his teammate Loza, but now Swiftblade, the Protector Melody was out of range. The energy field definitely doing work, and kills the Swiftblade when it's all said and done. Grenix is also dead, but now Pebbles jumping back in with the group chuck. Speaking of staff, he's got his as well. Able to take out Legionnaire. Nice dodge though. A little bit of a sidestep kicking in. Vindicator's still alive, by the way. May end up dying in the big picture, but South Forest, I can't believe he's still alive. You know, you look at his items and it's like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense actually.
Yeah. And like the Dark Lord's presence, the E. Face me. The Dark Lord's presence. Calamity and the 4 porting top lane, and they get the turn on the Corrupted Disciple there, but now Calamity and the 4 coming here for the flank. Rhapsody standing as ground. The Machaba is going to fall. Silhouette is going to fall. Lodestone now all alone, running for his life. Of course, that is doing quite well, but Bramble going in the mid lane, and Bubbles is taking a lot of damage there. Bubbles is not actually a mana for the Q, and he's going to fall down there instantly. They're not. Once again, does not actually properly get the tablet done, and that means that they actually are in quite a bad spot. And Kane ultimates the Moon Queen. Moon Queen taking so much damage. Moon Queen is so low. Moon Queen is dead, and that means that the Legion Hellboard side suddenly doesn't have damage anymore. But actually, the Moon Queen, they got the dust.
We found it. They found it. Let's go. We did it.
They did it. The turn is real. I believe they can do this. They located the side shop and they managed to do it. Oh, I am so proud of my boys. Oh, actually, face me, says the Kane on the Predator. Predator has now bashed, so Kane is going down a lot. Loads ultimated top. Predator going so low. Predator trying to stay alive. He's going to be able to stay alive there. Predator's Calamity ultimate. 3 people hit in there, but and there says you on the Torture, and Torture actually gets taunted by the Kane, and meanwhile the Monarch actually is super low, goes down. Josiah, meanwhile the backline also instantly dead. Actually, that's a 5-man smoke here. Congo is so low. There's a huge team fight. Take out as shrunken now. Everyone, the Hellboard side is falling. Kraken's out of mana. And that's not a hook on the Corrupted Disciple. Corrupted Disciple this time does not have the shrunken, but he does of course have a little bit of team support still there, and that means that he is going to be fine for a little bit. And he goes down. Kraken and Armadon are now on the run and in danger. They're in danger a lot. Sapphire is all the way in front line, but that means that he's also if the Ape. Oh, so Kane goes in the back line and so much damage coming out. The Apex ultimate hits 5 people there, and here comes the important but with the Calamity as well. The ultimate from the Rhapsody saving anyone that may have been low. Actually, so Geomancer whiffs a little bit. Mageman in the back line. Pebbles is stuck. Pebbles is stuck on top of the cliff there. He can't move. Oh, he finally gets unstuck, but he's going to die to Dreamcatcher. Most likely knows he's gonna live actually. So Forrest, Magnus, and Benson now in a lot of trouble. Swiftblade's still alive, and Wharton now is gonna fall at the end. Oh, actually, Vindicator being jumped.
Axis going in that back line. Soul Raper, great job with the protective melody once again from Rhapsody. Predator cannot do any damage as a result. He has to just walk away with his head down in shame. His teammates fall. Their big fight brewing down here. Rhapsody gonna be gone, and here comes that root from SRP. There we go. It's gonna hit. Here's a big Forsaken Archer ultimate. Iker doing what he can. It's not gonna be enough though. That's the combo. Your melody from the skies though. Of Rhapsody. Equipment is getting low, but Kraken's still chasing more. Energy field put down. Morro's dead. So is Lodestone. Magebane's plenty alive. The Mana Rift eventually comes out. That's something plenty of it. Shark in hand. He's going to be hit by the Willowmaker, though. Stop to play. It's all nice stuff from Magnus. Stop to play Melody. The Prince gets perfect setup. The kill hammer's drop. I mean, when you're practically diving the fountain, bad things are going to happen if you're vicious. And then they do the most here in the end. Meanwhile, can't catch his Tundra, and Tundra gets eviscerated. He does have a buyback. We'll see if it comes into play. Final chapter was already used. Prisoner also now caught. The Moon finale in the front lines as well, but for taking out actually pretty good placement. Trying to keep his run. The piercing shards. No kills though. He just needs to run. The Shurkenet has ward off. He's in trouble. The chase continues. The inscription forward, and Moonku will help finish the job. On Forsaken. And here comes Tundra with a buyback, but it's not going to matter.
Alrighty, welcome to another game here of Heroes of Newerth. You're joined by Dosse and my best friend Kuget right here, man. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing just fine, thank you, Dosse. Looking forward to see these two European or actually NA/European teams fighting each other.
Yeah, we are back on the what do you call it? Home field, maybe you could say.
Yeah, last time we saw 2 Thai teams that we don't know too much about, but here we have a good knowledge about pretty much every player. And jumping quickly into the banning phase that went really quickly here, we see that Backdoor Protocol bans out Venuphora, Soul Reaper, and Kane, while the Hellborn team bans out Flux, Plague Rider, and Icor.
Yeah. We see the first pick, like a straight pick, man. They're not taking any seconds on their spare time, man. They're just going straight to the picks and the bans, man. They pick up at the Calamity directly, man. They're showing, man, we are here to play. Let's pick. And let's play.
And Calamity being a very strong hero that is either banned or picked in pretty much every game so far. I just wanted to point out that Eston did ban the Plague Rider, which is a bit maybe out of ordinary, but it's a hero that Backdoor Protocol likes to run. I think they played it both mid and as a support, actually.
Yeah, I mean, last time I played with Aston, and he played against a Plague Rider, he didn't know that the E restrained. I mean, sorry, the W. So I think it's pretty good ban, because Aston has no idea what the hero does, apparently.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
They keep picking face here, picking up the Rhapsody, a really strong support. We saw it last series as well, and taking a lot of time here, picking up a Pharaoh. So we know that Vulka is known for playing a suicide or solo lane Pharaoh, so it's probably gonna go to him.
Kraken.
Once again, Yogardi responding really quickly, picking up Kraken and Demented Shaman, both solid heroes. And I just wanted to also mention that regarding the Plague Rider, might be because Backdoor Protocol is kind of known to play some heroes that other teams don't, and some strategies that might be a bit, not of the most common kind of strategy, like going all strength heroes or a bit of push strategy. So the Hellborn probably feels like we don't want to meet anything we don't really know how to handle or manage. Plague Rider might be one of those kind of picks. Yeah, and so the ban. What do you see here?
Well, we see pretty much they're focusing on these. I mean, Forsaken Archer isn't really, but they are seeking these bursty heroes, and once again they're just banning everything so fast. But the Hellborn, they're gonna ban Engineer, Geo, and Magmus. I would say all of those are pretty much the position 4 in all the teams. Meanwhile, the Legion, they're focusing a bit more on the course, Forsaken Archer, Deadwood, and Ophelia. I'm pretty sure we all know that the What You Got is notorious for his Ophelia. Been playing it for a while now, and yeah, pretty much a respect man team, I would say.
And Engineer has been a very popular position 4 hero for a long time now in the Europe scene. So we know both the stun and the mines, but especially the ulti can be super strong in team fights. They pick up a Defiler and a Moon Queen actually. So they're already exposing that they want to run a really solid, hard carry that can flash farm. So maybe the Legion side will counter that with some early presence to shut her down. Or will they pick something themselves that can flash farm? Because Calamity, I mean, she can farm okay, but not as well as a Moon Queen.
I agree. But yeah. What do you think is gonna be the last 2 picks here on the Legion side? Sorry.
I would assume that it's a Kraken mid, and Calamity and Demented are both good heroes for a trial in. So I would assume they pick up another support or position 4 initiator, and then a solo hero. I see Karukai has Prisoner shadow picked here. I know he likes to play that here on position 4. But they do pick a Lodestone. Yep, so that's gonna be a Suicide or solo Lodestone. And the MOA will be position 4, being secondary support.
I mean, we're seeing something that actually B-Pro, they used to tend to just go these beefy heroes where you just want to go in. They have some interesting drafts most of the times, but I would say this is a more of a standard or maybe like more secure lineup, I would say.
Yeah, I agree.
So, yeah.
I think it's a good draft. We have strong laners, but also heroes that can scale well into the late game.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, we see that I would assume
he is taking his time and they pick up a rally. So yeah, I assume that's going to be a position 4 rally. That will help out the Moon Queen. So looking at this, it seems like Hellborn is having a pretty more like defensive tri lane. I mean, the rally can of course be offensive as well, but I think they want to protect the Moon Queen, having the heal from Rhapsody and rally being able to push her out from any danger. And the Defiler will be played in the mid lane by Eston. And then we see if they put Pharaoh in the long or short lane solo.
And
what's also interesting about the backdoor protocol here is that they kind of often swap out the roles between the players. So Snark is often playing mid, but Yagharde can both play like Suicide or solo and carry. But this time we see that Tolforce will be playing the carry on Calamity, a hero he really likes, while Yagharde will be playing solo. We do see that they all stick up in the mid lane. I think that's because they expect Pharaoh to send out a rocket to scout out who will be mid. But they don't want to show who will be on the mid lane.
I would love to Pharaoh to use... I want to whisper Vulcan right now. Please snipe the tier 3 tower here. Please, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. So, but yeah, we're gonna get pause here on the Legion.
Rosario went and put up a lane ward on the top lane. Boots picked up on Rally, so he will be roaming around a lot.
I really like Rally here, man. I think Rally is a bit of a forgotten hero. Like, as a 4, you can always save, you can heal. The compel is just too good. And on top of that, you have a really high burst. damage with your ultimate. It doesn't really matter if you build armor against it, because you're always gonna have the E that pretty much ignores the enemy's armor. So, however you build against a rally, it's gonna be hard. I love rally.
I think he, in many cases, are seen as basically a worse like option than a Magnus, because he's an strength melee initiator. But as you say, he can also use the stun defensively, and he has a bit of burst damage on the ultimate. So yeah, there are definitely some utility from him. I got a message from Snark that Novi needed a minute, so we will be having a pause for now. But yeah, any like predictions for the game? We talked about Moonqueen being a flash farmer, a hard carry. Calamity has a bit of a more early presence. How do you think it will play out?
I think if Moonqueen just get complete free farm, which I would assume she gets this game, she's gonna be really dangerous. Because even though Calamity is a really good hero, I don't think she out carries completely a Moonqueen like late game. I think Calamity really shines in the mid game, but she also shines in early late game. But I don't think she 1v1 as a Moonqueen.
But don't you think Legion wanna contest the tri lane?
I hope they do. I think they should, and I hope they do. But we will see.
Yeah.
We see a ward on the Novi Pirate on the Demented, not really placing anything. So I'm not sure what they're gonna do here.
Of course, it's always about the mind game as well. You don't know which lane they are gonna go to.
Yeah, they could also do something weird that they go Calamity mid solo. They put Lodestone tri lane with the Moa and Demented, and then put the Kraken short. It wouldn't surprise me if they did something like that.
Definitely
Here they
a lot of
send out
options. Yeah. So they do scout out heroes.
A bit too late,
Calamity goes to a bot lane. Actually, yeah, Calamity can solo the Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Really well, actually. She can just box him out. The Pharaoh can't do much about it until he gets level 6.
I think Kraken would do better bot though, and Calamity would do better against the Defiler, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. They're gonna place a mid ward here. Novi also has a ward where they're actually going top. Maybe they do what I said, just that they switch around the Calamity and the Kraken.
Indeed. So yeah, putting a Lodestone as a core in your tri lane. That's typical backdoor protocol, I would say. Not many other teams would do that, but it can definitely work out.
Yeah, we see a stun on Lawson here. He misses the stun though.
Yeah, they go on different targets here a bit, so it's a bit of an awkward start.
Oh, Raleigh on a bit of a hassle right now.
But yeah, no one dying. Both teams having some heroes on low HP, but yeah, a bit awkward fight so far from both teams, not focusing the same targets.
Yeah, sadly Lawson misses his stun there, so yeah, that's something you don't want to happen when you do that.
I do like the ward here from Novi between the trees, spotting out the rally rotations, because he will be trying to sit the top room. So as soon as he leaves the lane, they can jump either the Rhapsody or the Moonqueen.
Yeah.
And
well,
so in the mid lane, you have played a lot of Kraken and also some Defiler. How do you think this matchup plays out?
I think whenever Defiler hits level 5, he won't really be mid. You throw like a Q instantly on the wave, and then you go back. And then you save for cooldown, and you throw another Q, and then the wave is dead. So whenever he hits 5, he's not really gonna lane mid anymore. I would give the upper side omen top
have a jump here on Novi, on Demented.
Rallis is going
really low, and
here.
he's gonna go down here. What you got to take him for first blood on the rally. So yeah, this does not play out as the Legion side would want it. They picked a tanky frontliner as their core, but still don't end up getting the first blood.
Yeah.
In the mid lane we have an even farm so far. Eston being a bit ahead. And on the bot lane, actually Pharaoh is doing quite well. Vulka being on 250 GPM, just slightly below the farm on the Tollforce on Calamity.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that Calamity should just win bot, but yeah, I mean Vulka is playing Pharaoh. I think it's one of his most played heroes ever in his entire life, so...
Yeah, and he does pick up an early protected talisman, which is for all new viewers here, a new item where you upgrade the shield to give some kind of regen whenever you take a spell damage. Both giving some extra HP and mana. A really good item for the early game. On the top lane, we have a jump here going on Lodestone. Not really the target you want to go for, so they counter going over Rhapsody. Rhapsody going down, and we have a the acid bomb taking a lot of damage on the Hellborn side, reducing their armor and also giving a bit of slow. So Master of Arms maxing out the W will have a lot of impact in these 3 versus 3 team fights.
So, but yeah, like right now it's very like pretty much 50-50 in all lanes right now. Like Calamity is having a bit of edge bot though, but otherwise mid is pretty equal, and top is also pretty equal, I would say.
Yeah, what we can see is that Moonqueen doesn't have too much farm,
Nope.
but she can recover really quickly. So I think as long as she comes out of a lane on like a decent farm, 250, 300 GPM, and just gets levels without dying, he can be quite happy. He is going aggressively here on the Lodestone, who was quite low, but he has the charges on the power supply to get out of the danger. But this is like
mid
a good
here.
play for help.
Dead on no, it's not dead on
Very,
Snark.
very low HP on Snark. He pops a health pot and he should be fine, yeah. No, but when the Hellborn side makes Lodestone uses his stun defensively, that gives a lot of space to them, because he will pretty much always be the one going in first. So as we see, he doesn't have mana, so now we utilize that to go aggressively on the Master of Arms. And on the bottom we see Vulka is completely boxed out of the lane for now.
Yeah, I mean Calamity is so strong. I think this is the correct call, but I like in hindsight, it's super easy to say, but I think that if they put a Calamity mid against the Defiler, because right now I think Snark is using HP pot, he's kind of low right now, he doesn't have any bottle chargers, he's gonna be forced to go back to base here. He's gonna miss like 1 or 2 creep waves here basically, and yeah. The Defiler is gonna come on top of this lane, I think, unless they get a really good gank in mid, which I don't think is gonna happen right now. But yeah.
Indeed. Looking at items, we talked a lot about Sinner's Inscription and Dreamcatcher last game. Do you expect them to pick those items up here as well?
I would assume so. Like, the items are just too good, right?
Yeah, I think Sinners is a very strong item for Calamity. She doesn't have any built-up mobility or escape mechanism, but that gives her some mobility and survivability with the tablet being built down. And also the lifesteal and the mana regen you get is just so valuable on the hero. And I think you might do the same on the Moonqueen. She can of course also buy a Whispering Helm or even Elder Parasite, but recently players have been picking up the Sinners on Moonqueen. Dreamcatcher should be a good item for Defiler, I guess. I know Esno likes the item. And yeah, I also know that Yog Harday has picked up Dreamcatcher on basically every hero so far, so he might get one himself.
Yeah, I mean Dreamcatcher is just I mean I don't know if broken is the correct term, but it's really good. It's really, really good.
It's at least overtuned, I think it's safe to say.
I agree. Well, I don't know what Snark is doing here. He's doing some wild adventures with the creeps here.
He doesn't really want to contest the Defiler on the lane, so he just pulls them out. Tanks a bit of HP, but farms them safely.
The Q from the Defiler is still so much damage. Like 1 Q is like 30% of his Kraken HP right now, so he can really lane mid.
It's only on a 6-second cooldown on level 3. Once he hits level 7, it's gonna go down to 5, deal 325 magic damage. So yeah, the harass is really big. And even though Kraken picked up a protected talisman, it's not gonna help him.
We see the infamous Snark Red Boots. Let's see how long it's gonna keep this.
Vulka still staying alive in bottom lane, but he can't really contest the farm. So Calamity soon reaching 400 GPM.
Yeah, we
But I
see
think
that.
Vulka is just happy to get some experience and a couple of last hits here and there. It's a hard matchup.
Right now it's 25 to 42 last hits, so Torpors almost has double his last hits. Which I would, I mean, Calamity is a range hero against a melee. I don't think you're really gonna do good against Calamity as a melee. But yeah. But also Pharaoh is one of these heroes where it doesn't really matter if you lose the lane, you just need the XP. And now Vulka is level 6, which would give him, if he gets 1+ bot, Defiler or Rally or whoever, they can easily kill the Calamity here.
Yeah, or if he rotates to one of the other lanes. I'm not sure really how does the interaction work between the Kraken, Tsunami Charge and Wall of Mummies on Pharaoh if he were to gank mid. Can Kraken get out?
He cannot get out, he will get stuck. But he will, if he charges, let's say if he charges the Pharaoh will get out, but the Kraken will stay in.
Actually, we see that Calamity TP top, trying to go for a gank here, but ended up getting nothing. But they do have a ward behind the tower and
they
are
are
actually
going
diving
deeper.
here, using the Calamity ult to hold them in place. Defiler TP is in a reaction here. Yeah, they are overextending a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
They got the kill on the Moon Queen, but they lost 2 heroes for it, so not really worth it.
I wouldn't say so either, because now they put Calamity in a spot where now she died, and now she's losing the lead she had, I would say.
Yeah, I think she is like happy to just stay bot, win the lane. Just TP if there's, you know, a really good fight coming in and she can put up her ulti to give some value for the team. Snark is once again dragging the creeps. He's gonna take over the
what
bot
you
lane.
got here? That's a really good Lawson ulti. I mean stun, sorry. He's gonna get stunned and then Blue Queen also
yeah,
gonna
they
die
do
there.
win. So that's a really good fight. Pharaoh going back bot, Kraken tipping to base. We see Calamities in the jungle stacking some creeps. So yeah, a bit of rotations between the players right now. Not sure if Calamity will go back to bottom. Estenas have placed a very aggressive ward in the mid lane. I like that one. Let's see if they can find it.
Yeah.
Which makes him spot for Master of Arms diving in the tower, but Kraken is here.
Oh, that's a kill.
Doesn't, no help. As you mentioned, the damage is just so high, and they had an illusion rune to further give some bonus here. And she did pop. He did pop the ultimate on Defiler, so he's trying to get the tower here.
We see that Soulforce is just farming jungle right now. I'm not sure why. Because at the same time, we could pretty much pressure bot and just not let Pharaoh farm. But right now, as far as Pharaoh's farming bot, they're gonna get the deny on mid here.
Is Rally gonna go for it? No, he will not. And now they left Moon Queen like getting some space in the top lane. Sure, they are still 2 versus 2, but yeah, I would like to see them continue doing the trial and just keep the pressure on him.
I mean, yeah, Moon Queen is really having a bad game here. It's 240 GPM, so and Lawson is getting close to 400 GPM. So Lawson's gonna have a really good game here. Meanwhile, the mid Kraken he just lost his tower, which is really bad for him. Even though they have 1 tower lead on the Hellborn, they're still equal. So I would say that even though it's only equal, I think Legions are winning in a way where. Are they gonna dive bot here on the Massive Arms?
They have 3 TPs in return.
I think that's,
So they will likely get a kill on the Pharaoh here.
Kraken is gonna get hit here.
Get him, and he goes down. But yeah, only the Pharaoh goes down, and they use 3 TPs and 2 ultimates for it. So sure, it's a good kill, but not the end of the world.
Nope.
Top lane, Lodestone is farming well, being at 390 GPM, picking up an Astrolabe, so he wants that early presence in the team fights.
Yeah. Now we're seeing that they have a 900 lead on the Legion. It's not very big, but still they have 1 tower on the Hellborn. Meanwhile, they don't have any towers in the Legion.
Oh, and he was waiting a bit longer with a
I was about to say, there's a Defiler behind here. It's gonna tip a bot though with the haste. he does have the Fire ulti. I think he's gonna use it here. He's gonna hide in the fog. Rally's behind it though.
Yeah.
It's now or never. The Fire ulti is gonna get popped here.
And
They're
someone
going in
takes in here.
silence.
And
Great
a double, very
stun.
beautiful stun from what you got. Eston actually getting a double tap here after also killing Willowstone in the top lane, so super good rotation from him.
Yeah.
Making good value of a haste brood.
Yeah, indeed.
But even if Eston is doing super well, we can see that his team is not doing as well. The Moonqueen has recovered a bit, going up to 280, but okay. Kraken going down in the mid lane.
I don't know if you saw that, but that was what I said. He doesn't get out of the Pharaoh W, but he charges out the Pharaoh off his W, so... Yeah, Kraken really struggles with Pharaoh W.
And Vulka patiently waiting to use his ultimate to get back in.
Yeah.
We see that Moonqueen has left the top lane, farming some stacks in the jungle. He does not have any lifesteal yet, but will probably pick up one now. The leader now trying to get the top tower.
Yeah, they're gonna back to top here.
And we see top lane here. Moa running in. Moonqueen popping the ultimate, getting an easy kill. Imba Kona or Karokai going down. And they spot out the Lodestone in the top lane. 4 people here, and he will go down. So once again, we're getting really good kills on the Hellborn. We now see they have 10 to 5 in kills. Eston been rotating well, giving value to the team, while Kraken most less been farming mid. And I'm not really sure why Calamity is still farming jungle. I feel like she can be on the bot lane. At least if she gets a lane ward, maybe a support to sit her. She's not that efficient at farming the jungle. He has picked up the Abyssal Skull, so likely we'll go for the Sinner's Inscription that we talked about earlier. But yeah, the lead is slowly growing for the Hellborn, having a 3k lead, and as we talked about in the beginning, Moonqueen is hard to carry in this game, so the Legion and Backdoor Protocol, they do want to win the early game. So we'll see if we get some kind of comeback here, maybe with a couple of PKs on the Kraken and Lodestone. We do need to take some good fights. Eston has picked up both a Gnomes and a Tablet. So he will be very hard for him to kill, and can provide a lot of value for the team in the team fights. The Gnomes being a very strong item with, even if it's not much, it's 2 magic armor, 1 armor, and some mana regen, and also a heal you get from using mana.
So, what item would you think we're gonna see here on the Lodestone?
I think he needs to go a PK. They need to get those strong initiations with his ultimate in.
I mean, here in what rune here, they're gonna get picked up on Kraken. They're using the Fire ulti, he's missing the stun on the Lodestone, he's gonna hit. He hit the Fire, but he's
survives. The Gnome's really saving him there. And yeah, it's looking really hard now.
Yeah, everything is just falling apart for the...
Actually, what you got is going down. The acid from Moa. Slowly killing him. Eston is almost at 600 GPM on Defiler, doing super well. What do you think his next item is gonna be here?
You saw him finishing the Dreamcatcher. So I would assume Dreamcatcher, and then... I mean, whatever he buys, I think he should get the BKB, and then he's pretty much unkillable.
Yeah.
He has to save from the rally, he has the Rhapsody save, he has the Pharaoh initiation, like he just needs to survive, I would say. So I think the BKB... Yeah?
When Eston is playing mid, he really likes to pick up a lot of build-up items. Or like, you know, these small items to give early impact, which he has done here with the Tablet, Dreamcatcher and Gnomes. I said before that Calamity has been farming the jungle for a long time now. And I think she might be a bit overcautious, leaving the bot lane. Sure, there is a Pharaoh that can catch her easily, but I feel like she's not farming efficiently enough in the jungle.
I will agree with you, because right now Vulka is close to free farming bot. Like, I don't know why he decided to go jungle that early on and just stack it for himself, not even clearing his stacks, he's just stacking himself and taking them.
And a lot of
yeah.
it kind of comes back to, you know, the TP he made in the early game. When he tried to help up top and bend over the tower and he ended up dying. If he stayed on the bot lane, yeah, he might have been a lot better off right now. But it's easy to say in hindsight. The Legion does get the top tower here. The HoN will not try to defend it. And Polyboy, also called Ace, has picked up an Abyssal Skull and is now going to buy a Firebrand. Probably gonna finish the whole Geometric Bane, I would assume, or Sinners before going for a Shrunken. Both Lodestone and Kraken are closing in on that portal key, so let's see if it makes some play once they have it.
Yeah, Lodestone just melts on the Defiler ability here, and I would assume that the Nova here is as well.
Yeah, Eston is doing very, very well this game, and he does have his silence maxed out now, so it's a 4-second silence in a pretty large radius. A spell that's easily forgotten, but it's super, super strong in teamfights.
I agree.
And if we look at the damage chart, we can see that Defiler has 27% of all damage, being way above everyone else. So Eston has really dominated this game so far.
And like I have no idea why Calamity is farming woods. He doesn't care about bot at all. Like Pharaoh just pushed bot tower. I don't know.
Actually, Vulka picked up a Dreamcatcher. That's not an item expected on Pharaoh, but
I think he's having good games, so he's going something really able to say.
We do have a PK of Kraken, smoking up to get a kill on the Defiler mid, but he misses the charge, unfortunately. I do know that we saw in Wallchat before that Snark actually has 250 ping in this game. I think they're playing on a US server, so yeah, that might have been a bit of a reason why he missed the stun there.
Yep.
Calamity finished the Sinners, farming some Ancients, but he does get spotted out here by the Pharaoh Rocket. And getting caught by Rhapsody and Rally, going down. In the jungle we have Pharaoh getting caught. He does not have any way of getting out there, but the Defiler will come here with Invis. Let's see if he tries to make some play. Yeah, he does. Goes on a Shaman. The rest of his team is coming to back her up.
I don't think they're gonna try to save him here. He's just unkillable right at this point.
He keeps diving, finding Lodestone, who managed to get out thanks to the PK. But they do get the Master Farms.
Snark is getting caught here.
Yeah, Master Farms actually survives, but Snark TPs into a Moonqueen ulti. And yeah, the lead is getting really big now. Eston finishes the heart, he will be almost unkillable. Moonqueen almost up to 500 GPM. It's looking very grim.
Yep. I don't think Legion will they will not come back on this, I don't think.
They will need some kind of miracle. The HoN team being out of position, winning a couple of team fights. But yeah, it will be hard. Rosario on Rhapsody, saving up 1200 gold. Would expect him to try and get a PK. Being very good on Rhapsody, setting up those perfect ultimates, hiding in the trees. Watching out.
Yeah, Raleigh just picked up his PK as well, so yeah.
We do see here that Karukai on Master Farms has picked up a team smoke, so they might soon group up and try to make some play out of it. I think that's the right decision.
I agree.
And as the Legion has taken over more and more of the game, we can also see on the map that Back to Protocol only has one ward on the map right now. So yeah, Helmor really has both the map control and the golden experience lead.
Let's try to go mid here.
But a big ultimate from the Rhapsody. does not get cancelled even.
No?
But yeah, Moonqueen joining, the rest of the team coming, and yeah, I think that's kind of game over.
Yeah, no, this is
Rapsil
getting
with
too
perfect timing or positioning on the ultimate there to save Eston, and we see the Caesar vote.
big. So yeah.
GG's!
Yeah, the Hellborn should have taken the first game, so well played by Hellborn.
Indeed, I think some laning decisions could have been done a bit better on the Legion side. And also Eston being the MVP here, 10-0 and 8.
Yep,
Making good value of the runes he got and just snowballing through the game.
Yeah, I agree.
So we see you in the next match.
Yeah, see you guys, bye bye. Alrighty, welcome back for another game here. We have Muhatwa versus B Pro for the second game. First game went to the Legion side, and yeah, they played very well. There was a pretty one-sided game, I would say. They won the trial in on the B Pro, but the rest of the lanes didn't really went the way they wanted. My name is Dosse, and I'm joined by Kuget here. Welcome back, Kuget. Ready for another game?
Hello, thank you. Yes, and once again we have a really quick banning phase. The Legion team Muhatwa banning out the Flux, Plague Rider, and Deadwood, while B Pro banning out Kane, Calamity, and Kraken. So we are leaving Ophelia open this time. We have an instant pick on Icor, on Legion, and B Pro counters with a Soul Reaper and a Rhapsody.
Yeah, pretty straightforward bans. Again, they don't waste any. Sorry, they don't waste any extra time, like you say. They're just going straight to the ban, straight to the picks. So Legion, we see Icor, Demented, and a Forsaken Archer.
Last time they had a Moonqueen, so now they have a Forsaken Archer, which is a very similar hero. Flash farmer, hard carry, can be played pretty well in a tri lane. B Pro bans for Magebane, maybe as a counter to Soul Reaper, I would assume. And then Elonia, while Eston bans out Lord Selforis. Lord Selforis is a hero I wouldn't mind him picking up himself, but they do not have an next picking phase, so they don't want to give it out to B Pro. Magmus, Bubbles, two solid heroes to ban out.
Yeah, I would say like the bans doesn't really stick out anything. I mean, Aston once again they banned the Plague Rider again. I went and asked him, "Do you know what a Plague Rider W does now?" And he said no. So I think that's why he's banning it. So yeah,
Yeah. If you don't know, ban it out. Better safe than sorry. And the final ban will be the Madman. Yeah, Madman has not been banned that much, I think. It has been picked up, but not really been considered ban worthy. What we can see here is that Tundra is open, Geomancer is open, both solid heroes. Is there any other like tier 1 hero you would say that is left open here?
I would say like Grinix maybe. I see that Tolforge having Ghost pick. I don't know. Like I suppose they want like more healers in the Legion team. They kind of committed to the Rhapsody and Soul Reaper. I would assume maybe like Artesia maybe. I know that Karukai actually plays that hero and he likes it.
Yeah. They pick up Behemoth. The first good like initiator stunner setup in the team. Likely gonna be play either in a tri lane or potentially as a suicide.
And
a shipper.
A shipper. Something.
We haven't seen that hero before today, right?
No. It's an unusual pick, I would say.
Yeah, it's popular in TMM, but haven't been as popular in the tournament games. But I mean, it can be fine. You get some damage, can stack camps very easily for the Soul Reaper. The buffer is good to protect. Yeah, we'll see how it works out. And so it looks like we lack a mid laner and a suicide or off laner now on backdrop protocol. On the Legion side, Eston's team. We pick up Meraxes being the initiator. Could be lane mid lane, but I would say it's more likely to be played suicide or solo.
Yeah, I mean it's Volka who's gonna play it, I guess. So yeah, it should be.
Yeah, and I pick up Monkey King, which is a very Eston hero. He's very famous for playing Monkey King super well. Monkey King has been nerfed quite a lot, so it's not as strong as it used to be, but Eston can still make it the hero work.
No. Sorry. And we're gonna see a last pick here on the Hellborn side, the B Pro. I'm not sure what they really need here, but I would assume it's the mid hero they need, because I would guess the Soul Reaper is the carry here.
Yeah, I think so too. Getting a, as you see here, a Pebbles or some other kind of initiator would be good. I think Tundra is also an option, but Pebbles might be slightly better.
You know what? I think they're gonna pick Apex.
Oh, okay. So we decide to put the Soul Reaper mid with a Moon Queen as a carry. This is very greedy, I would say.
I agree.
Yeah, if they can make it work, sure, we're gonna have 2 Flash Farmers, but yeah, we'll see. How do you feel Soul Reaper pairs up against the Monkey King mid? Soul Reaper should win that, right?
I think Monkey will have a big problem with Soul Reaper. I think, unless he gets maybe a DD rune or haste or something, it's gonna be pretty much a killable on Soul Reaper, I would say. But yeah, you never know. So everything can happen.
Yeah. And it does look like they will try lane the Moon Queen top. Tolfors being a bit AFK. But he will likely go mid. Potentially as a duel, actually. Looking at Novi Pirat sitting here, waiting for him.
Yeah, they're gonna put the... I'm gonna play the shipper more. I would assume like the Moon Queen's gonna do fine against more access top lane, and they do put Vulka short though. Are they gonna put aggressive threat in here maybe?
It looks like it, and I like that. I think Moraxis does more than fine against a Suicide Behemoth. And let's see, Demented Ichor and Forsaken Archer against Moon Queen Shipper. So yeah, obviously they win that 3 versus 2, but if the Rhapsody rotates, it's gonna be a bit more even. But the Ichor is really strong in these lanes. And can be pretty hard to deal with, like hard to predict how tanky he is and how much damage output he has.
I agree.
So prediction, we think mid lane will be dominated by the Hellborn side, especially if Rhapsody stays, of course. Moraxis will likely win the bot lane against Behemoth. Behemoth does actually pick up a hatchet, so he might be expecting to potentially play 1 versus 1 here. And the top lane, yeah, depending on the Rhapsody if she rotates or not. But for now, of course, it would be benefiting the Legion side.
Beamer blocks off 2 creeps. He doesn't block off only the melees, but he blocks off 2 creeps, so he's gonna get linked on it pretty early.
Yeah, but in these 1 versus 1 fights, it doesn't matter too much.
No.
With a lane control, I would say. I mean, sure, Moraxis can chase him down by access, but... Oh,
he misclicked.
Yeah, wasted 75 mana there.
I'm not sure really what happened there, but he misclicked, so yeah, that's unfortunate, I would say.
What you got on Demented rotates to the mid lane to help out Eston getting some farm and Monkey King. They do have some kind of synergy here, actually, if it's not the easiest to pull off, but if he uses the vault to pull the enemy hero inside the creeps, Demented can make the healing bomb to make a lot of damage.
Yep. Yeah, I know they tend to play this combo with Kayn as well, and it works pretty much similar. Like you pull the enemies into your own creeps and you heal wave them, and you deal so much damage. But yeah. There we go, there you saw the combo we just talked about. A lot of that was on the Rhapsody, I think that's not that Rhapsody.
Yeah, very well played there. Actually getting the first blood.
So first place gonna go to the Ment Shaman. Oh, Bulk is actually getting killed bot there.
Yeah, so very good start for the Legion side. I always forget what their name is right now. Muhatwa, or whatever it was.
Muhatwa.
And the top lane looks to be quite even. Forsaken only 180 GPM though. But here comes the Behemoth rotating. So this will likely be at least one kill. Get a very good block here on the Forsaken. And she goes down, yeah. Let's see if he can also body block the Iker to get another kill.
Great block player by Jagardi.
Well played by Jagardi. So he senses that he's not going to be able to contest the bot lane, as we talked about, and therefore he rotates to help out the top lane instead. I think it's a good decision, but it kind of sucks that you have to give out the free farm of bot lane.
But yeah, they're gonna swap lanes. So Morax is gonna go top. He has bottom and both, so he's gonna be fine top. Behemoth is gonna stack some jungle here. I guess that's for Soul Reaper.
Yeah, and Moraxis should be more than fine on top lane, because since he got some farm on the bot, he has a bottle and a boots, and his W is of course very good against the shipper, since it can soak up the rocket to make him, you know, gain that extra move.
Mid lane here. Soul Reaper's really low. He gets bonked though, the Demented Shaman by the Fisher.
So another good rotation from Behemoth, played by Jagardi, who is now moving back to bot. So now he becomes a proper suicide hero against the Forsaken.
I guess this is maybe what B-Pro wants to. Like, they want Beam to suffer, not the Moon Queen, so... But yeah.
Yeah, I think we are fine playing with like a duo core here. The Moon Queen and the Soul Reaper. As long as Behemoth gets his PK, he doesn't need much more than that. And if we look at top lane, Moraxis is level 5 against the level 3 and 4 Shipper and Moon Queen, so he can actually put some pressure here. Actually going in for the kill on... no, not the kill, but he put some pressure on the Shipper. Forced to...
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for him to kill anyone because he has buffer. So the buffer is just gonna help him. He's pretty much unkillable on Shipper, I would say.
Yeah, that's true.
For at least for the only the Moraxis. He gets picks up the illusion rune on the Soul Reaper. I think when he hits level 5, he should absolutely go young and clear those triple stacks in the middle. Actually, it's only double, sorry. But still.
I would like for Soul Reaper to pick up an early Ring of the Teacher here. To get some extra armor against the Monkey King and Demented. They both have lots of physical damage, and Soul Reaper is only sitting at 4 armor at the moment, so kinda want to tank up against that. And naturally you can build it into a Gnome's Wisdom later on.
But we see here that mid is pretty much equal right now. Both has like 270, 280 GPM right now. The only upside is that I think Soul Reaper when he hits level 5 he's just gonna go young now and farm.
Yeah, bot lane we see Forsaken and Iker pushing in on the tower. Behemoth can't do much against it. He's just gonna spam out his stun whenever he can. Looking at the GPM chart, Moon Queen is off to a great
Mid
start.
here, Monkey went into them and he's getting very, very low. He can't really bottom right now because of the dance floor. Here comes the Iker. Going very hard on the Soul Reaper here.
Yeah, he
Down
might
the
have
Behemoth.
sacrificed himself here. Let's see. No. He goes down in the end. Demented decided not to use his cape actually. I think he thought he was fine, but
Yeah, I think it was
unfortunately not.
Yeah. He could have saved him there, but he didn't, sadly. Yeah, we see are pretty much equal right now. Forsaken is farming. Moonqueen has a little bit better start, but that's because they did a gank top, right? So
Yeah.
Behemoth here. Gonna fall for the Iker and Forsaken, yeah. And yeah. That's another up for the Legion side.
It is, and yeah, Hellborn has stacked up some camps in the jungle, so I would expect Moon Queen to rotate in there to get some farm quite soon, leaving some farm for the Shipper or Behemoth on the top lane instead. And same goes for the bot lane or bottom jungle, where Legion is stacking up for Forsaken. So both teams being, you know, kind of similar in the play style.
Now Solid finally goes to the jungle and clears the stacks here. Really good. Like this hero clears stacks so well, because he can hit every single one inside of his queue. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
does
it is
tip
bot
him
there.
up now. Going for the...
Fairly low though.
oh, he's not level 6 yet, so he doesn't have his ultimate. Let's see if he can catch him.
I don't think
Looks
it does.
like Forsaken Archer actually is fine.
Huh? Marcus just dies, and they're not really getting anything for it. So yeah. And look at jungle here, man. Now they're cleaning up the stacks. The stacks they should have taken a long time ago.
Oh yeah, this is a huge swing for the Legion. Forsaken Archer survives. He did use
comes here though. Should be a find the metal shaman. Here's the cave still.
Yeah.
They got the haste on the Monkey King though. Very low on mana. But yeah, I don't know. They just that's a huge
This is
swing.
where the greedy draft picking both Soul Reaper and Moon Queen is a bit rough, because now when the Moon Queen comes in to help, Soul Reaper, you know, already took those stacks or started taking them before Monkey King stole them. But picking both these heroes that want to farm big stacks in the jungle is maybe a bit optimistic. Forsaken Archer keeping to put pressure on the tower. Rosario put up a good lane ward behind the tower, so we will see rotations coming in. And he soon has his ultimate, which I assume he will use to clear out the stacks that Iker is preparing for him right now. In the mid lane, Monkey King, yeah, he's waiting to make a play. We push him in. Does get some damage on the healing healing wave, but not enough to kill him. Soul Reaper has picked up a Sackstone, which is an item that has seen a lot of nerfs, but it is still very good on Soul Reaper, given that extra 15% healing done. Vulca making a small rotation on the top lane against Behemoth here. But he does
Oh, he's
get
getting
knocked out
blocked
here.
though. Oh, he's so low. Where is Sungpo when you need him? Oh, there you go.
Shipper tipping up to help him, but he is fine. So yeah, not too much going on right now. 4 foreign kills after almost 10 minutes. And Forsaken Archer clearing out the stacks in the jungle using her ultimate. Closing in at that 500 GPM mark. He did pick up by Brass Knuckles actually, so looks like he wants to be active in the early game. Compared to Moon Queen, who picked up the Abyssal Skull, more focusing on the farm.
Maybe he's gonna get that in this here. They do not have a counter ward in mid, so I mean they could be in trouble here. Soul Reaper does have the ulti, so
Behemoth actually walking around the entire wave here.
oh,
And
I think
and yeah, meanwhile, yeah, Soul Reaper goes down.
I think that's a miscommunication or something.
It is. And like I mentioned before, Soul Reaper is only sitting on 4.5 armor, so I think he should have picked up a Ring of a Teacher or some kind of armor item before. We get up a huge ultimate by Moon Queen. We have Legion side really diving. Iker going down, Monkey King going down. Vulca will likely go down here as well. On Memoraxis, he does. So yeah, what started off great for Legion ended up being a bit of an overextension. Forsaken Archer was not there to back them up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was a bit of miscommunication there by the Behemoth. I think they just went too early with the bait. Mid here, they're gonna get Yum. Oh, it's fine.
I see here that Behemoth does not even pick up a Chalice, he goes for the instant PK. Feeling that he needs to get some early impact with a big ultimate to turn around a team fight and give them some edge back, because they are actually at a 4k lead already.
Yeah, I mean he's getting close to the PK, like you say, so He's just gonna stay top and farm it, I would. So Murax is a bit far, I would say. Top rune here. It's gonna go to the Muraxes. Meanwhile, we see that the Moonqueen is on 460 GPM and Forsaken is on over 500 GPM right now. So, yeah, I don't know. It's looking.
It's gonna be
grim
hard for
the
Moonqueen to keep up because he will be sharing more farm with his team, I'd say. Monkey King is not sure he can farm stacks as well, but they will be giving more stacks to the Forsaken Archer. And alright, so it looks like not Polo Boy, Poyo Boy is saving up to maybe rush a Nullfire here. He does have a goal already though, so I'm not sure what he's saving for. Or no, sorry, he does not have a gold right yet, but it looks like he will rush a Nullfire, skipping the lifesteal entirely. Moonqueen has finished off a Firebrand.
DD on the Forsaken here, gonna go for Congo here.
Behemoth getting his peak now, so let's see if they can smell out that the lead and team are doing Congo. Although they do have a DD on the Forsaken Archer, so they're not gonna be able to get there in time.
Condor has been slain.
Nullifier is gonna get finished here on the Forsaken Archer, so yeah, mana boots on the Demented. I would assume it's gonna turn into Starscry boost later on.
Yeah, I heard what you got talking about on when he was casting yesterday, but he said he had a very high win rate on Demented Shaman when he buys Starscry boots. Okay, Behemoth setting up with a smoke on the Monkey King in the mid lane. Soul Reaper being a bit offensive or aggressive here, so maybe Eston kinda sensed that something was going on. And they do have a ward spotting out the Shipbrand Rhapsody behind here. Here we go.
That's a huge jump here though.
They do pick off Monkey King, but the leader already picking out both the Rhapsody and the Soul Reaper.
Yeah, the Moonqueen used ulti, but I'm not sure really what went on. Like, the ulti didn't really go on anything, right?
No, I didn't see really, but I don't think so. While the Forsaken, I think she hit 2 heroes with her ultimate.
No, that's a TP on the Demented. He's gonna PK away on the Behemoth. He's fine. But yeah, 2-4-1 trade here. They killed Aston,
It is,
they
but
killed
there's-
Plutonic, yeah.
Behemoth will go down here, but question is, will they get any kills in return? Yeah, Demented will be sacrificed for the free TPs that coming in. So Legion will respond by pushing in the mid tower. Hellborn will likely keep pushing top. Hellborn hasn't actually taken a single tower yet. And now we see that Soul Reaper pickups for Ring of the Teacher, so he will likely go for a Gnome's Wisdom here. In the mid lane, Moonqueen is kind of hitting them a bit with a couple of Qs, trying to box them out, and it seems to work. So no mid tower down yet.
Yeah, they're defending this mid tower. I see Monkey is running towards bot here though. They do scout him out on the ward here. So they know the Monkey's bot here. I think they're baiting here on Behemoth. He's out on Monkey. Smoking up. He's gonna go for bot rune here.
What do you think Eston will pick up on Monkey?
I would assume he's going for barrier.
Alright, yep. Just tanking up and relying on his spells.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that's the way he likes it. It's like they have Forsaken Archer for the damage. He just want to be like a nuisance and just be in the fights.
I think that's smart, yeah. They do dive a bit here on the Soul Reaper, but not enough damage with a buffer from the shipper.
They know the Behemoth isn't there, so they can play very aggressive.
Yeah, they go back in, and Volka had just picked up a PK, so they do get a big kill, keep chasing the shipper.
Oh, the behemoth. Yeah, no.
It is a big ulti from Moon Queen, but it's not enough to bring him down.
Behemoth got hit by the Forsaken Archer, so he had no mana.
Yeah, I saw, but I think he still had cooldown on his ultimate actually. So yeah, a really good fight for Legion, not so good for the Hellborn side. Backdoor Protocol now in a 10k deficit. And we see a very nice curve on the Legion side where actually all the heroes are, well, almost all heroes are 300 GPM or higher. While the supporting cast on Hellborn are suffering quite a bit. Even the Solar is below 300 GPM, and yeah, that's not really where you want to be.
Now when Forsaken Archer is gonna finish his BKB, they should just group up and just push all of the outer towers and just get some Conquerors, get some farm, get some items, and they're in a good position.
I really would like B-Pro to pick, you know, instead of both Moon Queen and a Soul Reaper, a hero that can make some plays.
Yep.
Yoghardy did a great job in the early game making some rotations, but since then, yeah, it's been a bit too passive from their side. Vulka being in a bit of a spot here on the top lane, but does get out. I don't think they really saw where he was. Forsaken, soon closing in on 700 GPM. Has picked up a Shrunken Head, so he will be really hard to kill unless they get him stun locked.
We see that the Polo Boy here is smoked. They're gonna try to get a kill here in the jungle. They know it in the B-Pro though. They can sense something fishy is going on here.
Yeah.
Monk is going in, he's gonna get stunned by Behemoth, and he's gonna get out, I guess.
Good map awareness by Behemoth, staying close to help his Moon Queen get out of danger. And it looks like B-Pro will try to get a Conquer kill maybe? Yep.
Good. They need it right now. They need every single thing they can get right now.
Yeah, looks like Legion reads that play and tries to get the top tower. And at this point when Forsaken has his Shrunken Head and you have Star Scrub Boots on Demented, Shaman's Headrest on Monkey King, I don't think we are too afraid of getting killed here. So they will get this tower and probably go for another one. Moon Queen has finished up her Geometer's Bane, a kind of, you know, standard item on Moon Queen. Except for switching out which kind of lifesteal item you go, you kind of almost go Geometer's Bane and Shrunken, and then a Wingbow.
I agree. I think one part of it, Moon Queen, is that it's hard to play here in a different kind of way. You always got the same items almost. You have very little versatility when it comes to items and things like that.
Yeah.
You see the Rhapsody here.
He has cooldown for one more second, let's see. No! Vulka! He stuns Air and Ghost before jumping in with a portal key. Not sure.
I think Vulka needs a pause.
Yeah.
He might need a pause for that one.
So yeah, some space given to Snark on the bottom lane, pushing out the tower.
Yeah, I mean Vulka wants to stay in the game, and what can I say? He's a nice guy. He thinks about everyone. Yeah.
It looks like you were right with Monkey King picking up the barrier. He has a Shamas right now. No really like big carry items on him, but he has enough impact with just his spells. Okay, in the middle lane we have Moraxis and Forsaken Archer going on all alone, but they do actually win. Fire Boy getting in a big ultimate, getting a hat-trick. The rest of the team are joining. Eston catching Shipper. Yeah. There is a quad kill and an genocide. So I'm not gonna say it's a game already, but it's looking very rough for Backdoor Protocol at this point.
They is dominated with this Forsaken Archer.
16k lead. The Hellborn side is respawning quite soon, but they will at least get a tower here. Behemoth does have his ultimate, so maybe they can make some play. But let's see, Moonqueen does have buyback, but okay, yeah. The Legion team decides that we've had enough, we're not gonna overextend, let's go back. And their Congo has actually respawned, so I guess they will just go for it instantly. But Noviprat has been a bit proactive here and placed a ward, so let's see if they can spot it out.
Yeah. And like we mentioned earlier, we have a Demented who we went to Starscry boots and the Gnomes. Like
He's actually almost 400 GPM on what you got.
Yeah.
And with all that sustain, he's gonna be able to spam those heals and spells in the team fights, getting a lot of presence. But there's a huge Conqueror steal. Yagardi is sacrificing his life, last hitting the Conqueror with his ultimate. Well worth it.
I would say so as well.
Although they do give up some space now for Legion to push Rex when we know Behemoth is dead and has no ultimate.
Oh, mid here though.
Found the Solar Blue, but they do lack their main damage output in the Forsaken Archer, but I still think he will go down. Rhapsody keeping him alive, but getting instantly stunned. Ace feeling like, guys, you got this, I'm gonna push the top lane. Moonqueen getting the ultimate off, but the barrier is there to save him. Buyback on Soul Reaper. Yeah, and as we talked about, you have like heals just being spammed here from a Demented Shaman, sustaining them in the T fight, and now we have a Forsaken Archer joining.
Here comes the monster man.
Yeah, almost 800 GPM on Ace. 11 and 1. It's really hard to fight with that. That big of advantage on the Forsaken Archer.
Yeah, I don't see them really turning this one.
No.
From the pro.
This is where I guess it kinda bites them in the ass that Behemoth doesn't have his ultimate anymore. I really needed to defend the Rax here. So no point in even trying. Moonqueen has no buyback. And the lead is now 23,000 in 24 minutes. Eston has picked up a glowstone, so looks like we're going for a Staff of a Master.
Yeah. It looks
Giving
like
him
it.
those extra charges on the Vault and the Dash.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the most common one, but they're jumping in here on Meraxus. They do have the Behemoth ulti now though. He's smoked here.
Tolfro's doing a good job on unboxing them out with a backup heal. Yeah. This will likely be the deciding fight coming in soon. A Backup Protocol grouping up to a group smoke. Let's see if we can make something happen here. Yeah. A decent ulti from Behemoth, but it's not gonna be enough. Forsaken Archer gets her shrunken off, survives, and
the Forsaken is still up though, but yeah, they're dying.
They are gonna get chased down here.
We're gonna see an Immortal here. Oh, the
Oh, he still
shrunken
have
on
a
the
shrunken
Moonqueen
action
though.
on Moonqueen, so maybe there is some chance. Oh, it's so close. He does survive with 20 HP on the Forsaken Archer. And here comes the Concealed. A good try, but not enough.
Well played. That was overwhelming for Forsaken Archer gameplay right here. Alright. Well, we're gonna give the mic to Paradise here and see you guys some other day. Bye bye.
The Legion have destroyed a Hellborn tower. The Legion have destroyed a Hellborn tower.
All right. Well, that was Doze, Koget, and Thiculus for today, and DNLZ, or also known as Direk. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for the incredible cast, and we cannot forget about what you got, and Bricky CPK alongside with Lucius yesterday. Now, tune in next weekend, which is going to be on May 10th, for the winner bracket final and then the loser bracket finals. And that's going to be again on May 10th, Saturday, and then starting from 1 p.m. GMT as always. And then on Sunday, we're going to have the loser bracket finals and the grand final again on 4 p.m. GMT, 1 p.m. GMT, and it's going to be on May 11th when we're going to have the loser bracket finals and the grand final. Thank you all for watching, and we will see you next weekend. Good night, everyone.